Hey. Okay. So, we are back for more Nikki, and I'm going to take a picture there. We are doing a bit of a special thing today while I reset this up to retake the picture I just took. I did take it before I took the picture, but I'm going to do it again. I am here for a little bit of a special episode. Today, we're actually going to be looking through the compendium. And it's something that I've kind of alluded to doing in the past, but I've never fully committed to doing it. I actually want... that. The idea is, as I clear my throat, I want to go through every single item in the game. That's the goal. It's a pretty long one. This is going to be recorded in parts. I am not recording this all in one go. That would be ridiculous. So it's going to be a bunch of different days, all stitched together, and this first episode part here that I'm doing is actually going to be recorded on 3/23, which means this is all being recorded during version 2.3. So, this is, I assume, still going to be all accurate. I don't think they're going to make any big change in version 2.4 to the compendium, but if they do, I'll cry. So, looking through this, Creature Compendium is cool. I think it's been a while since we clicked it, but you can actually click this button, and you can see a 3D model of everything. I forgot about that. But we know what all this stuff looks like, it's not really a big deal. And the Momo Compendium actually doesn't, as far as I know, let you get a big view, other than just down here in the corner, which is something, but it's only for ones you own. So, it's not that useful to look through the compendium for creatures or cloaks. Lore is just literally the books, and it's just ones we've read on camera anyway, because I read every book. And search, obviously, is just the same thing, different menu. So the only thing that actually matters to us is this central area, the Outfit Compendium. And, over here, Outfit Compendium. I have only 47% and 50%, which is kind of where I've sat the entire game. I've never had more than around 50% of the outfits currently in the game, I think. And looking at this, we can actually tell, I don't know what these symbols actually mean. But I assume this means I have 1,152 pieces. So there's 2,300 and another like 800. So we're gonna have to look through maybe 3,300-ish things this episode. It's gonna be a lot. We're gonna go through them pretty quick though. Hey, I have something to jump in with. This is Ishky from the future here. In this, I talk about potentially doing all of Wishfield and all of Itzaland. I only can upload 12-hour videos to YouTube. I don't want to make this a 3-parter, so it has to stay a 2-parter. So I actually only get Wishfield stuff done. I don't get into Itzaland. So this is 1.0 through 1.11 only. Okay, back to past me. My idea is, we're going to start at the beginning, and we're just going to go by version number all the way up. And we're just going to probably go, like, reading order for English, left to right, top to bottom, through all the stuff. Some of them are going to be very big, like this. I don't know what exactly this entails. The reason it's big is the, standard banner. That's why it's so big. But, we're going to click it, we're going to go to it, and then when they're a part of a set, there's this button in the bottom that says View Piece. And we click that, and then we can go through everything individually. And I checked this before, but when we're in a big list and we hit the back button, it keeps us where we're at. So, it should all work okay. And before we go to View Pieces, we can't look at colors for things we don't own. We can technically go through like this to see it, but it's still not ideal. So what we're probably gonna do is we'll just go through like this menu with the base color of everything, and we'll click this and we'll go, oh, I like that contrast, I don't like that contrast, flip that for me here, because I prefer this probably. But for especially when we get to outfits I don't own any pieces of, this is going to be also this type of frame. So we're not going to be able to comment much. And we should be able to. I can just go to one as an example here. Even if we don't own a full set, I believe you can still go to view pieces. I own every set here. Why did I click one that I know I own every set? Let's go here. Yes. So you can still do that. It's all just going to be this little frame, though. So get used to this background, because that's what we're going to be looking at for the next... I don't know how long. When I was coming up with this idea, I think this is going to take somewhere between 3 and 10 hours. I don't think it's going to be longer than that. Companions Day. I guess we're going to find out. The biggest one out of everything will be the 1.0 stuff. 2.0 will probably be the second biggest. But this stuff we're going to fly through. This is going to take no time at all. All of the individuals. So, for this initial recording, I'm just going to do this one. And then we'll just see how long that takes. Because I also had my 5-minute intro. But, let's get to it. And we'll kind of get a general feel for what we're doing. So, in terms of what the actual sets are, and where you get them, because I think it says here, if it's a set you don't have, where to get it as like a general thing, but it doesn't tell you exactly. We're not going to worry about that too much. The idea is, I'm just going to look at everything, and be like, oh, I remember that piece exists. I like that piece. I'm not a fan of that piece. Things like that, or I want that if I don't have it. And I guess an idea is, if I think a piece is gettable, and it seems like it's part of a set that I should be able to get, like it's in a chest somewhere or something, maybe I'll write it down, and then we'll deal with it as like a piece I should look for. But for now, this is the first piece, the first set. So I don't know if we've ever used this before. I do like the overcoat here. It is weird to me that it's tied to the set. And this hair, I believe we have used. This thing I use all the time. Very good, useful necklace. Shoes, pretty normal. Not too worried about that. Colors, I definitely prefer the glow up to the number 2 here. But this has a very fairy tale feel to it, so that's typically why I like it. Pretty fancy earring. Kind of above the level I'd expect of this dress. There is a gemstone on top of our little bow here. And we have a lot of flower theming, but I don't see other flowers on the dress itself. It looks like it's just the shoes and the choker. Unless you consider this down here to also be a flower at the bottom of this. Overall, I do like the dress. Very childish feel. I think because it kind of frames the body... what am I trying to say here? Makes the body look wider. Which, you'll hear me say every time I talk about childish. Triangle bodies represent children in video games. So that's what it makes me feel like. These gloves... Again, it kind of... Same as this, it feels a lot fancier than I would expect for this outfit. It's the type of thing I'd expect in like a big regal dress. The bangs on this as well. It's interesting how sharp of a cutoff. We're going to hear that background change so much. That's the only noise that's going to come from the game for like half of this, is the background switching. It's going to be a weird, hypnotic, bad way thing. But yeah, the bangs look very separated. Like they're glued onto the hair, because they're pulled back so aggressively to get into the pony. Right past that. It's not bad necessarily, but it's something I'd probably want to decorate around. Short socks are nice. Design on the side is nice. I typically don't use this height, though. I find this height hard to use, because your legs either look too bare, or it's too high off the shoe. But they are still nice to have. On to Big Boy. So, obviously, I do like this dress. We're currently using it in the main part, in the planting ability outfit for my home. We have green, pink, purple, some type of yellow, and then the glow up is like a... I thought there was a blue here earlier. No, I'm just going crazy. A blue. The purple's nice. The blue is nice. But I think the green is best. I mean, it's hard to beat green when your dress is just a long floor dress that is covered in flowers. That's a pretty hard thing to beat. You can also see that it is see-through at the bottom, so you can decorate your legs a little, which is very, very, very nice. This is the hair we just used. I did not realize this was from this set. One of the whimsicalities from episode 200. This is being recorded the day after that, by the way. One of the whimsicalities we used this hair for. It was... We were trying to cover the central back of a piece? Maybe it was actually episode 198 I used that for. We did use it recently, is my point. Oh, the bell earrings. I feel like... I think we used these dyed, but they're a weird one. Because they're not really a bell, even though they look like a bell shape, and then a thing hanging down that could be the name of the thing that swings. They're supposed to be a flower, and I don't know. They just look a little weird, because they look so droopy. They're kind of like a dying flower, is what I guess I would say. These, I think I definitely have used before. I like them a lot. The hairpiece, pretty nice. Works on some hair, works on others worse. Just because it is tied to where your pony is, and if you don't have one, it does weird things. I typically don't like the super big necklaces. They are useful sometimes. These shoes, very nice. I am a big fan of these. Got the full wrap around, is a very, very fancy strap. Not a lot of shoes have a fancy strap. Most of them have fancy stuff on the shoe itself, and then a normal strap. I talked about how nice it is to see through the bottom of this, but open shoulders, always nice. It's okay that it comes out like this. I don't mind that as much as I mind the straight up and down straps. I just don't like straight up and down straps. Hair, very nice. The loose single back pony, we found out, might be my only one. Every other single down pony like this is very wide that I own. So this is a very useful hair. I like the loose strands everywhere. It's nice. It's a little weird how tightly braided all this is, and then to have a strand this long be out of the braid, but it's acceptable. I'll still take it. Nice simple flower for the top of the head, not bad. And these, very nice. I didn't realize these were from this set either. It's obviously hard to tell because you're looking under the big dress. But things like this are useful, for sure. I really like that this doesn't have the problem of being a sheer material with this on it. That's something you can get into where it makes it so you can't have your natural skin color come through, and you have to try to dye it to be close. We had that as another problem recently, where I used leggings that looked kind of like this, but they had a full, like, black or whatever color it was legging piece underneath, and I couldn't dye it to be close to my skin color. So having it be its own separate thing, even if it doesn't really make sense from a logical standpoint, because these would all get so tangled and moved around on your leg, I still prefer that. And the Fairy Tale Swan, which was the third of the Standard Banner ones. This was second. This was the third Standard Banner I got. It is a good dress. Very, very puffy, which I typically don't like. I do always mention, I don't like dresses that reach the floor. I don't like super, super puffy dresses. I prefer thin ones and shorter skirt ones. It's okay for them to go to, like, the knee, but once you go past that, you just can't decorate your legs, and every dress starts looking the same. And speaking of the same, I mention every time, there's like 4 dresses in the game I call the swan dress, and this is one I don't typically call the swan dress, even though it literally is. My brain is just completely cooked when it comes to that as a descriptor. I didn't realize for the longest time just how good these arms were, or I would have prioritized pulling on this dress a lot sooner. These are really, really good. We'll talk about them more when we go into the thing. But we have a blue. Oh, wow, that's good. Particularly the chest part, having that much contrast on the actual, like, swan heart. Wow, that's good. That might actually be enough that I have to evolve this dress before I finish the evolutions of this. Because I haven't evolved it. And I have the pieces, I think, to do at least 1 or 2 evolutions. I just need to pull copies. So once I get my crystal one... Well, you only need... I think you only need a copy for the final evolution. So I could get this using 2 of my things. That might be something I actually do. Because I really like that. Oh, wow, and that's good too. We stick with the 4th one being Cosmic, which was something we did a lot in the early game, I think. I feel like early on, they had a pretty stable pattern of final upgrade dresses having a Cosmic feel, and now they've strayed away from it. Oh, pure white, like a wedding one. Because we got it recently, I haven't glowed it up yet. That's the only reason. But this is a very nice dress. Hair, pretty good. Do I think this piece adds or takes away? It probably adds. I think, in general, I have a hard time using really straight hair. Because it feels more boring to look at, because I just personally prefer wavy or curly. But it's not bad. From a bang perspective, very, very good hair. It's just the back is my main problem with it. This piece hanging down, there's some outfits where I would hate it. Overall, I think it probably makes the hair better, though. Even if I typically don't like that type of thing. Dress piece itself, not a huge fan of the bottom, just because you can't do anything to it. It's there, it's a thing. At least with the top you could put an overcoat on, even though I wouldn't want to cover the shoulders here. The one positive I'd say about it, we have the asymmetry of it kind of changing as you go down. I assume the back is just symmetrical to that. And we have this little fluff coming down, which is nice. It's very, very layered. It looks like it's 10 layers of cloth at the top almost. Because look at how much this folds up in on itself, and then the feathers on top. A very ridiculously thick waist on this. Pretty high up, too. Belt might be at, like, belly button height? Hard to exactly tell. Pretty normal shoes. It does have a couple chains underneath, so it's at least something different. It looks like the wrapping almost goes down the side. Special dance, unique to Seichia. Interesting. I'm not reading these most of the time. They just caught my eye because I saw Seichia in the corner. It's hard to tell what the back of the shoe looks like, too. I think it's just that these connect to the back and then go straight down. Now, I typically don't like the strap here, but I think it's better because there's multiple straps. I don't know why that's better, but I think it is. And then we talked about this earlier. I really like these. I think these are super good, super versatile. I'm going to be using them all the time now that I actually pulled them. So I'm glad to have them. They can dye decently. Another, I guess, excuse for me to evolve this dress more is if I'm going to use these arms all the time, I can unlock more dyes if I keep popping evolutions on them. These are crazy. I don't remember looking at these, ever. I should own them. I do. A giant crystal swan with stars and feathers hanging down. These are insane. I think insane in a good way. The problem is, swans are a very specific style. You could argue that you could use them in flight or water-related dresses, and both of them they would fit. So I guess that's where you get the versatility. The fact that they're crystal also takes things away, because crystal is also a very particular type of stone that you don't get much in dresses. This thing is interesting too, because, you know, I guess it kind of does fit that same thing that I'm going with here, where swan things are all water or bird, because it looks kind of like a fin for a bird. I said it opposite. A fin for a fish. But I guess you could stretch it to be a feather if you really wanted to. It's hard to tell exactly what's hanging down here. I think it's the same of this, where it's going to be little stars on strings. And then a ring, which we just got the other episode. Very happy about that. kind of icicle-esque, because it's got 8 pronged, the cardinal, and then the ones I always forget the name of, that are the diagonals. Pretty normal, not nothing to write home about if you're making like an ice dress, because it's got more of that symbolism here. Could be useful, but it's not. It's something. It's nice to have just because, but you're not going to be excited over getting it, I'd say. Now this is an exciting piece. So asymmetrical neckwear is not super uncommon, but it's definitely rarer. Most of the time it is symmetrical. This is symmetrical in an interesting way. It's not just that there's a thing hanging off, it's wavy. You can see it really nicely if you look down in the left-hand corner of the screen, where I'm actually over here, not in the center, that it dips and rises and gets closer and further apart like crazy. The things hanging off, again, have that star symbol, but it's probably fine. The important thing is just how crazy different it looks around the neck. Very, very, very good piece. Very useful piece. And we're finally to the first 5-star I believe I ever got. It is possible that because of just the coincidence of the first couple days, maybe I got one piece of the... Is it called Fluttering something? The first ever limited 5-star. I might have got one piece of that before I got this, because it was obviously both in 1.0 that I did that. But this was my favorite of the 5 stars. In terms of dress, absolutely. In terms of single pieces, what does this have anything? I do like the arms on this. I do like the hair. Maybe the hair is the best piece on this set other than dress. These arms might be the best single standard banner item. I don't know. Maybe I'll say this dress is the best single item on standard banner. Those gloves are second, and then the hair might be third here, because it's really good. It's very, very good. This side part, I forgot it existed until very recently. I saw a girl wearing this dress for the first time in forever in a snapshot. And I was blown away by this because I forgot it was there. But I have a lot of fond memories of this dress. I feel like one of my early snapshots used this that I really liked. But fun dress. I think this was also the dress I used in 1.5 when the Sea of Stars was added. I think this is the dress I dyed to be my Sea of Stars outfit before I changed it in version 1.9 or 1.10, something like that, when they added the music stuff for Encore Season. Not Encore Season. Maybe it was Encore Season. Whatever the music event was. Colors. We have our little salmon girly. We have the green one, which I've always said is like swamp water. It's not the most appealing. And like I was saying, stars as the theme for the finished upgrade again. It's not bad, it's just this one really speaks to me because of the blue. And then the yellow, which is what I used in my Sea of Stars. All very, very nice. This piece here is kind of like the Swan one, where it's weirdly two-parted. Where you have kind of a shell, and that would be an earring on its own, and makes sense. But then you have this thing hanging down that I don't even really understand what it is. It could be like more shells, it could be like, if you look over here, it looks almost like fishing hooks. The little twirly thing on a fishing line. So, I don't know. It's a weird earring. This is obviously pretty good. I've used it not in a while. I used to use this all the time. It was in so many sets early on in the game. Because now I have a little more choice when I'm putting flowers in my hair. Back then, this was the only real one I had. This one, also an interesting one. It suffers from the problem that a lot of necklaces in particular do, where I feel like there are too many things combined. I would like this one more if it was just the central part. If it was the central part plus this. Or if it was just the outer part in this. Or even maybe just the outer part alone. But everything combined into one, I feel like it's a million things connected. And in general, I'm always a proponent of cut up pieces into as many pieces as possible, because it just makes things nicer. And I do sometimes complain when the dying is cut up into 20 things, in particular, but that's just because I have a really hard time seeing what's being dyed, because I think they need to come up with a new system other than the flashing black for really tiny things getting dyed, because it's so hard to tell. Shoes? I like the base part of the shoe being in a shell. That's very nice. I think I don't like the stuff above it. In general, something I'm going to say a lot is I don't like the little beads. I always complain about the little beads, how they're on half the stuff in the game and I don't like them. I guess I'm going to finally put my money where my mouth is when we go through this list. Because maybe I'm going to find out that those beads are on, like, 1% of things, and I just feel like it's everything in the game. But I don't know. Maybe this is actually a similar thing I feel towards the necklace, where if it was just the bottom, I think it'd be okay. It wouldn't be okay if it was just the top, because I don't like the top. But I just want these beads gone. I would just want it to be very low here, and it would be better. The dress, obviously love it. This picture doesn't do it justice because you don't see the animation of the water on it. It's crazy that the 1.0 dress might be maybe the most animation out of anything in the game that I can think of right now. The firework dress from 1.2 might have more, but it's so much movement and flow in this. It's really a crazy, crazy dress. These aren't bad. I mentioned that earlier. They're very, very similar to the ones from the Fairy Tale Swan. The problem is the beads that I complain about. And the length isn't as good. Going up almost to armpit is better than stopping right below bicep. Because if you are using this on a shirt with sleeves, it's gonna have a little bit of skin here, which could help, but in most cases, I probably don't want it showing. And if you don't have any sleeves, you probably don't need this much of the arm. It's okay to just have the shoulder, and then cut it right away. That's why I think the other arms are maybe the best arm piece in the game. Hair, pretty good. Very similar bangs to the other one, but doesn't have the long piece hanging down in the front, which I do prefer. And you can't see it here, but the hair is super, super wavy at the bottom, very long. I've used this hair so much, it dyes very nicely. That's something I like about it. This piece, I've had a love-hate relationship with for a while. I think it looks good, but the idea of something this sharp and pokey being this tightly clung to your arm, because it has to be so tight for it to not slide down, unless Nikki is just flexing her bicep 24/7 to hold it up, it has to be pretty tight. And it's just going to stab you over and over every time you move. Anytime you bump into anything, it's going to stab you. This piece is torture. It's the crown of thorns for your arm. These are... they're good because they do the thing that the ones from Blossom, whatever it was called, the green one, do, where they don't have an underlying coloring, and it's just the wraparounds. So you don't have to re-dye to try to match skin color if you want it to look like your leg's continuous. The problem is, I think, it's a little too many. The reason is, it would work if the cutoff of a dress is like here, but if you're wearing like super short shorts or a short skirt, the top of your legs look completely barren if this is all you have, because it goes up to here and then there's just nothing. So it's kind of a weird situation with those. And down to... this is... animal grooming. Okay, it does say it up here. I always forget which one's which for the standard banner, because one of them does nothing. And it's very similar to this. They look very similar. It's... is it you? It is you. Yeah, you two, I think, look very similar. And this one just doesn't do anything, it's just a dress. So, pretty good outfit. This might be the outfit I'm using on my chef for home island. I don't remember, because I thought that and I checked it and I think I was wrong or something. But we recently used this ribbon in episode 200. Very nice ribbon. The hair is pretty good. So, some outfits I normally say right when I start making them, I need short hair for this immediately, because I know I will. Especially ones with open backs. This is obviously long hair, it's just braided to kind of help. Probably a good thing. And the back of this, because we can't look at it in the other menu, we've talked about it here, it is nice. This, as well, I forget they exist all the time, because they're hard to see in the menu when you're looking at your socks, but they are nice. I'm always pleasantly surprised. I guess I shouldn't say always, but I'm pleasantly surprised normally when I put them on and then go to test the outfit, because it's more back stuff, and the back typically is less interesting in outfits. Only a few outfits in the game are more interesting for the back. This here, the little almost cat bells. Is there more cat theming? There is, right here, cats. So it is cat bells. Very, very cute. Nice tie in the back. It's interesting, is the best thing, because you want it to be. Having this, useful, because you could use it for a lot of like RP of maid and similar stuff outfits. It's just a very useful piece that's very usable. This bow is normally too big. It's hard to use giant bows. Now, I know there are some in the game that are 20 times the size of this, especially the one that was added recently in 2.3, but... No, 2.3. This bow is big. It does technically have a cat theme to it. This side is like a cat stretching with its tail up, I think, and then if you look over here, you can see the other side is just the cat itself sitting there. But it is actually hard to tell. When you're just looking at it from far away, it just looks like squiggles. So you don't have to worry about it being a cat-themed headband at all. That doesn't matter. You can just think of it as being a squiggly of two colors. Same with this, honestly. This is a little more obvious. But I still think, honestly, from a short distance, not even super far away, this just looks like a ribbon. And the cat part isn't a requirement. But it is just nice. Dark ribbons, I think, are underappreciated. We have a lot of very light ribbons in the game. I want more like super black, not just a dark greenish like this. Shoes, they have that bell again, and they have the little hang down front of a maid thing on the top, which is a very, very cute way of doing that. Now, they aren't actually open, I don't think. I think this is solid, not just like a mesh that you're seeing the foot through. I think it's like the full shoe, and that's just colored, which is weird. But you're probably going to wear socks in these anyway, so you're going to have a different texture up here, and it's not going to look as cut-offy. Also, right here, you can barely see it, because my skin's so light, but you do have your little cat ears at the top here. Very cute. Looks like a decently sized heel, too. This, very nice. Having this all be closed is useful, but it causes a problem. It's big enough that you probably do want something up there. You can get away with having nothing, but I would probably try to put a necklace on. And when you have things like this, some necklaces don't work because it's too thick, and the necklace goes inside of it, or it clips through it. So this can limit a lot of neck pieces pretty severely. But if you're going for a very, very simplistic outfit, this can still work. Another kind of interesting quirk of it is look at just how straight this line is. You could put a level on it, and it would be literally perfect. You're holding shift when you're drawing a line. That's how you're making this here. And I think it's okay, but it does catch your attention at just how straight it is. Like, it keeps drawing me up there. I know technically this line is also straight. This one isn't. This one has the ruffling. But it's very... like, can I call something geometric and have it make any sense? So, it stands out. It draws my attention. This line and this line. This one, I think, a little less because you have the ears again, poking up. And I do like the ears poke up and then turn into this part. I like this part. Fluffy arms here. Again, it kind of matches like a flow, so you keep about the same level here when your arms are down, which is very nice. Our little pouches, which look to be maybe like fluffy, like they're made with feathers or something. That I don't know about. Because when you see the white on the front of a maid's dress, it is a design stylistic choice, but that comes from the idea of an apron. And what are aprons for? They're there to specifically get messy in the place of clothes. So, having a thing that you never want to get any dirt on because it's impossible to clean, like something fluffy with feathers, on top of a thing that's supposed to get dirty, it creates a weird feeling in my mind. So, the pouches feel off to me. But the rest I really like. Very butlery gloves. It doesn't feel like they're exactly a match for this dress. Now, I don't know if you typically associate maids with wearing cuffs like this, but at least in my mind, I don't. I pretty much only associate these with suits, which makes the connection weird, but if you have a long sleeve shirt, it probably wouldn't even make these useful, because they have a bow here, and they're so wide, they're not going to line up with the sleeve. So these are hard to use pieces. Hair, like I mentioned, nice, because it can kind of fill in for short hair, while keeping the knowledge that your hair is long. Leggings, very normal, but you can see just tucked right back there. It's got the interesting back, which can be very nice and save a set. We didn't look at colors, by the way. It's just blue and pink. I still prefer this because it's made colors. Now we have angler here. Fishing, not angler. So, this is the set I was most excited for whenever we were getting our 4 stars in 1.0. I love the shark theme for everything. Obviously blue because it's a water dress. I mean, it's just how it is. I guess I can't say dress because it is tops and bottoms here. The pants are surprisingly... I guess I'd say it as the pants surprisingly look very different than the rest of the set. We'll see that in a minute here. But everything else, I think, has, like, the fishing and shark theme on it somewhere. This piece here, I forget is part of this set all the time, because I've never used it in this context. One of the things I complain about with this set is the hooks. There's one up here, there's one down here. I don't think there's any on the shoe. No. I don't like them because of how dangerous they are. They are, like, especially the one by the face is a nightmare. The idea of having a fishing hook hang inches away from your face at all times is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. I hate that with a passion, and it makes this hat almost unusable. I was able to use it in a dress before because I used my afro hair, and it covered up the hook. So you can do things to make it work. The pink and green. I'm actually kind of liking this here. I don't hate that. Hair color is pretty good too. I love this hair. I'm not a huge fan of hair that light. I prefer the darker hair like this. I also like that this looks like a watermelon, with these little dots being seeds. This one is... This reminds me of the... Repair Woman? I don't remember what it was called. The one you got when you went into the Croaker dungeon to repair the electricity. That outfit, this is what this makes me think of. It's very electrical, I guess. I guess I associate yellow clothing like this with working with electrics. I haven't glowed this up either. That's crazy. This is going to expose me of not glowing things up enough. But I try. I use all my stamina on the glitter stuff. It just takes so many days per outfit. Let's go through. There's the hook. The dreaded hook. I do like the rest of the hat. If this was just a solid line, and you could just have a bobber be here instead of the hook, I'd like this hat a lot more. It would still be hard to use. I think having this be as loose as it is kind of a problem. I would want it to be a little tighter. It doesn't necessarily have to be tight on my chin. I don't need it that tight. But if the wind caught this from behind, this string isn't keeping it on your head because it's not going to catch your chin. It's just going to fly forward. So it's too thin. Very simple, but useful hair clip. Everything in the game is star design, so you can make use of that everywhere. I like this piece a lot. I think it works really, really, really well in any exercise outfit. I don't see the usefulness in fishing, because you're going to have a tackle box. What are you going to put in here that's going to be actually useful for you when you fish? Like, your phone? Is that what you're putting in here? I don't know. Because if you don't have a tackle box, if you bring in one single thing of line, you're not bringing anything for if you got to cut the line, you got to do all this stuff. And I don't know, you're just carrying your fish? You're not going to bring, like, a bucket? Yeah, I just think it's a silly thing for a fishing outfit to have. I think it's an amazing thing for an exercise outfit to have, because you can actually just throw your phone in it. And then you don't got to have pants or shirts or a fanny pack or anything. You can just tie that to your leg and be done with it. You would need it to be very secure, though. For someone with really, really thick thighs, this would be a problem. Unless you also have a really big kneecap, because it's going to slide down. You need that really held on tight there. Shoes, these are pretty nice. They are very, very wide, but they can work as kind of waterproofy shoes. So you can use them for rain outfits. You can use them for stuff like that. You probably want to dye the back, because it has the thing that looks like a life preserver. And for some outfits, that's going to work. For some, it's not. You wouldn't really make... I guess you could make, like, a lifeguard outfit with these. Typically, you would associate lifeguards with being barefoot. But maybe you could make it work. It's something. It still has a lot of sea theming to it. But I think anything water-related, you can make it what you want. These gloves, I think, are really nice. The fingerless gloves, you run into a problem where a lot of the time, if I want to wear gloves, I want them to be solid. Because it means I'm doing something with my hands. I'm picking things up that are dirty or things like that. So, fingerless gloves, I think, are less useful. It's also got the design on the back, which could be limiting, but I think the design is vague enough. The other one you can see in this picture has a fish, but I don't think it's that big a deal. I think you could throw this on almost any outfit that would require fingerless gloves and call it good. They're a little heavy duty in this section, but not in a super bad way. They could be way worse. They could be way thicker. Talked about this, but I love the hair. The tiny, tiny little twin tails poking out of the bottom are very nice. Hair's pretty messy. It's a little styled. You do have it, like, combed properly down, but you have a little bit of flaking out. It's hard to see because of the background. Little bit of flaking out all over the place. I think it works really well. I just prefer other colors for it. Now, this is the pants I was talking about. These feel like they come from a different set. And I'm always surprised whenever I click on them in the menu for making outfits, and I check and see that it came from the shark outfit. Because it just, nothing about this really screams fishing. It doesn't scream shark. It's just kind of some wide pants. They're more of what I would associate with... For some reason, Grace came to mind. I know Grace doesn't wear shorts, but Mayor Grace, like, you'd work in, like, a... I know Mayor Grace probably runs a tighter ship than this. It's just, we've talked to some weird personality people. It's kind of the idea of, like, almost a business casual shorts, where you'd make these brown, and they'd be kind of work pants. Now, another thing that comes to mind is like old school young boy chimney sweep. So make of that what you will, with me associating these pants with that. I don't hate them. I just don't think they're a very useful set of pants for at least the types of outfits I make. These socks are very, very good. These are supposed to be shark teeth, but you can just pretend they're lines. So these don't have anything they're required to match with. Anything gradient is useful. Because you just need, the more gradients you have, the better, because you're gonna find an outfit that needs it, and dyeing options are pretty rough, especially with very, very dark colors. So you'll easily run through your sets and be like, I have 3 things with a gradient that's top dark to bottom light, and none of them fit the particular thing I'm working with. So the more options, the better for that. And the line in the front kind of makes it stitchy. So you could get away with having like some patchworky clothes and having this be to match that. I do think typically I prefer dark up, light down. Probably. It can cause problems. Same with the length of this. It can cause problems. Because if you are wearing a skirt or pants with a bad length, it can block off the top of this, or it could leave like weird amounts of your leg showing. You can show like just a tiny bit of the leg and you don't want it. But overall, very, very good socks. Maybe the best of the 4 stars for socks. This coat, very cute. Hoodie is not that useful because it's got these big shark teeth all over it and it's extremely wide. It's a comically wide hoodie. When you put it on, it's going to droop everywhere. But big problem again is with this. The little hook down here, I hate. So the odds of me using this is very low because of that. And it's got the same problem with this hang-on piece. You could probably dye this into being like an edgy thing rather than a shark themed. Where you could make it like blacks, reds, browns, things like that, whatever it would be. Some yellows, maybe not brown. Make it into like an edgy overcoat. This would stop that. This would cause a lot of problems, and I don't know if there's a good way to cover it because it hangs so far out from the body. So, it's a hard-to-use piece for anything other than a fishing outfit, kind of. Which is unfortunate, because I think just the hoodie by itself would be cool. It's got kind of like, weird rolled-up sleeves at a weird spot, right at the elbow. It doesn't look the most comfortable. I'd rather have them rolled up a little bit more, just so when you bend your arm you're not bumping into it. But it's an interesting piece. It also, something, if you look kinda at how it comes out of the body, I guess it's because it's tucked into the armpit here. It looks like it comes out a lot, and then goes straight. So, like, your body is super thin up here, and then you get super wide, like, right there. And Nikki's chest isn't big enough to cause that effect on just normal shirts, so it is the shirt itself. So, it creates a weird body shape feel, actually. The more I'm looking at it, the more I'm seeing that. And down here to you. You are the outfit that does not have any special effects, but it's interesting because you're a sewing outfit. So, I do like it. This is an outfit I like a lot. But I guess just because we don't have any sewing outfits, like, you don't have to change into a particular outfit to craft things. Maybe that was like an early beta of the game, is this would be your crafting outfit. And then when they removed that and just made crafting not a requirement to be in a specific thing, they never got rid of the outfit because they liked it. Because I guess that would make sense. You'd kind of put on your crafting outfit, and then that would be the crafting menu. You'd maybe, like, pull out some yarn or sit at a table or something. So, that's my guess. Maybe they've, like, said something in an interview about this outfit and why it's the only one that doesn't have an ability. But it is a cute one. How useful is it? I think the pieces are pretty useful in this. This maybe not as much, but I'll talk about it. Ooh. A green and yellow. I don't necessarily hate it. In particular, I don't get this feel from this one. It might just be that the angle is really bad here because her arm's up blocking this side of her chest. I feel like this piece, even though we know it's not connected, in this angle looks like it is. Like it's the strap, and it makes it look like the whole thing is falling down. So it makes this section, the green section, look really loose. And I don't like that. But again, I think that's just a problem with the picture, and I don't think that's a problem with the dress itself. Because when you have actually twirling around here, you can tell that's not the case. Another, like, apron one as well. These are such good pictures on the side of these guys. And a different one on the back, too. It's so good. It looks almost like a stamp, because it has this cutout outside where it's stitched onto the dress as a separate piece. Ooh. Is this maybe like a light pink and gray? It's hard to tell because it's grayed out. But the hat looks almost like it's a very, very light pink rather than gray. It's really hard to tell, though. Overall, I am a fan of this dress, and I think the pieces are useful, which we will see here. There's a couple earrings in the game that are these, like, pom-pom things. Having it be attached with this is weird, but okay. This piece is cool. And it would be the type of thing where if you didn't have it and you were making an outfit related to sewing, you'd cry. But I have it, and I haven't made an outfit related to sewing, and so I've never used it. So you get into this weird situation where you have it, and you don't use it, or you need it, and you're super, super happy, but it's only for the one outfit ever. So, if you pulled on the Carnival Season 5-star, that the theme of the dress is that it's a patchwork S-sling, you could use this to be as if you're patching yourself. That would be the use case I'd see for this in the game right now, and I'm not sure what other dress it would really go good with. So that's kind of what I'm thinking for that. Is this called a bonnet? I don't remember what exactly that is. That's not the chest wrap, is it? A bonnet? I don't think so. I think a bonnet's a hat. Maybe I have those confused and swapped in my head. But it's very homely. So you'd want to use it in something pretty casual. So I guess the idea with the set isn't so much of running like a shop where you sew things, or I would hope not like a factory line where you're sewing things, but more of just like sitting at home by a fireplace sewing. Another one that's just, it's useful. You can throw it on random sets just when you want one little thing in the hair. Shoes are pretty good. Got like the ears of the bib-coon, I assume, is what it's supposed to be, because that's what the rest of the set is doing. I don't typically associate bib-coons with being little bears, but I associate this type of ear with being a bear. And I don't know, I assume bib-coons are supposed to be raccoons. I don't know that for sure, I guess. They could be mini bears for all I know, but that's typically what I associate them with. I guess, are they supposed to be Tanuki, actually? Because they have those statues of them doing, like, Tanuki poses at the Bib-Coon Chuckle Club. Maybe that's actually what they're supposed to be. Got the little puff one here as well. I think these shoes are okay. The ears are nice, but the thing above them, again, I would want it gone. I think it takes away from the shoe. I think the shoe would just be better without it. This itself, it does have, over here, the sewing accessories again. So, it's a little limiting, potentially, through that, because what would I use this on other than a sewing outfit? Possibly a maid? And you can argue that you have to sew the clothes of your master if they get torn or something, so that's a justification. But it wouldn't really make sense for like cooking or anything like that where you would normally have your apron on. So I don't know. I don't have the problem with the pouch as much because it doesn't look like it's fluffy. It's just the tools are a little weird. Obviously, I talked about it in the other menu, but the design on the under part is amazing. It's so good. It's okay that this is pretty plain. I don't have a problem with that because the rest of the dress is overwhelmingly detailed. This part up here is pretty nice too. The hair. We can see in this menu about how long it is. It goes down to here. Decent hair. I like that the bangs are straight. These are not my favorite thing, but they're an okay length. Yeah, yawn. I don't like... Some hairs have them and they're like this long. That I might like even less than super long ones. Super long ones I don't like because they get in the way of your entire design for your chest piece. This is probably a good medium. One thing I'll note is that it cuts up open shoulder, so you have to already have something that has straps, or else you're just killing the look of the top. But most things in the game do, so that's not a necessarily big worry. One also problem with this hair is it comes with the like scrunchies attached. That's rough, because maybe if you have really thick ones, you can put them in accessories and it will overwrite. But I don't know about that. I wouldn't trust it. So you kind of have to accept. I assume in the dye menu you can change the color of them. I would hope at least. But it is a problem that's worth mentioning. Pretty loose hair on the side, which is very nice. Final piece here, a very, very good piece again. Socks. Probably good to have the stripe at the top, so you don't have to worry about being too close in color to your leg if you want to dye these to be lighter. The flowers, also very nice. Single color is fine. This in general is, I think, just a good sock color by itself. And flowers, easy to throw into most outfits. Even if they don't have flower designs, you can kind of justify flowers on most things. Now we are down to our bug catching. So, this little thing here is interesting, because it has stuff in it. I don't think it's fireflies. I think it's a glowing actual plant. Because there's a few of them in the game that just glow at night. It's like sizz blooms, I think, and something else do. So, I don't know. Some of the pieces on this set are a little weird. This piece here, the actual butterfly wings, are a separate piece, which is very interesting. I'm really glad. I've tried using it before on stuff. I don't know if I have properly done it or not. We also... That might be a separate piece for the chest there. I think this is a 10-piece. It might be the only 4-star 10-piece. Not... Maybe in the game. It is possible it's the only 10-piece 4-star in the game. I'm not 100% sure on that. It's a crazy cut-up piece, though. Flowers in there. Might be the only flower decoration on the dress itself is the ones in the pocket. We do have our hat here, which is a very silly hat. My main problem with the hat is how short the brim is. It feels comically short. We also have a little plant thing on top, which I think is cute. You could say it's not a good addition to the hat. I think it is. I think it adds character to it. The glasses I don't like, though. I was really angry for a while that there wasn't good glasses in the game, because they all had a gimmick. And I think right now I still only have one pair of glasses that don't have a gimmick to them. They all have stuff that hangs down, or they're shaped weirdly, or things like that. I just want these glasses, but with nothing hanging off. I just want glasses I can wear casually. And this is nothing near casual. And what are our colors? Wow, that is bright. That is obscenely bright. I'm not a fan of the hair. I kind of like the blue of this. I'm not a huge fan of how this purple is matching this. You can kind of go for like an ice feel with the hat, even though it's flowers, because of the white and blue. That's pretty good, though. That matches a lot better with this. Hat's a good color, too. I'm a big fan of that. I really like the glow up. I might like the glow up a tiny bit more than this. Just this hair color, I think, is the best. So yeah, like I said, I think the little thing on top is very silly, very cute. The goggles are a little weird. Because they are, like, flipped upside down and put on the hat and above the brim. So you can't even pull them down easily to just put on your face. I do not like this, but the rest of the glasses I like. What could you use it for when it has this? I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever know. Maybe I could see this working in like a Linlong dress, because this type of thing I feel like you see in Linlong hanging off clothes a lot. Kinda nice. Again, big variance on what your hairstyle is, on whether these work or just don't work at all. And then we also have this, which is interesting. It's a piece that I should pay more attention to because it might be useful in more dresses. The concern is, who would realistically... Yawning again. Who would realistically carry around a glass bottle on a string? Other than people who work with plants and animals. And it doesn't have useful things in it, so it can't really be for, like, trekking around. So, I don't know. It's a weird one. The boots are nice to have. I never noticed before that it's the little leaf at the front. Cute. It's almost like a little smile. It's tied in the back, too. You can kind of see it here. The shoes aren't bad. Useful to have, because maybe you'll just need this exact length for a sock you're using, but it's not something I'm super excited for. This is a 10-piece, by the way. Crazy. This piece, I'm so glad it is cut up from the top, because throwing this on other sets can be nice. A lot of, like, leafy sets, especially in Land, this will be a good outerwear for that. The problem is just finding things that are going to match up without overlapping and being cut up by it, because it's very tight at the waist. That would be my only concern with this, but yeah, it's a big Land piece, honestly. This, I don't think the flowers in the pocket are necessarily a full thing that just makes it so you have to use this for nature sets. I think you can use this and just ignore the flowers. I think they're a tiny enough detail. You could use this as... maybe, like, somewhat casual outside worker. You could use this as light manual labor. You could use this as maybe a merchant, too. Like a traveling one that just goes between cities or something. I think there's still a lot you can make work with this set. I don't think there's a big problem with it. Now these, even though they're full-fingered, this thing here is huge. So, when I think of like a gardening glove, I think of having things this wide, but the fingers would also be that wide. They would be super thick too. And this ends up feeling like a piece that's just slapped on your gloves and doesn't serve a purpose. I don't particularly like these gloves, and I don't think there's very many good use cases for them. They do have a nice design, so maybe if you have a super thick arm piece coming off like a big fluffy dress, so it lines up nicer with this, it'll be a bit subtler of a transition. Hair, very similar to the last one that was double twins. Well, not double twins, single twins, I suppose is what you would say. Just very puffy. It's just puffy and then gets thin, is the main difference. It's still two things down in the front, flat bangs. A bit of loose sock is not bad. There's not many in the game like this. There's a few, definitely. There's the one which we'll eventually get to that's ridiculous, where the socks are just a different length, but they pretend they're the same length. That one is a crazy one. I hope I remember to talk about it when we find them. But slightly fallen down, slightly wrinkled, adds texture that's interesting, and them being so thick means they can be used in like winter sets very, very effectively. And you could use them again with like outdoorsy sets too, but they're mainly a low temperature sock, which is nice. And now we're on to the set I don't actually have yet, so we have to look at it in this type of screen. But we have our Crystal Poems set, our final for the 5 stars. And it's interesting. I don't think the dress is that long. We'll have to look again in pieces. I think it's a little above knee. It is ice-themed rather than crystal in my mind. Because they kind of are similar, because ice is a crystal, I think. But don't quote me on that. A purification as well is interesting. I think this set gets put in a bad position because, as far as I know, it doesn't do anything when you wear it. Like, I think it's a purification that just does nothing. It may be that when I pull it and get the 9th piece, a tutorial is going to pop up and say, when you use this, it inflicts the enemies with a slow debuff or something to follow my ice theming idea. But I don't know. I just assumed when it came out, and I still assume to this day a year later, that this outfit is just a normal ability. Like, you put it in purification, but maybe because in 1.0, maybe you couldn't change ability outfits. I think that was true when the game started. I feel like the menu where you could change to custom designs of ability outfits was added later. I don't know if it was 1.5 or if it was before that, like 1.2 to 4 or something. So I guess you would have to wear this if you didn't want to look at the base Winds of Purity or whatever it's called outfit, and if you didn't pull on Timeless Melody, which I think was 1.4. Maybe that was 1. No, that had to be 1.3 or 4, because I think it was before Sea of Stars. Ooh, the purple isn't the final upgrade. That's interesting. I kind of like it more than this. I do like the blue, but it's a little... I kind of want to get away from the ice theming and go more towards the crystal theming, and this kind of doesn't do it either. Maybe I'm thinking a pink would look the best for me. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's worse than the others with that color. The fire is interesting. Having fire be the final one is crazy. I like the hair a lot in that. This is also really good. Kind of it burning from the top here. That's really nice, actually. I really like the piece that goes for the shoulder here. That's really good. You have kind of the flames coming down off this. So the fire is originating from the top triangle point here and from the belt. That's really cool. Oh. Maybe I do like the pink a lot. Maybe I like the pink more than the blue. I think the purple's okay, and the red might be really the best. Let's look at the pieces of this, because I don't really know them. I have this, and I have this, and that's it. So, the ring, very, very similar to the other 5-star ring. So, it's just got a lot more poking out of it. It has twice as many, actually. Instead of 8 poking out pieces, it is 16. So, very, very spiky boy. It's also very big. These are... based on this, on both sides of the head, I assume? Interesting. They're kind of like shooting stars with the trail behind them, is how I would categorize them. So again, pretty easy to throw on random sets. Decently usable just for everything. Earrings, too. These are nice. Having this poke up is probably good. So we're going through the whole set here. We had ones that go here, ones that go here, and now we have ones that go here. I think the lower it gets, the less interesting it is to me. It's definitely still usable, especially because there's a more interesting design on the hand, because it ends in that, like, starry pattern of, like, the snowflake. Tiara. Cute. Very, very far back on the head. Big, big neck piece. Look at how far down the shoulder that goes, because it's so layered. So a little bit of the problem I had before, where it looks like a bunch of different pieces put together. You have the central piece, the ribbony piece, all the strings, and a hang down piece, and it's all just as one. This hair... Something about this hair has always felt off to me. I think the problem is it feels like Victorian, like super big fluffy wigs that stand super high up. If that's a real thing, and I'm not thinking of something other than Victorian. It gives me a weird vibe of like an not arrogant in a cute way, but arrogant in a non-cute way rich woman from like an old time. So I've had a bad vibe with this hair. And I think the problem is just the thing poking up at the back. I think the bangs are pretty nice, actually. And at least from this angle, I like the stuff hanging down. But I think these are too far forward. You can see on the side, they're going to really hang forward, and there's going to be a big gap, and then the rest of the wavy. Okay, the dress is right above knee. It's a pretty good length dress. Very, very puffy in a cute way. Nice shoulder things. I don't have any big problems with the dress. I think it's very usable. This section here is a little on the boring side, and you can't really do anything to fix that. So you're kind of just stuck. But you can just have a plainer looking set overall. Like, don't have super, super detailed leggings, don't have super, super detailed arms, and then having a single textured, like, belly won't stand out as badly, so I think it's fine. Pretty simple legs, just big design going up, full color. I like that top part actually going... Oh, no, it doesn't go up. That's a shine effect, I think. Because I looked over here and it looks like it's flat. I have to sit closer to the screen. I think that's just a shine. So, I thought it curved up like antlers, but I don't think it does. So I'm going to take back my initial praise of it. It's probably better than some of the other 5-star shoes on standard, but it's not super exciting to me. The shoes having the super white front is nice. This kind of having the starred poke out is nice, but I do not like the band around here. I think that's a bad part. And now I think we're on the makeup. So, makeup for pretty much the whole video here we're doing, we're going to go through pretty quick, because most things with makeup, you can't actually tell what's going on, especially from a screen this far away. So, it's only going to really be eyes, lipstick, and foundation that I can talk meaningfully about. Normally, with things like eyelashes and eyebrows, you can click on and off, and then you can measure the distance better. Can't do that here. So, we're gonna kind of be through these pretty fast for the whole video. But this little, like, purplish baggy under the eyes, these, which kind of look like Default Nikki to me. I think Default Nikki is more brown than this, but not bad, bright pink. Probably just extra lashes on the bottom, it looks like. Maybe a little, like, yellowish for the eyebrows. Big, big, big bottom lip pink. I kind of do like that. I think I use Rose and Bloom decently often when I'm trying to get super big pink. The one problem I have with this, and I've always had this problem with this lipstick in particular, I think the mouth is kind of small, side to side. I prefer wider mouth makeup, even though having a thinner mouth is normally seen as more attractive. I really, really don't like the mouth being seen extending past the lipstick and it not following it. I would prefer, like, just honesty about the size of the mouth. So this kind of throws me off, where it feels like you have two mouths in one. You have, like, the mouth here, and then a bigger mouth behind it, so it makes it feel, like, weird to me. I'm not a fan of that. We have just some green eyeshadow, I think. I don't even think the rest of the face has any blush or anything. Just some green eyes. Probably green-tipped. Hard to tell from this angle. Feels like a little darker. Maybe very, very slightly longer than base Nikki. And then this is more of an appropriate length, I feel. It's not quite making it to the edge, but this is like a normal expected lipstick length. So, that works. And it's not as big of a bottom lip, but it's a little darker, I think. Very, very obvious white tinted. These are hard to use. I think they're useful. I think they're a good thing to have in case you need them, but the odds that you'll have an outfit with eyebrows this expressive and standoutish is hard. Maybe if you have super, super light colored eyes, it won't stand out as much, but hard to use but cool lashes. Hard to tell exactly what the difference is here. I think it's maybe just like some slight eyeshadow, maybe? Very, very nice. Very, very dark red, but very good size. Little fade on the top lip, I think, compared to the others. Maybe? Just like a slight fade. It might be shorter. I feel like I use this one all the time, too. And these are definitely lighter, maybe a little lower down even. Like they're drawn a little more in. And then these are the super, super, super white eyes, which is kind of what this will go with. Very, very edge of eye thick eyelashes. They push your eyes really heavy to the side here. Like, maybe a pink or purple? It's hard to tell exactly. Very good size. Little bigger upper lip than the other one, so I do think the other one, the upper lip was a little faded. Decently big bottom lip, and very nice color. It's... I don't know, maybe a little glossier than the others, too. And some very light blue eyes. Very pretty. We have maybe like thicker in the center, thinner out here maybe? And then we have a little ponytail thing. Cute. We're out of a standard band. No, we're not out of standard band. This is 3 stars, isn't it? Yeah, 3 stars. We are, this is our tie. Very, very good piece. One of the best of the 3-star standard banners by far. Extremely nice outerwear jogging thing. The only complaint I've ever had about it is that it's almost impossible to close. Like, I can't imagine how tight this is going to constrict your chest if you actually try to button these here. Because it already looks like it's sitting pretty close to my body here. So, it's not ever meant to actually be closed, for sure. Good hair. I've definitely used this before. Kind of does have the feeling, because of the color of the hair, that the bangs are like slapped on because they're a lighter shade of purple, which is a really interesting thing. I don't know if it's just the lighting of this shot, but I definitely get that feel here. Asymmetry in the hair, always nice. This one is very, very large. Things like this also dye very badly. See-through things in general, you have a really hard time dyeing because the color on them changes drastically based on how many layers you're currently looking through. So if you look from the top into here, it's going to be burning bright of whatever color you put, and the strings are going to be almost white. So they're really hard to dye and use unless you're already using like a white outfit. This bag is very, very big, but I think design-wise and length-wise, it's one of the best bags in the game. It's pretty close to the shoulder. And a lot of the bags droop, like, all the way below your butt, and I hate that. I want the bag to be up closer like this, so I think it works really well. Really like the V here to give your arm a little more space to get in and out of it, too. If it was cut off here, it'd be way too tight. The reason it can poke up like this is because of the V. So, the string's able to be so short because of that. I really like this bag. Just some general, like, jogging shoes. Love them. Used them before. Any exercise outfit, having these is great. This hair is a sleeper. It's, not in the sense of, like, it puts you to sleep, but it's super underrated. More girls need to be using this. Tucked back, with a little bit of bangs still left. You didn't fully part bangs. Behind ears. And it comes to cup the face, kind of like some of the later in the game 5-stars do, but it's just too low. I love this hair. One problem it does have, because this is so wide, and the hair in the back is straight, you kind of become like a little... I don't know, you're like a little thumbtack or something. You're like a rounded thumbtack from the back, where your hair is kind of this weird shape and then flat. So the back isn't as appealing. Just useful, nice tiny socks. Ripped jeans I generally don't like. One thing I really don't like about these is the rips are both at her thigh, and there's none at the bottom because they're so short. Normally, if you find someone wearing ripped jeans, they're gonna either have a bunch of rips or they're gonna have one or two above, one or two below. It's not gonna only be above rips. So it creates a weird feel for me, where I guess these rips feel more natural to me than ones that are actually sold as ripped jeans, which is what I think this is supposed to be. Let me take a sip of my drink here. Also, not a big fan of the length, but you can use that as an excuse to put big boots on. And then it's not as bad, I think. You have to be careful, though, because if you put on super, super long boots and they go to, like, here, it looks like you have another 8 inches of jean in your boot, and that's not a good look. You kind of want to let people know that your pants end by showing this part that's pulled up to end it. Cute top, used for outdoorsy, very casual, on the younger side outfits. So, nice to have, but hard to use in very detailed outfits again. It's one of those dresses kind of like the 5-star crystal that if you're going to use this top, you have to accept that the outfit's going to be a very flat outfit by design, I think. Very simple, very nice. I love it. It doesn't have the problem the others do. It's just one thing, which I love. Some simple socks, a good size, and they get a little ruffle. So it's just like the ones from earlier, but these have a little ruffle at the top, so it's just more variety. These pants, they're good size-wise. They're a little high-waisted. They're not too thick out here, but it's not bad. The chain does cause problems for me personally. I've tried using these on a couple outfits, and I didn't want a chain on it. I just wanted the pants, and because of that, I had to change design ideas. Because the problem I was running into is that it's too fancy. I don't want like a gold chain on here. And when it comes to this belt buckle, I can cover that with a shirt. But I can't cover this with a shirt without cutting all the way to here. And then it's kind of weird how the pants look if you don't have any of the top. So, they're good pants by themselves. I think they're good pants that don't have many good tops in the game for them. Shark necklace. Weird that this isn't included in the shark set, but I guess there are already so many pieces to it. I don't remember if there was a neck piece in the shark set, but it's a nice thing. And again, if you dye it, you can pretend it's just zigzags and not, like, water-themed. It's called Fluttering Heart anyway. What is it? Fierce Teeth. So it's not supposed to be shark necessarily, just teeth, but that is kind of the impression with the colors. If you dye it to other things, I think you can kind of get away with it. Cute. Can't tell if that's open. I think it's open. And striped socks, useful. They can break up patterns. You don't really want to add to patterns. If you have a vertical striped outfit, I don't even know if there are any in the game. But if you did, you don't want vertical striped socks. That's going to be too much. But if you have stripes in general on the outfit, horizontal or diagonal, I think this will be a nice addition. Honestly, decent shoes, too. If you look over here, the sides are really nice. This fully open ankle is very cute. From the side, you can see it very well. Very small base of the shoe. So, if you were looking at it from the back, you could probably see the sole of the foot through it, honestly. I don't know if Nikki's feet are that thin that even that tiny little strip would cover it. I don't think so, at least. Because it looks like half the size of where her toes are. I don't remember what that bone is called. But very, very, very thin. I think they're cute. These are very silly. Big hearts. It's, it might be hard to use a shoe that silly for most outfits. If you're going with a cutesy design, throwing a heart on there isn't going to throw things off. I don't think you have to have this on like a Valentine's or a date outfit or something. I think it just has to be a cute themed outfit, and then it can work. The rest of the shoe is very, very normal. These are hard to use. These socks are weird to me. They are longer socks that have fallen down, but they're see-through. I typically don't like the see-through socks. I know earlier we had these, which are a little see-through here. Full see-through socks, I kind of just ask myself, what's the point? Like, why are you even wearing them at that point? I know there's, like, literal reasons to wear it. See-through clothes are still clothes. They protect your feet from rubbing against the shoe and stuff like that. But still. This is interesting. I associate like the wind and stuff with the Linlong Empire. Same with these clips. I always associate these with Chinese clothing. Okay, they are Linlong. I'm not going crazy. But I also associate Linlong with long, long dresses. Or if it is a short dress, very tight fit short dress with open side. I don't typically, like, I don't even know what a Linlong shirt would be. I don't know if in my head I can picture a Linlong Empire shirt. So what would I put on with this? It's a question I don't know if I can answer, and that's meant that this piece felt less useful. I think right here also this is a stitched. I don't think it's actually open. Because it just gets a little too close to your underwear. So I think that's where the open part ends. So if you're wearing socks that end like here, you can create a weird feeling in this gap. But as long as they make it to this part here, it can end and it won't matter. So if you have socks that end just shy of the crotch, it's long enough. It doesn't have to be full-legged. And then we have just another full-legged, like, stocking type thing that's just a design, which is always useful. I love these. There's maybe too many of them, to be honest, but maybe there's still a couple here and there designs we don't have where these would be useful to get. I think in general, I just have so many that I can't differentiate them in my head at all. They're all the same thing to me. Back bow shoes, decent strap coverage. Very, very, very happy it's not just the thing up here. That's a big, big, big thing. Love it. Pretty thick heels too, which I do tend to like. Short, pretty thick. Some very, like, high pony in braid. A tight, tight braid too. Pulled back pretty tight for the whole head except for our bangs here, and open forehead. A very early on into the game open forehead. That's something that I felt like they only got into later, where every outfit had an open forehead and they kept giving us forehead accessories. But I guess an early example of this. It's cute. Hard to use. I associate this with Linlong. Never mind, it says Linlong right there. Okay. So far, I have a good read on the Linlong Empire style, apparently. The silly goggles. This makes Nikki's nose look really low down on her face, because the bridge of the nose is kind of blended in. So it looks like her eyes are really, really wide apart, and her nose is really, really tiny and really low down on her face. But you're only going to use these in a joke outfit anyway, because they're not even really watery. Like, you couldn't say they were for a water set unless you're really stretching. I think you could try it, but I think they're very obviously for some type of, like, mechanical work. This is a piece that, whenever I see it, I feel like it's useful, but I've never found a good use for it. It's very, very formal. I guess you'd put it under just a normal work shirt that's long sleeve. And I think it's also non-dyeable. I think, at least. Maybe they've added dye to it since the last time I looked at it. But the very, very bright red is a weird color for formal wear. For, like, an office formal wear. This is cute. Great for sleepy designs. It's got 3 as well, which is a little weird, but I'm glad it's this way, where the short ones are down here, rather than up at the top. Generic star, usable all the time. Very, very, very nice hair. Very messy bottom is huge, improving good things. You can even see a little bit of hair flaky away at the top. So, lovely, lovely hair. Little eye cup here. You'll love to see it. Maybe the best hair on the standard banner? Maybe even including 4 and 5 stars. It's close. Better than the shark hair, and that was also up there. Maybe best hair standard banner. This is pretty good. Wintry, formal, work girl. I do like this one a lot. My only concern about it is it's a little... I would want this part here, the white, to be longer. I don't like that it's the same length, because I'd want this to look like it's an overcoat, even though it's actually a dress. And that causes, like, a mess up in my brain, because I don't think the overcoat part should be the same length as the dress part. So that's the concern. Is it also... Okay, it's hard to see. There is a chest protector here. I was going to say, that's a really low cut, but there is a protector. This lovely piece, use it all the time. Amazing, amazing piece. Just some little flowers for us. And a generic clip. I've called this a bunch of different stuff a bunch of different times. I've called it like a bee before. I've called it a flower. I've called it everything, which is a good sign. You could just use it to be whatever you want it to be. That was the styles that resonate. Now we're on to this. Wait a second. That was Distant C? AirPod Premium. Distant C. This won't be as big of a problem when we get to other stuff, because there'll be less things. I'll be able to remember where I am. But yeah, we're on Styles that Resonate, Distant C, now we're at PayPal Premium. So this is shop items. So in every update, I'm going to have 0 out of whatever for these. So that's something to just get used to. Like, beach outfit. I didn't realize we had one this early in the game. A lot of the early shop items I never looked at. So it's going to kind of be like I'm seeing them for the first time here. Because back then, I didn't used to check the shop at all, because I knew I wasn't buying anything. Interesting, it's like a mesh around hat with the flowers here. The balls of doom and despair, but a nice middle part. That's a very nice necklace, actually. Interesting design, kind of like more of what you'd see on a bracelet than a necklace. And then little tiny centerpiece, which is nice. Speaking of, there's the bracelet version of it. Doubled up on both sides. Because it's so tiny, maybe that's okay? That's an insane bag. That's like 100 different flowers attached to it. I assume they're not real. But Small sling bag? I don't know if I'd call that small. It looks... The bag itself is probably half the size it looks because of the flowers. Pretty nice hair. It looks like it's pretty loose towards the bottom. Maybe, like, going in a bit. Very, very puffy head, which is adorable. This top is really good. I really, really like the texturing here of these lines going through. The size of it's also very cute. It's not quite a tube top. It goes further down the stomach. And it also does have the straps. It's probably better with them than without them, because I would want it to be shorter and go up a little higher, I think, to like right under the elbow if it didn't have straps. Probably. So I think I like the straps more. I don't know if I like the fact that this kind of webbing continues up that. I might prefer that it stay just white, but that's hard to tell, because you could maybe dye that separately. It probably isn't dyeable, but you never know. Just some normal jeans. There is like flower designing on the side, and I don't think it's cut open. I think it's just a line drawn here, but not too bad. Nice shoes, especially for like a beach going set, which I wouldn't associate these pants with, but I would associate this top. But this is a summer beach going shoe. Very nice. It looks almost like clips, although I assume it's a slip-in, but very, very nice. This is a piece that I do like a lot. You still see girls with this every once in a while, even though it was 1.0. It's probably re-released since then, because I know this dress re-releases all the time. I'm pretty sure, at least. Because it's so poppy that I notice it all the time in the shop. But, like, a nurse. Kind of sleepy. And also, kind of, Carnival Season 5-star-y. Where it looks like it's an S-sling. Oh, Needles and Pills is so fun. I don't know if I've ever seen this piece before. And that's crazy to me. I guess it's just hard to use. Even though it's a really fun piece, I guess I've never seen it, or at least I don't remember ever seeing it. Because kind of like a lot of the joke items we get in the shop that cost diamonds, having just a needle on your head is kind of weird. Just an X. The other side is not an O, though. It's a button with something above it. And then, obviously, the iconic eye cover that everyone uses, that I wish I had. Oh! I love the stitching. This is all stuff that goes with the 4-star from Standard Banner that isn't part of a set. With all that sewing stuff, you combine it with this, and then you can make, like, a medical sewing set. And then Big Pill, obviously. This hair's amazing. This makes me think of someone. Who does this make me think of? Is it like a girl from Project Diva or something that has hair just like this with a highlight? I can't think of it. I swear there's someone that looks just like this. I obviously love this hair. It's adorable. Almost fully out to the side. It is pointed back a little. It's not, like, literally on the side of her head. But very, very nice. Adorable. Like, sleepy nurse gown, almost, I'd call it. I think technically it's supposed to be just a normal shirt that's very, very oversized. So it's hanging down off her shoulders. And it looks like there's a strap still holding it up on one side here. But it's like a strap attached after the fact. I don't know. It's a little weird. This also looks like it might be different fabric attached to it. This side is shorter, like it was cut, and there's an undershirt. And the patterning doesn't attach to this arm. It's a very, very interesting top. What would I use it for outside of a home outfit for sleep? I don't know. One leg wrapped. Kinda nice. Inevitable when chasing after sad sacks. She's hunting down sad sacks. That's crazy lore. The type of thing I honestly would have wanted for my gigantification. I have, like, plants on my legs in my gigantification outfit. I would have preferred something like this, because I wanted it to be like a fighter. And this is the type of thing I'd see wrapped for, like, a fighter. Oh, very cute. I'm loving the not animal, S-Ling themed outfits. Oh my goodness, it's the cutest thing that's ever existed? That's insane. So she's a sad sack researcher. What a fun idea for an outfit that I wish I had. A little baby sad sack. And I guess it's like a drawstring bag, so you just open it and put the things in its head. What an adorable backpack. I love that so much. Yeah, this is a great, like, mix. This, the 5-star from Carnival, and the 4-star from Standard Banner that isn't an ability outfit. Combine all 3 of those into one set. Now, this one is a crazy one we see all the time. We have our little animal hoodie, which is nice. Easy to use on a lot of stuff. This is almost impossible to use on a lot of stuff. It's like Batwing shades. A very hard use case, but a fun item again. Okay, necklace. Not a huge fan of it. I could see myself using it if I had it. Maybe I would, like, dye these. I would hope they're dyeable in other colors and not that they're just stuck as one thing, but it's hard to tell. This backpack is crazy. Material-wise, another filthy one. Impossible to clean. A lot of problems with that. But it also has the same, it looks like, material as the waterproof backpack we got with the, like, rain set that was, like, Momo's face. And this was just bat wings. So, a bit weird. I assume this stuff does move around in there at least a little because it looks so loose. It's cute. It's the type of thing I'd expect on a very, very young child, though. Like, early elementary designed backpack. And I don't really associate the top and stuff with that, so we'll have to get to that. These are adorable. But this is more of like a party girl crazy wear, I would say, rather than childish. And also just hard to use, because you can't grab anything with them. This is crazy, too. Again, it's making me think of a character for some reason. I guess double tails out on short hair like this. There's just some character in my mind that's an association I haven't put together. Fiery, though. I really like the two-tone of this. That's very good. And I like the hair in general. Not as much as the other one, but still good. This is what I'm saying with not as childish as I think some of the pieces make the outfit out to be. So there's kind of a mash in my head. But this is like Tron. It's futuristic. I think the piece is interesting. The open shoulders are cute. It's a piece that I think this piece alone doesn't match anything else on the set. And it would be a cool piece to have, because you'd be able to build things with it for other sets. And then we have some pretty generic pants with cut-ups that are interlaced. So I think the last time we saw these pants was in Wishfield during Encore season, I think. And it's 2 pairs of pants where the one at the top goes in to the one at the bottom and then ends down here at the inside, and then obviously the inverse. So these would be the weirdest things in the world to put on and to feel wearing, but it's a cool idea. And then you have the Batwings over here. But it's just like, it's 2 pairs of jeans that were cut into pieces and then put into one. It's cool. And like some very tough... I don't even think they're platformed. I think they're normal size shoes, but the bottom is just really thickly painted black. It's a weird effect where it makes your foot look tiny top to bottom. And headphones. I think they're comically large. But there's not many places in the game you can get futuristic tech like this. So if you're going for more modern clothing, and like hip-hoppy, if you want to do like rap outfits, I think that's a big, big thing you're looking for. I do not remember this. It's like a honey outfit. Sweet honey. Listen. Maybe it gets into my eyes, like some of these off to the side, unconsciously, but... Foodie bees. Oh, another, like, a maid cap. Again, there's always gotta be something. They can't just give you glasses. They gotta put something on them. This is similar to the wing discourse I've been going through recently, where I feel like they don't make normal wings anymore. They only make fancy wings, so that you're forced to pull on every new wing. They don't give you normal glasses, so that you have to pull on every pair of glasses. Is it supposed to be a bee, I think? Maybe? Because it's got the black and yellow stripes. Kind of a cute earring, even if you're not in a bee-themed outfit. Wow, that hair is good. I think... I think the glasses and headband really don't do this hair justice. This hair is really good. It is very old-fashioned-y to have it curl up like this, but still, I think this is really nice. Got some, like, Oni horns, too. This is... I feel a disconnect between the top and bottom of this. I feel like this is tight, and this is loose. Not in a literal sense of how close it is to her body. In a design sense. I feel like this is all held together well, and this is just like a drooping down piece. So it feels disconnected in the center for me. Gloves, fingerless, so not what I prefer, but they're thin, and they have an interesting design on them, so they're still usable in some cases. Shoes with the little fluff is weird for it to not be part of the sock, but maybe you can use this and then just not have a sock, because it'll give you the perfect length every time, so maybe that's the benefit of it, and the other sock we have from Standard Banner pokes up, not down. Oh, another, like, modern one. We have more headphones. Ooh, that's good hair. It's a little more tidy. The bottom frays out a bit, but it's still fully styled. I think there's probably tiny hair ties here. You can't really tell, though. Very silly hat. We got a little thing hanging down here, too. Does it say? Oh, it's a Sako hat. That is the Sako face. Okay, that's cute. Clip that's usable all the time. Headphones that are smaller. They're more mechanical looking than the other ones. The other ones were more futuristic. But these are a better size. I like the size of those more. There's also no cushioning for the top of your head at all. So these would, feel terrible. The worst thing in the world ever to actually wear. A Sako bag, too. Okay, I like the bag. Over the shoulder, like crossbody, not over the shoulder. Crossbody bags, pretty rare in the game. Is it just because of clipping with the chest? Probably. Probably. Because I feel like there are not many at all. Big thing here. Is that arms and legs hanging off of that too? That is ridiculous. The bag itself I like. I think the string is just a little weird because of how big it is and how wide it has to go around the body to not clip into her. This is amazing. Very, very, very nice. The color isn't immediately jumping out at me as something I like, but I can make it work still. Hard to tell what this is here, but big hoodies, big thumbs up. The underwear. Not underwear. The underwear of the overwear is why I said that. The underpiece that you wear, I guess is the technical way. The dress that's actually pants and shorts put together. Wait a second. Okay, yeah, it's not. I thought that was pants for a second. This is fun. It's not a... More Sakos. I love the Sakos. It's not a style I'm personally that into, but I know it's a big style that people are very into. So, I am surprised I haven't seen, as far as I can remember, this set before. I might have seen these headphones. I feel like I've seen these headphones before. I don't think I've seen this. Maybe it was only around once and never reran, and that's why I don't see it? Because I feel like I'd see this everywhere. It might also just not be dyeable, and thus you can't make a big variety of outfits with it. It's also got the over-the-palm arms, which is the type of thing I'd expect for this type of set, and it's very nice. This is kind of the thing I was talking about before, where it's socks that look like they're supposed to be the same size, but when you actually see the full sock, they almost look like they're evenly crunched. This sock might be the same length as this one, but they look like this one is like a size smaller. And also, this looks like it might just be the angle the shot's taken. It looks like this is higher than this, and this is higher than this. So it's 3 different socks, which obviously they're open at the feet, so you don't have to worry about like the sweatiest feet you've ever seen in your life, but your legs are gonna burn. Your calves are on fire from the amount of fabric around them. They're gonna be 30 degrees higher than the rest of the room. Craziness to wear this, but cute. Not the shoes I was expecting. Socko shoes. Weird color choice, and they have the same thing going on as the other shoes, where the bottoms look so thick that it looks like you have squished down feet. It looks like your feet are tiny this way. That's very interesting. The lace is cute. Obviously it doesn't do anything, though. They're just like slip-ins. Oh, I remember this set. This set's pretty crazy. This bag's not bad. Big hearts, fun. Decent size, decent fall down. This is pretty crazy, though. It's so in your face how bright it is. And old-fashioned, too. Very old-fashioned. Wavy hair. Look at the length. Decent. Nice face opening on it. I like middle part a lot in hair. Even down to bangs. I like middle parted bangs a lot. I like this hair. Just general good hair. This. I swear I see this everywhere. I think girls used to wear this all the time, and I feel like I haven't seen it as much anymore, but I think there is a dress very similar to this in the game, not in Cash Shop, I think. I don't remember where we got it. Maybe it was like a Deep Echoes or something. There's a dress like this. I think it has less detail, but it's very similar. But this one in particular is very nice. It doesn't look like the most comfortable thing in the world to wear. And I think I could make it work with a lot of tops. Yawning again. I'll take that as an excuse to say sip my drink. Are you getting sick of the background changing every 10 seconds yet? Or the screen randomly flashing black every 20 minutes? I think that's getting caught on video. It's hard to tell, though, because it happened so abruptly. But very young again with this one. This style of skirt, I wouldn't associate with a kid wearing this. Maybe it's just that I understand the overall design theme being very, very young. That I can see these ribbons and this stuff here and the bright red, and it's making me think it's very childish. Because when you see this, you kind of understand more of what they're going for. Where it's adult girl dressing in a... not in the way to mimic a child, but in a way that's supposed to be considered childish. It's a different type of style. It's hard to explain what the difference is in. It's like a really nuanced type of clothing. But it's older girl, not pretending to be young, but looking like she's trying to look to be young. It's like multi-layered. The see-through part up here, kinda nice, but because it's attached to this, I'm not super, like, thrilled by it and excited for it. I think it also like, the thing around the neck is interesting. I think it's a little too loose, so it makes your neck look wider than it should. These are good glasses, though. The rims are a little on the thick side, and there's a big thing you can see here on the back. That's not necessarily a problem, though. A lot of hair is going to cover that if you don't want it for your outfit. It's pretty thick. It's kind of nerd glasses, which is, again, kind of the theme. But shoes, pretty generic shoe, ribbon, and the thing I don't like around here. But, you take it, you leave it. Socks, pretty normal as well. You do have some striping and some little bit more fluff here than just like the straight line. So maybe they'll be useful to have whatever this symbol here is. It's hard to tell because we can't see the turned part. It might be ribbon, it might be just like a line or something. But it's something. You'll be happy to have it. It's not super exciting though. Oh, like a red like sun outfit. Sundress. Little hang down, is that like a ladybug? Very... What I call... Is plaid also just if it's a stripe and it's not changing colors? I don't know. I don't know what plaid actually, like, means. Straw hat with... It doesn't fit very well with this hair, which is unfortunate. But... Like, a lacy inside is interesting. An item in Pear Pal's store endorsed by the Stylist Guild. What's that even mean? Oh, that must mean that it's in the shop right now. I'm gonna click this. That's funny. You're in the shop right now. Oh, good. It took me back to this menu. So, I guess it's not really a weird coincidence, because 4 outfits are gonna be there. At some point, we'll find them. But, interesting lace for that. Cute earrings. More heart-themed stuff, which you can use on pretty much anything. Okay, pretty thick hair in the back, which is why it's got this opening. Interesting. It's almost like a heart, again. Kinda like the earrings here. Trying to see... Looks like maybe this like splits into 2 and then twirls around itself down here. This... I think the forehead looks a little wide in this particular cut, because this part of the bangs cuts really wide out at an angle and then comes in, rather than going diagonally in. I think that's the big forehead thing here, which can be cute. Ooh, I really like this section. Top's pretty good too with this here. I'm liking all the angles of this. I don't like this bottom part much. I don't think this is interesting, and I think this is really interesting. So it's unfortunate. Now, I don't like the actual fluff out on this. I think this would be okay with just these 2-line straps. I don't think it needed this. I think that's too much. I think just that fluff here was enough. And what would I want this to look like? Cutting it short, I would like. If I wanted to keep it long... I don't know. I don't think extending this further down would work. Maybe I do just want this short. I don't like the bottom of this, is what I'm saying. I love the top, but I don't like the bottom. Are those open? Look right here. I think they're open underneath that front part. These are very similar to a lot of other socks, but if that's open, that's really cool. Oh, I like that. Kind of like a fluttery on the front of the shoe. It is a heel back here. It doesn't have the strap over here. I like these. These are very good. Oh, it's this! I think there's also a couple of these in the bag. Like, is this wicker? Is that what this is? Like a wicker bag? Like you're going on a picnic? I don't remember if that's what that material is called, but I think it is. Silly, silly bag, but again, you could use it for a picnic, so it works. A lot of outfits can use that, any outdoor outfit. Oh my goodness, another Linlong set that's really crazy. Swirly, maybe like wind or waves or something? Hard to tell from here. I always complain about the little beads. We don't currently, have a lot of big beads. That's interesting. Ooh. Again, it looks maybe like scales of a fish, maybe? So maybe like a fish, themed on the top of that? It might look outward if your hair is tied down low. Oh, like steel-toed boots. With... Interesting that it's an angular design like this with a little under part. And then this thing, too. Crazy, crazy design here. I assume this is attached at the back. It's not separated. These are really weird. I'm sure there's outfits where they'd be cool, but maybe, like, it's the type of thing... I could see it being used on the stealth outfit. The one that turns you invisible. That type of dark, kind of mission-oriented outfit is what I would see something like this used on. And we're in that phase where all Linlong Empire dresses, I have a hard time differentiating different things. This should be the outerwear, obviously. It's the same size and area of a lot of the outerwear from Linlong, but it's solid. It's not super see-through with one piece that's solid. And there is this, which is really cool, where it looks like it could continue, or you could slap them together and it would kind of still make sense. That's a cool design idea for, like, a logo on the chest that's just missing part. These... I don't know how I feel about the length of these. I don't know where I would want it to be, but the arms are a little off to me. I think this is interesting. I think it's just... I think it's overbearing for an overcoat where it defines the outfit rather than complement it. So you have to play around that. It's not necessarily a problem as long as you understand that from the beginning. Those cutting off so sharply means you pretty much have to have your arm covered up to here, or it could look a little weird. Open finger as well, but pretty intricate designing. Multiple, like, layers of being open, being see-through mesh. These are really good. It's just very limiting in terms of what you can use them on because of sleeve length. Oh, okay. I did not realize how interesting the hair was. Big, long, straight thing down the back, not even braided. The braid is in the front. Very tomboyish energy. And weird, like, throwing star thing in the hair? I don't know. It's aggressive. And then this is, like, welcoming. So I don't know. Oh! So we have that same thing from this piece, where it's a design that was cut out, with the idea here, where it's a ring that would be continuous, and then you, like, cut the middle of it. Open leg is good, though, so you can show some design. Something tucked into the waistband here that hangs down, so I'm not super against that, because it has, like, a good, interesting start to the piece. I like the layering here, where it's a pretty rough material, so it's separated into, like, strips. I like that. And I like that. These tops are very usable. Big open tummy, open shoulder tops I use for, like, everything, because there's a few of them in the game now. In Itzaland, we got a lot of them. So I love these. I use them for, like, every outfit. And... oh, I swear you rerun, like, every other day. I did not realize how long that is. That is so long and so pretty. Very nice. I'm jealous. I'm very jealous. I like the bottom part. I like that there's 3 of these instead of 1, but I still would prefer they aren't there. So this is like the inverse Linlong Empire thing. This is the things in Linlong that I think would be solid, and then it's just them this time, and they're not solid. It also, as you can see here, is really tight on the back of the neck, which is rare. Normally they hang down lower. It's interesting. It also feels, at least in my head, similar to the 2.0 religious outfit. It's like a clergy thing. I don't know. Dress is very pretty. There's a couple like it in the game, but that's not necessarily a problem. I can't tell if there's... No, it's not a strap up. It's... You can see here, it goes up to the neck, and it ties around the neck. And there's a necklace that's required to stay on that then goes all the way down here. It does add interest to the dress because it's hard to decorate this section. I think this is the type of dress where you kind of just accept that it's going to be long. Your body's going to look like you're a pencil. And you put on an outerwear that's pretty sleek too, and then you just accept it. It's not my favorite dress, but I think it's not bad. I really like the ruffling and the kind of figure 8 for the chest for the ruffles, because it looks like this piece starts here, goes up, and then ends here. I like that. I'd be interested in how the back of that looks. We have the tie across here. It feels... almost like tribal. It's the type of thing you see in Ixalan is what I feel like. Interesting that that's on this piece. They have that underneath. I don't know what the reason for that is. Very, very nice hair, though. I wish I had it. I would use this a lot. This is a really, really good hair. Oh, that's nice. Like flowers that go up the back and don't hang down much. That's really good. Okay, some of these pieces are really good. This is the best of all the 4 stars we've seen from the shop by a wide margin so far. Some of these pieces are like top tier across the game, let alone this section. Interesting. This type of star theming is on the chest piece of a lot of outfits. So this would be a nice accessory to throw on that. This is harder to use. Again, very tribal. I could see it in a lot of Ixalan clothing, where it's lighter clothing with big puffy outerwear, like capes and stuff, and then this. So these like tribes. And that's the same thing as the arms here, just higher up. The first impression I got when I saw this was Jester. I think it's this poking out stuff with the balls on the end. This looks jestery to me. It doesn't really feel like it fits the rest of the theme. And it's blocked by this, so I can't see it. But this set is super, super good. Oh, and it's 4-star, so we have this. I have not been paying attention to the coloring because we were doing a lot of 3 stars in a row. Which one was the first 4-star? It was you. Oh, good colors. Very poppy chest piece here. I think it works okay. The pink is nice to look at, but I think it's a less interesting color combination than this. And this is more of a realistic color combination. Like, it's something I'd expect a real person to wear. This is like a fantasy. And then for this, we have... Ooh, that's nice. I really like that. I think red's okay. The blue's very pretty and nice to look at. This is nice. I really like that. Okay, you are another one that I think girls have bought a lot. We had a girl last update who wore this underpiece here, and I couldn't figure out what it was. And luckily it was in the shop last update, and that's probably why she was wearing it. She just bought it. But this is such an interesting underpiece. I'll talk about it in order, I guess. Hair. We had the one earlier that was the 2 twin tails. I did it again. I called it 2 twin tails instead of 1 pair of twin tails. The girl had the twin tails with this 1 dyed strand. So it's just that, but without the side pieces, which is nice. This is one of the most unique shirts in the game, probably. Like, zip down, open up top, that doesn't go low enough to show any cleavage. Which means its probably only existence is because this material is thick, and you need to get your head in. And that's the whole point. Big wide open shoulders. A almost like a competition swimsuit. This thing here. Which is interesting. And then this thing that makes my brain feel weird because I think the center is very slightly wider than the others? I think so. And on her chest, like up to down, is wider. I assume that's just because she's stretching the fabric, but the center one, I think, is thicker the whole way. That's really weird. I don't like that center line. Get that center line out of here. And this top is crazy. It's, like, super future techno-y. And there's nothing on it that's explicitly electronic. So I think you can get away with trying to dye it into colors to work for other things. But that's probably the feel I'm going to get a lot of the time. Because it looks like the see-through stuff is a display, is kind of the idea. Very boxy pants. I like that cutout. That's interesting. The blue thing here, not a big fan of. I'm not sure how I feel about the side if I fully saw it. But the, like, central part of the pants here I do like. The simplest socks ever existed. Ever to exist. And they're on an outfit this crazy. That's not a bad thing, though. It's nice socks to get if you buy the rest of the outfit. Because you're not going to see them anyway. Oh, you actually will see them at the bottom here. Still, I think it's nice socks. I think it's because of this checker pattern here. They're giving me a similar vibe to the fishing ones from the shark outfit. They're pretty puffy up here, and then they have this kind of checker pattern. I think that's why. I'm not super into them, but there's something. I don't necessarily hate them. It's just not something I think I'd ever use. I don't know why I would use them. Hard to use, but not impossible. I think a couple Land pieces have jewelry that's very boxy. So I think this accessory would work with those two. And then the mask, which we have seen. A girl used this on her Shadow Shatter ability set, like with that hat. And it worked pretty well. So it's kind of like ninja stuff. It has that really wide center. Stop it. Stop stretching the center. And you're a 3-star, no extra colors. Oh, casual out shopping outfit. Hat's a little... that's another one that's still in the shop right now. That's a little weird to me. It's like a really loose material, and then folded up. I think this is a style of hat that really exists. It's just not something I'm super interested in, because it's very, like, wrinkly. Oh. Partially see-through, but it looks like it's a solid material? And it looks like a path through a forest. I don't know what the intent of that is. Bountiful harvest. Wolfroot, I guess. Is it a key? Something is hanging down here just under my shirt. It looks like it's the same symbol, possibly, as the thing over here, though. A watch? Not bad. Double braceleted watch, which is interesting. These are, I think, normal glasses, but they're very low. I wear my glasses pretty low. I wear glasses. I wear them pretty low, but I don't know. I think it's because these are a D shape that they feel a little off to me. I have a pair of glasses as well that's super low down. That's, I think full circles. They're just a little low on my face, and I don't use them often. I don't know where I got them from. Not a bad bag. It looks like a stack of plates, which is weird, but if you have a structured outfit for it to go with, I don't think it would be too bad. Love the hair. Adorable. Perfect. I want to just rub it. This is very similar to the outerwear I used in episode 200, I think, for the... Was it the sheep herder set? No, because the outerwear is green. No, I used this on my Eatsaland construction set. I used the green outerwear that looks exactly like this. So, it's interesting that this is a shirt, probably. I think it's a shirt, at least. Very open shoulders are cute. I like it. It does look like 2 pieces in one, but you could throw another outerwear one to make it 3 in 1. Just go all in. These are some of the open wide bottom pants. I typically don't like them. They have a lot of like the balls on the side too, and up here. I'm not a big fan of these pants. Not bad. Again, they're saved by having a cute strap over the top of the foot here, but the dreaded thing that holds the shoe on. Just let me have shoes that fall off easily that look better, please. And we have another 4-star. Oh, you're a crazy one. This is like not evil, less rich Cruella de Vil? I don't know. Oh, I do like the lighter shades a little more. This is interesting. I think my favorite is that one, though. Just lighter colors. Pretty simple earring. It's like just a ball and a hoop. The hat is crazy. I think this is a big part of the reason why I think it looks like a rich girl. Weird how the hat has such a tiny indent. It just throws me off for the head. I thought these were lemons when I first saw them for a second. I thought this was like a cut-up lemon. I don't know why. It's weird. Not bad. A little small. But there's something. Decent gloves. I could probably use these for some stuff. They're a little on the shiny side, but still. Dress is full length. You can see here, it looks like it goes all the way to the feet. That's longer than I thought it was going to be. This folded back top is a style that I see a lot. I think it is in older upper middle class to lower high class ladies, I think is what I associate this type of open top to. This is a nice ruffle here. It adds something to the dress, but it looks like it's literally just this for the rest of the way down. So my impression is that I'm not going to like this dress much. I just like the top. I think the top is interesting. That's really good hair. That's so messy and fun. That's very nice. Very simple. Just generic. The Beads of Doom with a bead of doom that's different color in the center is funny. It's not like a terrible piece. It has a tie in the back too. Another watch that's 2 bracelets. This one being beads again. Stop with the beads, please. And a suitcase. That's very fun. Like a map of the world suitcase. That is very fun. Okay, that sounds really nice. Oh, final one. And it's 3-star. You're another one. You're one that I see you all the time because your colors are so bright. Kinda like this one. I feel like you're always in the shop. I feel like I see you every update in the shop, even though I know that's not true. Very nice hat. Ooh, very nice. The paw, very useful. More sunglasses, pretty low down, but these are like, casual, cool wear, I guess. So it's okay that they're not fully up to your eyes. It's like a beer bottle. The mascot of the Bibcoon Chuckle Club. The Bibcoon has his favorite juice special. So you're a Chuckle Club, design. And it's just a bottle of juice, quote-unquote, hanging super low down. It's so far from your ear. Oh! This is not a very human hairstyle. This is like the color green is making my brain think of this, but this is an alien hair. I kind of like it, though. This is adorable. I love this. I really love this. This part being so fluffy is great. It's... I guess this is what I would want her to wear dancing on the stage in the Chuckle Club. To do like a little dance performance. It's adorable. I love this. This is great. One thing is, I think it's probably better without arm pieces. It's hard to tell exactly what this is here. How open it is, if it's just white fabric, which is what I probably think it is. But we do have arm pieces, and I don't like these that much. I think wrinkled, like leathery arms, I don't personally like. I think it's just because I don't like this type of glove much at all. For socks, I think wrinkled socks can have an appeal for certain casual wear. This I just don't like. It makes me feel uncomfortable, because it makes me feel like it's not form-fitting properly. Like, you're just wearing the wrong size glove. And I want this to have open arms, because I think it's a cuter feel to have, like, natural arms on this. Oh, that's a nice design. For some reason, it made me think of Christmas. Something in this, in my brain, immediately thought of a Christmas item. I don't know what it was, but I don't think that's what it actually would look like if I zoomed in on it. Again, though, it just depends on the outfit if it's useful or not. I like that. So it has a tie in the back, and these are low down. It's not across up here. And we got a little Bibcoon thing. This is a little rough. I would prefer if it was slightly curved into the rest of the shoe, rather than being straight cut across. Because I typically don't like the fully straight cut toes on heels. Even though it's pretty common, but still, I like it. And that was premium. Now we're on to limited time resonance. Okay, this is the 1.0 floating, was it? It does not say in here. Weird. But I'm pretty sure this was a floating... No, you're the floating outfit. You were nothing, weren't you? I forgot there was a dress on the limited banner in 1.0 that had no effect. Are you the only one in the game? Listen, 1.0 was a crazy time. If you were there, you know. Things were crazy back then. Interesting. I think it was 1.0. They expected you to beat the Sovereigns already. The game was crazy back then. They had missions where they were like, hey, did you beat the Sovereigns yet? Here's a picture of 2 Sovereigns in 1.0. I don't know. I do like this. This is... It's giving me similar vibes to the recent dresses we've gotten that are all crunchy and then have outer pieces like this. I know it's not crunchy itself, it's streaky. It's all pulled into one. So the top and bottom of this dress look like they're all centralized on this point. Oh, wow, that's bright. I was not ready. Decent. It's a shade of green I'm not a huge fan of. And pink. I think the pink is good. I don't think it's as good as this, though. I think this, like, purple's really nice. Yellow, I think, matches well for the texture of this. But I think the base design of this Flutterstorm is really good. I have the gloves of this, I think? No, I have the gloves of you. No, I don't. I have the gloves of you, I think. Yes, I do. I have one other piece. It's you. I have the earrings. I didn't know these earrings were from this set. I have used these before. The gloves, they do have the big butterfly on the side. That's how I always remember which ones they are. And this is similar to a lot of 5-stars. A lot of 5-stars have this where it's full hand gloves up to this point-ish. And then they have lines everywhere. And then the lines are just a little different depending on the glove. These are cute. Ooh, kind of like peacocky in the back. Good front thing, too. They do have the ring, but because the peacock thing comes out, it's not as offensive to me. And look, they have the little curve in that the other ones didn't. I like that. This dress is pretty crazy. This being open, very good. Lets you decorate your legs and shoes and still have them visible. Only from the front, though, which is a negative. Very wide. Very run on the floor, get dirty. It also puffs out a lot, like Silvergale Aria does. The top is cute because it goes at an angle here. It is open shoulder, right? I don't think there's a strap here. I think it's fully open, which is a plus. Very cute. Can't tell what the back is, though. The hair looks kind of generic, actually. I guess it's just because of this. It's kind of like prepping you for that. I don't think the hair is bad. I think it's just normal hair. Very similar to a lot of other things we have in the game, where it's watery or flowery, and then it's a crown, or like a half or a quarter crown, but not bad. This is another super wide one. You can see over here how long and wide it is going down over here, which is pretty crazy. Hard to use for most outfits, because you're going to bump into something else along the way. But if you do have a really open shoulder outfit and you just want to cover it up, this is still useful for that. Oh! I like this piece a lot. Very high choker stuff, I think, is rarer. I think most choker stuff's a little lower than this. Very metallic, too. Hard to tell what the back looks like, because it looks like there might be something there. And front is just a butterfly. These are good, too. Top almost looks kind of like glitchy, like Tron glitching. Sides looks like butterfly theming down it, and it looks like maybe dark to light to dark fade, but that might just be a coloring thing. Pretty good, though. And this set. I don't remember what it looked like. I think maybe during 1.0, I still didn't know you could click the button to see what things did, so I probably just never clicked this ever. So I've never seen what the effect of this ability is until it reruns 100 years from now, and I remember to look at it. I think I never clicked the button, so I have no idea what this even means. I think at the time, when I read this in 1.0, I thought we were going to get a graffiti outfit at some point, and that this would be a replacement for it. But it's like just an artist thing, and I have a few pieces of it because it was on the banner with this. And I pulled 40 times on this, so I have 4 pieces of this. So I have this outerwear. I used this outerwear in, I think, like, every Mirror Crown for the first 8 months of the game. Because I think it was my only fresh outerwear. Oh, wow. Very, very different vibe. This is Young Painter. I don't even know what this vibe is. It's throwing me off so much. This stuff here that looks like dripping blood, because it's supposed to be paint. And this is, like, astrological. Not a big fan of the yellow, actually, for this. I feel like it doesn't really fit well. Yes, we have this. Oh, these pants are from that, too. These socks are very nice. I do like them. I can't use them much, because I feel like the little, like, almost post-it things on here clash with a lot of designs. I think I've used these shoes 1,000 times. They're very just generic shoes, but they're good. Little painter hat, too. I don't know what these type of hats are called. Hard for me to use because I don't design a lot of outfits with this type of style, but makes me think of, like, French stuff. Is that an easel? Not an easel. An easel's the thing that stands up. The thing you hold in your hand with different paints on it. I don't remember what it's called. I think an easel's the thing you lay your actual, like, board against. Oh! So we have the Itzaland short hair with one of these hanging down that I think is gigantification? I think that's the gigantification hair. But we have a double of that. And these are pretty long, too. They actually are longer than the rest of the hair by a lot. And they kind of lay out. I kind of actually really like that. Pretty simple top. I'm not a big fan of the texture, I think, on the arms in particular. I think This looks very plain and untextured. And then I think maybe this cutting it... No. I think I'd want it to end there. I don't like that it does this line, has a thing, and then does the line again. I don't like the second line, I think. That is insanity. How much does this weigh? Because it has to be full of supplies, like paint, right? And paint is not light. Paint is very heavy. Is this a 100-pound backpack? Are you kidding? Maybe it's just a bunch of canvases, and that's it? And then you have, like, a tiny smidge of paint in, like, here? Maybe? I don't know. That's a very ridiculous backpack. There's also a really big backpack, I think, that we got in 1.9. But that's probably the biggest in the game. And then we have Blooming Dreams. What did you do? Was it just... Did you, like, stand on wings or something crazy? Maybe it was just that your wings spread out really far and weren't tiny like this, and that was your floating. It's been so long since I've seen you. You have a lot of interesting-looking pieces. I'm excited to click view pieces for this. So pink for the main design. Ooh, purple for our second. Not bad. The green's not bad, because you can just be a forest fairy. The red looks interesting with the gold detailing, but it doesn't fit in my mind of a fairy. Oh, it's the green I'm not a big fan of. I think it looks good, but I just am against this type of, like, sea green. Maybe I am a biggest fan of the pink. I think the other two are close, though. These are ears I really want. I like these a lot. The elf ears. You still see girls use them all the time. One of these outfits reran recently. It was you, so girls could have got that more recently. I think it was like 2.0 or 2.1 it reran, I think? Maybe that was a 1.11 rerun, actually. But, that would thematically make the most sense. I do love these. I didn't know they had the hang down part. I always thought that was just an earring the person had on, and then this was like an accessory, but it makes sense that this literally is the earring, because that would be the most logical slot for it. So I really want that. I'm sad I don't have it. Another flower crown, kind of like the other one, where I said we have a lot in the game. Early game? Piece for here is interesting. I feel like I have this exact piece. There's probably 10 of these in the game. Oh, wow, those are good. Those are really, really interesting and good. I'm so sad I don't have those. This set has really good pieces. It's a shoe that goes up like a lot of socks do. There's a lot of socks that look like this, but to have it be part of the shoe is really cool. The heel itself is pretty generic, but that's fine. Dress is not a super bad length. It's pretty long and pretty simple design all the way down. But I don't hate it. I think it's okay. This is like a very metallic centerpiece, I think. Similar to the birthday dress, I think is how this top kind of feels. Which I do like. But it feels very different than the bottom. So it feels like two separate pieces again. We have more of the metallic stuff, kind of like on the chest, for this part of the arm, and then leading up into feathery stuff. So it's just, if you take this to be the top of the body, this is the lower part of the body, it's just the dress, but on your hands. Which is a fun idea that I like, but it makes me feel like these arms only work well with this dress, and I don't know what else they'd work on. Similar to the, I think it was a standard banner 4-star? The hair that is long, but it's tied up on itself, so you can kind of get away with open back or highly expressive back outfits and still have long hair. Kind of nice. Super, super wavy, mid-parted bangs is okay. Oh, that's actually... Oh my goodness, so many parts of this are really good. I can see why this would rerun, and people would go crazy for it. These are such good upper arm pieces. The fact that it's both is crazy. Almost all of the upper arm stuff in the game is one arm. Other than, like, some really puffy arm pieces I have that go on both. The thin stuff like this is at one arm normally. And it's obviously the same type of design as the shoe. Wow, this set is good. Now these wings, I confuse all the time. After this video, hopefully I'll actually remember how many wings are in the game, because I always say it's 3 or 4, and I can't tell what's what. Because I swear Lulaco's dress had wings. But this is pretty tiny, doubled up wings like this. And then I think they just get really big for the floating. Oh, the photographer! Yes, I do remember this one. What are the colors for you gonna be? Wow, that is crazy. It's cool, but I think this is more natural. I think we get into the stuff of, like, I'd expect a person to wear this. This is a cool design, but I wouldn't expect to see someone in it. It matches well, but I think it's kind of, like, fantasy-esque again, and this one's just really realistic. Another hat that... This, like, weird, wrinkly, loose design I'm just not a fan of. It's like a... I guess it's supposed to be a picture. It's like a painting of a leaf as an earring. That's a fun idea. Giant, giant camera. Look at the size of the lens on this camera. That is insanity. Pretty good hair. It's actually loose. It's not tied. I thought it was going to be tied there. It looks like it might be tied in the back into a bun. That's really nice, actually. Loose, one side, super long. That's really nice. Very interesting, like, formal wear. I wouldn't associate this with photography at all. I'm not a big fan of just how puffy this is. But definitely, there's some stuff you can use that for. This, I don't know. It's like a... Makes me think of like a fighter pilot or something. Weird design. It's like kind of cowboy, actually. Cowboy-esque. This is a reporter. Immediately jumping out as a reporter. I swear I have shorts that look exactly like this, but without the side badge. I think it's the first striped super tall we've had. Thigh high instead of calf height. And this is kind of like a film reel. This thing here. That's what this is making me think of, which is interesting. It looks like... I can't tell what's poking out of that. It's like, it's a diary, and those are marking pages almost, is what that looks like. Because it looks almost like a book. I think it's a book and not a bag. Wanderer's Notes. Okay, yeah, it's a book. Interesting. I don't think I've seen a book other than that hanging off a side. They're so shiny. That's throwing me off. I don't know. I don't hate them. For some reason, when I looked at them, it makes me think of a dog. Like a droopy-eared dog is what I'm looking at here. A brown, droopy-eared dog. I don't know what to take from that, though. Oh, I remember you two. Blow sparkle heart-shaped bubbles. Obviously, the big pink design. I don't think that's actual tummy. I think it's just like a thing that's there. The hair is very fun. It's not... I wouldn't describe it as cute, because it is, like, high-class styled. The outerwear of this is obviously ridiculous. The red... I prefer the pink. The pink and black, I think, works better than red and black. Icy theme is interesting. This might be another where I think the base is the best. More heart here. I have a lot of trouble using the neck pieces that are really long. I have one that's in the front instead of in the back, and I've never been able to use it, I think. It's so hard to find outfits that look good with it. This is, I think, another one where it's too much. It's too many different things all in one. Why is this line up here? It's a little crazy for me. These are... I think they work in party dresses, so I think it's okay. They're a bit big. They're pretty big around here, but I think it still works. Now, like I said, this hair, it comes off as snobby when I look at it. And there's probably some type of association I have that's causing that, like some character or something that has hair like this. But it's like rich snobby is the idea I'm getting. The bangs are cool, but I think that association makes it so I'm not a big fan of this. Did this have koi in the name somewhere? Croaker, Monroefin. When I looked at this just now, I thought of fish. Tale of Purity. I always am thinking about koi, that's why. This is like a fish to me. This is a mermaid dress, is what this makes me think of. This is a mermaid turned into a girl. This is how she would dress. Which is a very cute association. Open at the front is obviously good. I like that the main dress ends here, so that you don't have to worry about it being too long and looking plain. Because it cuts into this new texture. And the top chest part I like. Kind of like the tube top-esque leading into this. I'd be interested to see what this middle part looks like in person. Because the texture and how that looks might be weird. This thing's crazy. We have a couple of these already. They're crazy. They're pretty much only for high society dresses. Or I guess super, super cold to warm up dresses. Generic upper leg things, they're fine. Droopy beads shoe. This part I like, this I don't, because of all the beads. And final dress here, our croaker one. Are you the one that holds up the big umbrella? Invite the croakers to form a cheerful choir and enjoy the joyful melody they sing together. So I assume this works, because I probably also didn't click whimsicality on this, because, like I said, back then I didn't know to do that. I think it's rerun recently. And I clicked it then. I just don't remember what it looked like. Because I think I have seen this rerun recently. This probably works similar to the 2.0 dancing outfit that summons shroomlings, and you probably summon croakers and just, like, sing with them. It's hard to change colors on this because it's a croaker outfit. It's cool, but it's not fitting the design in my head. That's actually not super bad, because you can add the blue and the association of the croakers with water, and orange can still be a color close to them. It's just, this is the best one. It just fits it perfectly. I have the legs of this for some reason. I have no clue why. I couldn't tell you. Maybe I accidentally did a 10 pull or something on a banner and then got this, or I got a free 10 pull or something. Because I probably wouldn't have. Maybe I just pulled on it because I wanted the leaf or something, and I just decided to gamble? I don't know. Why do I have these legs? I don't even know if I've ever used these. That's really cool, actually, that it's like pseudo-waterproofing, where you tighten it on yourself. These goggles actually make sense. The other goggle glasses didn't make sense, but these ones you can just pull down over the rim and then put on. And they're facing the right direction, they aren't upside down. Wow, they are very, very tiny, and I like them. Oh! This is something I'd expect to see in, like, Linlong. Braided hair tight like this, but it's not a bun. It's onion rings. It's blue onion ring hair. That's cool. I like that. And then the thing's poking out. I don't know what's going on with that. I'd have to see the back to understand more. This is very, very nice. This would make amazing, like, rain clothes, obviously. It is very open here, so you'd want to wear a top that can handle water well. Because it's not going to actually protect you, but still. That's a good top, too. So, it is similar in style to how some of the new Italand things are, where I was talking where a lot of them are big open shoulder, open belly, just cover chest tops. This here, I think, is all see-through plastic. Because you can see a little bit of, like, crinkling here. And then this, the texture on this is really interesting. Because it's, like, super loose. I guess kind of. Not plastic, but it's waterproofing material. It's a really weird feel. I don't know what it would actually feel like to wear this. The materials on this feel pretty crazy. They'd feel weird on your skin, but it's interesting. It feels weird that it would be under this, too. I guess it kind of makes sense, but I don't know. I do like this set, though. I think they go really well together. If I was gonna wear this, maybe I'd wear, like... maybe as, like, a swimsuit-adjacent thing? So I'd want, like, swimsuit-adjacent bottoms? I say that, and I get swimsuit-adjacent bottoms. These are, like, sporty swim shorts with weird veins on them. I don't understand this. Form fit for exercise. They have the V-cut at the top, too, which is cute, because it's mirrored down here, but it still has the full band to, like, hold them in place. I really like these bottoms. I'd be interested to see what the back looks like if these continue. It looks like they do. If they follow the same design. And because they're form-fitting, I don't know what the butt looks like in this. Because you probably don't have them, like, super outlining your butt's shape. So they might make you look weird. You might literally be like a pancake wearing these. And that's not going to be very appealing if you're wearing these to the beach. You kind of don't want to have a pancake butt. But, I don't know. These are work gloves. These are the type of thing, kind of like the stuff I was talking about earlier with you're the electrician. I don't associate these with the rain stuff much. Drippy? Again, it always makes me think of blood when I see the drippy stuff. So it's like a weird mental association. It's 3-layered, though. That's nice, actually. I didn't notice it when I first looked. It was 3-layered. I think they're usable. You could use them in the set that is the... Is it the current banner still, as I'm recording this in 2.3? The confectionery bat witch thing that you make the cake. It could probably go with those, because there's a lot of drippy chocolate in that. And then we have the big leaf, which I love. Very, very cute. Currently unavailable. Limited time resonance. Is this currently somewhere you can buy? That's a weird glitch. I guess handhelds are programmed differently? Because you're not... I forgot you are literally rerunning right now. I've talked about you like 10 times today. You're not rerunning. That's, I guess, a weird glitch of handhelds, that it says you can pull them even though you can't. But this should not be available right now. And... where are we? Here we are. For some reason, 2 pieces of makeup. Why are there... They must be split up. It must be further down for the rest of the makeup. Very bright blue eyes. Oh, wow. Those are not even just tipped. The whole things feel super, super like purple. Very casual, nice hair. Not bad. A lot of fraying, which is nice. I was gonna say, I have to have these. I do. Yeah, I've definitely seen this before. These are weird. I don't know what the intent of this actually is supposed to be. Because I don't know about things that look like this in real life. Very fun. Fluffy. A little straight for my liking, but still useful. This top, very, very cutesy. I have trouble with the arms and the top part. This, I think, looks good. I don't think I like this big, big, big neck piece. I think I'd prefer if it was smaller and the arms continued up. This is very nice, generic, modest dress I think we've used before. Too many beads on this shoe for my liking, but it's a little plant on the front, which is cute. Like a painter's hat is what I always call this. Although I think it's not supposed to technically be for painting, it's just flowers. But it's, again, the, like, loose hats I'm not a big fan of. I talked earlier, I have a couple earrings that are kind of like this, the puffy things. We've used this before for an outfit, I think. But too long, bubbly hair things, not fully braided, but you just have a tie every once in a while. Again, it's business attire with very wide sleeves. I don't know why that's a common trend, but it is. And then we have our outdoorsy-esque. It's the type of thing I'd expect to see in the Butterfly Hill, where all the people researching insects are. This is the type of thing they would wear. So it's like outdoorsy, business, casual, in a hot area. That's why the arms are open. So you can, like, not sweat to death. This looks like the pants from the shark outfit. I'm telling you, it's such a weird pants design on that shark outfit. Cute socks. I think I literally used them a couple days ago. Just more patterning. So if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. These are... It's nice that they have the design on the side that's cute. Very light colored. Typically you wouldn't associate that with heavy-duty boots like this. But for a casual walk-around outside outfit, they're not terrible. The heels are pretty thick, so it's not going to kill you. This is the bee beret for the bee legion of the army. It's a weird choice. And again, loose hats I'm not a big fan of. Beads, throw them away, please. Stop with the white beads. Again, sometimes it'll just work on an outfit, but not super common. Generic flower, one of them has a thing on the end. Love it, you could throw it on tons of outfits. Very messy, tried to be styled hair. Normally you either have messy or you have styled. This is tried to style, but ended up messy. This is... You styled your hair when you left in the morning, and you've just been out for the day. So, little bit of humidity, little bit of just wear and tear from slight wind over time, wearing you down, and you haven't fixed yourself up yet. Very, very nice hair. This is ridiculous. It makes Nikki look like... I don't know. I guess I'd say it makes it look like she has very droopy breasts, is what this makes me think of, because it's thin, and then very thick out, and then, like, thins again. I don't know why the dress does this, but I've never really liked this piece. It just feels weirdly proportioned on her. Pretty generic worky skirt, but not bad. It's just you need, more serious tops for it. More see-through socks. I'm not a big fan of the see-through socks. It probably works on some outfits, I just don't know what. And more serious work boots. I know I've used these before for serious sets. Maybe even like construction. Maybe this will be a good construction shoes. I don't know if I use these in my construction set or not. Big generic ribbon, which is fine. Messy hair that's up. Definitely have used this before. Very good bangs on this. Like suede bangs. Very nice with all the mess. These S earrings, I don't really understand them. Shining silhouette. I don't know why they're S's. But if you have an outfit with S's on it, here you go. This is a little big, is my main concern with this. It's a little too loose. And I know, obviously, if it wasn't, you couldn't put it on. That's kind of the point of full bracelets. But that doesn't change my feelings towards it. I've always seen this as kind of like a gimmicky joke dress. And I don't necessarily think that was the intention. Because it doesn't give me the vibe of joke items, and I think it would look more serious without this fluffy. I think the fluffy is what's causing it. It makes the top of your body like a brick. I don't know. It gives me weird vibes, where I feel like I should take it seriously, but I don't. Pretty generic socks, but they're fine. This loose tie up here is interesting. These... Obviously, you know I'm going to say I'm not a fan of this. They look very... I don't know. They look like they cost a lot of money, but a rich person wouldn't wear them. You kind of get what I'm saying there? These are expensive shoes that would sit on a shelf of a luxury store and no one would buy them. Or someone would buy them just to put in their house and say they're expensive. Pretty nice, actually. For some reason, there's a glow up to this. I don't know why, but I'll take it, I guess. It's a 5-star, mostly from a Deep Echoes, and that's why, yeah. Is all this 5-star? No. I don't know, it's nice. Glow up is interesting. Most of the time, it's probably going to be closer to this color is what you need for outfits, though. Here's the rest of the makeup. Oh, it's because I own 2 makeups. They were at the top. I understand now. I do like that. Purple outline, stuff down there. I think just lighter purple eyebrows? It's hard to tell how the lipstick stuff actually looks in this. Because these are faded out, I can't tell what the colors actually are. This is like lines under here? It's supposed to be wings, so maybe these are like butterflies, I think? I think I've seen girls with butterflies on their face, so I assume that's what that is. But yeah, the colors here, I can't really comment on. Because these are light, but I don't know if they're blue, white, I don't know. I don't have the rest of this stuff. Oh, this must be Deep Echoes, because they're 5 stars with just a glow up. I do like this. So this is similar to that thing earlier that I said was the joke one, where it has a top part that's see-through, but it doesn't have the fluffy stuff, and I think that helps a lot. Coloration, very different between the bottom and top, because it's super light and it has a see-through overlayer. So you carry over the see-through idea down. Very high up on the neck, though. I think it's pretty good. I probably also do like pink in this, but I can't tell if this is a yellow, a green, or a pink. More gimmick glasses. These are foam? Yeah, foam. It's kind of a fun idea if you're going in like a Serenity Island outfit. Weird, they're so long and thin. Wolf root, apparently, for this design here. Very low. If you need it, great. Hard to use on most outfits, because they're not going to have tops cut this low. This one is a V-shape, so it's lower than the rest, and it's still barely in there. I've seen this bag everywhere. I swear, this is on like 8 different Deep Echoes. I know that's not true, because that's not how the game works. I swear it is. Where there's another bag that looks just like it, and I keep seeing one or the other. And that was that all for a limited time? I guess it was. Now we're actually done that setting. Now we can go over here. Surprise-o-matic. And we do have all this stuff. Double starred up, like kind of broken apart earrings. I don't know if I've ever used them. This is hard to use, because it's so fluffy out here. This bag is nice. It's actually one of the nicer bags. I have used that before. The thing on the back is interesting. I think you need very extravagant, over-decorated clothes to make it work, but they're not bad. This I've definitely used before, and I love it. It's obviously not as comfortable. You kind of give up some of the comfort for the sexy vibe. We have the new one that's literally this same exact thing, but without the cutout, that I'm using currently on my sleep dress. This is the fluffiest thing to ever exist ever. Hard to use because of that, because it's a little too silly most of the time, but it's a nice piece. Nice, like, wintry-esque boots. This hair I used a lot early on. This was a big hair for me early on. Little braid here, off to one side, but very long wavy hair, which is what I like. These are useful. Most outfits don't want socks that are like this, where they're cut up and have very intricate designs, but with a very boring dress, like a very boring skirt, but an exciting shirt, I think something like this can help. The type of hat I'm not a big fan of. Nice save for this shoe. I've talked before, if you have these lines, at least attach it to something, and it helps a little. So, like, these aren't chains. They kind of look like it, though. They're just, I think, dots on the thing going up. But if you had an outfit with chains, I think these shoes might actually kind of work with it. Big boots, interesting texture on the front, and they're sliding down and loose here. I don't like this, I like this, but this is a problem, I think. Because it makes the shoe feel like it's deflating. This is... It feels kind of like clothes you'd throw on when you're painting your room to not get your real clothes dirty. They're weird. I guess I'm gonna call it a painter's shirt. Amazing. Love it. Perfect hair. This, my main problem with it is the puffy shoulders. It feels very old Britain jokey. This is very nice. This is a very good short business skirt. I love this one. Not dyeable, I believe. At least, I guess it has to be. It's a 4... Nah, I guess it doesn't have to be. It's a 4-star. I think it's not dyeable. Maybe it is now, and it just wasn't when we got it. Because dyeing wasn't in the game. I know that's a weird thing to say. Wasn't back when dyeing was added, is what I should say. I think dyeing was added in 1.5, and this is all 1.0 stuff. Pretty nice. I don't know what that is there. It's probably just a flower. But again, useful or not useful depends on the set. Very nice. Love these. Probably have used them a million times. Need more sneakers. Ribbon stuff is good. Again, a lot of socks the same length, so you're just looking for variety to match whatever set you're making. Obviously, 10 out of 10 piece. One of my favorite in the game, because I love this type of exercise clothes. Super comfortable, super perfect, cute. And I prefer the pink one to the other one I have. I think I have another that's similar to it. But I use this as an exercise outfit early on, and I've tried using it as, like, I almost said underwear again. Like, literally, factually, it's kind of underwear, because it's just a sports bra, kind of. They might say it's not a sports bra for purposes of, like, rating of the game or something, but, I keep saying the word underwear when I mean a shirt that's under the outerwear. I don't think that's ever a problem I've had before. I don't know why today that's how I'm wording things. But shirt, I've tried using it under some outerwear a few times in the past, because I just like it. It has a really cute design on it, too. These shoes are actually pretty useful ones I've used before. Fluffy at the front. This is pretty low down. It's not as high as other ones are, so I don't have as much a problem with it. These, I've always found a little strange, because the thing dangling, and I think they're only on one arm, I believe. And it makes it unbalanced, especially with the hang-down piece. These just depends on the hair, but they're pretty nice. They look nice here, at least. The beads, I've probably not used these much because of that. They look very Linlong, because these look like lotuses, almost. This I love. This I used in my first, I used it with this, I think. I literally just put these pieces together. This is what I consider to be my first Linlong... Oh, it says it right there, never mind. My first Linlong dress I made. I think used both of these together. And back then, I guess we did not have a Linlong tag. That must have been added in a future update. That was probably a 1.2 thing. They added Linlong as a tag. So in 1.0, it was just cute. And that was it. And it definitely is. I've tried using this before for other sets, too. And I've had a little bit of trouble making this work. But I think it's because it's just tight to the body. I've had trouble with pieces not wanting to go under it properly. But this is obviously an amazing top. I like the straps well enough, and they're pretty light, so you kind of get the most of the open shoulder feel. Great length, little bit of interest at the bottom, asymmetrical design, and for the chest asymmetrical. Very, very, very good piece. Probably one of the best pieces in the entire Surprise-O-Matic, if not the best piece. Unless I consider the, like, sports bra thing. This is probably best piece. The hair that goes with it for the Linlong set. I'm not typically a fan of Linlong Empire hair, but that's just because I don't like all the tying and knots and stuff. It feels weird to me. Pretty casual. Cute socks. The tiny hat of silliness. Not very useful. Cute, but I don't like how cut up it is. I'd prefer if it was a single band, I think. This is Jock's girlfriend outerwear. So it has a theme in my mind. It's useful. Also gives me a Linlong feel. I feel like we just looked at this hair for one of the sets we were doing the other day, and I don't remember if I used it or not. Feels like it needs a crown up here to go with it, and there are a lot of crowns for that spot. Pretty generic skirt, but useful for very casual wear. Very cutesy, childish socks. Again, useful for stuff like this. I love this shirt. I think I used it early on in a casual wear stuff. The big selling point for this one is that it's elastic at the bottom, and maybe not elastic, but string tied on the arms to tighten. That's such a cute touch for this, for such a loose shirt. It might be a little more open-necked than I'd like. I'd like it to be a tinier bit up, but it's fine. It's such an adorable shirt. This also very, very, very childish, but fun. Maybe a little too open-necked, but I wouldn't want this extended, because I think this would get too big. I think that's why it's such an open neck one. So you have to throw a necklace on that. I love this. I also used this in an early on set, because I think it's super adorable. You have it tightened with the little thing here. It doesn't have to actually tighten with it. It can just be design tightened. Like, it's probably not actual... It probably is actually... You probably can undo this string and tighten and loosen it, because chest size would change how tight you want it to be. It's just these wrinkles are probably preset in the fabric. It's just that you tighten or loosen this based on chest size. That's probably how that works. These I wish were a little smaller, but it's fine. This does get a little blocky. If you don't put a necklace on, that can be a problem. But this upper, like, V here, very cute. And you have this to break up the tummy, which isn't always a good thing, but can be. Pants with this is a little interesting. I wouldn't want super high-cut pants with this top. And I don't think I'd want super low-cut either, because you could actually have too much stomach. I think it's like here is the super low-cut line, where the bottom of the stomach is. And you can end up having too much showing. So this is probably a good level for pants. And then this one I think I've used a lot too. It is technically two combined into one, but it's not as egregious. There's not lines going everywhere. And Cadence-born. We have Lilina's outfit. I still remember her name. It's like one of the only characters in the game I actually remember the name of is Lilina. I don't know why either. I do really like this outerwear and hair. So that might be why. The hair reminds me of Timeless Melody a lot, which is a big reason I remember it. And I haven't got two of them, which is funny. But it looks the exact same. It's probably just brown instead of green. And the blue, I'm not that big a fan of, actually. The hair color, I think I like a little better. But overall, not a big fan. This earring, I think I use a lot. Hat is kind of just silly. This, useful if it's useful. The shoes are... I like the shoe, I don't like that, obviously. It has something to it, so it's a little more interesting than some of them. This piece, amazing. Great piece, super useful, tons of sets, very nice. This dress actually very good. This is one you'll see all the time. Girls still use this to this day. They dye this, and it can make almost anything work. It's kind of just the perfect dress, because it has so much detailing in different places at different angles, and different styles, all in one. So, if you dye the pieces individually, you can kind of make anything work with this. It's a really, really good dress with a really good dye cut-up. So they really worked well with this. Hair, adorable. Love it. Curly, one thing off to the side, amazing. And these are just okay. You can use them. This dress, I love, and I always forget it's a Cadence-born dress. A Kilo, specifically, dress. Green for the upgrade. Pink for that. Honestly, I think all three are kind of good. I just have a preference probably for the green and blue to the pink. But it's not that larger a preference either. So this crown thing is interesting. It kind of gives me elf vibes. So I'd want to use it with the ears from the 5-star. This hair, it kind of gives me a Linlong vibe, honestly. Where it's folded into itself a lot. The bangs are interesting. It makes you feel like your hair is very, very short with this type of bang. And it's kind of more of a masculine bang, I think. Star hanging down, useful. These harder to use. Some, it's gotta be like Princess Fairy stuff. Use ribbons. It's kind of hard to pull off. This is an interesting part of the dress that I think actually helps it. I think this dress would be hurt by being fully strapless, because it goes up into the armpits like this, so it makes this area thin, so you kind of get a little something in the chest like this. And it does have 2 layers to it, where it's this really high, sharp-angled, like, leaf thing almost, like the wings, and then there's kind of like a normaler, that's a good word, shirt part underneath. And then the dress itself, pretty high cut for the front of the legs, which is nice, so you can see the leggings more, get a bit more style in there. Decent frills here. I'm glad they're not on the upper part. Same thing as the arms. Hard to use, but if you can, they're good. These, I did not realize until recently, are the shoes. I knew they were when I got the outfit, and I think I've forgotten and remembered that these were shoes, like, 8 different times. I just keep seeing girls with this, and I'm like, how is she barefoot? And then I look, and I'm like, oh, it's these. And that happens like 8 times. Because everyone, including me, wanted to be barefoot when we got to Itzaland, because you don't want to run around in the dirt in weird high heels. So these were useful. Very, very good. And our final one here, which I have not crafted. I do have it unlocked. I did get it. I just haven't crafted it yet because I didn't think the pieces were very useful to me, at the time at least. So we'll see if that's true right now. This is obviously like a harvest girl. Like a small village harvest outfit. So this does not fit my brain at all. This a little more so, but still not really. This is just such a perfect color scheme for this. Oh, okay, I do have those. I was gonna say those are really good. I've used these 100 times. That's interesting. I obviously have this piece. I have almost everything, apparently. I'm just missing 2. I don't remember seeing these, even though I own them. They are interesting. It's hard to use something this puffy on the arms, but it's nice. This I think I have used before. It is pretty wide. But it's not bad. Just depends on the hair. It's a nice bottom for this. I think the top's pretty plain, because that's what you're going for. And the bottom is pretty interesting, actually. It kind of makes me feel like a pumpkin. I don't know why. It's just the color, probably? But it doesn't go to ground. It's pretty long. Almost ground, but not. I like this. My concern with it is it's really only for the Harvest Girl theme. And I can't see it being useful for much outside of that. That's my concern with the dress. This hair, very, very, very nice bangs. Not a fan of the length of these. I had that talk earlier where I don't like them super short, I don't like them super long. In the middle, they're like okay, but I'd still rather not have them at all. These front down braided sections. It looks like maybe parts of the back hair are braided, but overall it's pretty long wavy. I like this overall. Super Eats-a-Land coated shoes, too. I guess it's just because Eats-a-Land is such a foresty area. But, kind of the tribal theming is what I'm getting from this. And even with this design here, I feel like I've literally seen this on Eats-a-Land clothing. Like, the 5-star boutique outfit, I think, has, like, this design on it. Again, just, if it's a good matching design, useful to have. And now we are on Independent Designer. I don't know what all this is from. Independent Designer. Is this from chests, maybe? That don't make sets? Useful? Just like this. If you have... They're a little big, but if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. These, I think, are really hard to use. I think these were from a... I swear, this is like, yeah, Noir Creed. It's a, real-life brand. And it was like a thing with the game where it was a crossover. And this is my current fishing outfit, which I know is weird. But that's just what it is. I just sneezed there. Pretty normal dress? Not bad. Just, I probably want the shirt to come down a little higher. A little lower is what I should say. Should come down a little lower over this, because it's a little long, but that's fine. Same thing. This is probably Stoneville stuff. I probably got this from a shop in Stoneville. This is a big Stoneville dress. Yeah, I just bought all the colors of it. I guess, does this tell you this all came out before dyeing was in the game? Look at the side of the screen here. It's just 5 of the same dress in different colors. I love this piece. I want to use it all the time. It's so hard to use because it's not dyeable. The day they add dyeing to this is the day I can finally use it for everything. Cool design for this. Crossed over, and then another one right after it, and it's platforms. And these, I think you buy from the shop right as you enter Stonewoods. I think this and the handheld version of it, you buy at that shop. The guy who's, like, yelling about having a discount or something during the carriage ride over when you first enter the town. This might also be part of that shop. Or it might be a thing you get as a quest reward in that area. I don't remember. But still nice. These work well with a lot of stuff because there's a purple flower. This hat, too puffy, too big for me. This I've used as a joke, I think, before? It kind of works with exercise outfits, too, because you can be like a trainer, but just whistle. Same with the key. It's kind of like the key in the joke sense. Not exactly useful, but something. Watches, always useful to have more watches. Very silly. Male, rich man, old-fashioned, haughty hat is what I would say for that. This hat, I don't even know what it's supposed to be. It's like a seaside town. Flat hats? Flat top hats? I don't know. Timothy can't help but rave about it. Timothy, I'm not exactly sure what you're raving about. Because it's not my style. Very, very, very bright eyes. Pretty light lips. Decent size. The grayed out eyes. I have used those before. Very sharp single eyelash. That's crazy. They look like they might be a little purple in this, but I'm not seeing that in this. Can't quite tell. Very, strict lining on the lips in that. Maybe like pink eyes, and that's it? Very light eyes. I meant eyeshadow, not eyes. Judging by the picture, it looks thin and then very, 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 very long. But I assume it's just lined exactly with the camera, so I can't tell. Pretty thin, pretty light. Similar to the other one, a little thinner and then fadey. And now we get into silly stuff. Our party hat, this thing. I've tried to use this before, and I haven't been able to. Puffy, silly hat. Not my style. I've used these a million times. This is harder to use. I could probably throw it on, like, a Rosa, and that would be it. Again, very useful for breaking up symmetrical shirts that you don't want to be symmetrical. Is just throw something like that on it. This is another really hard one. You can use it for, like, thief designs. Pair that with the mask, maybe. This one, I like, and you can use it for designs that are outdoorsy. The concern I've had with it in the past is it's pretty close to the body and tight. And it's clipped into things a lot. So I haven't had good uses for it because of that. Little sword for a fighty girl. This shirt is very silly to me because it is comically tight. It's definitely one size too small. And you could, like, see the lines from it squeezing Nikki so much. And yet, despite that, the logo is perfectly intact and not stretched from her chest at all. Which means the shirt might have actually been cut for a girl with a larger chest than Nikki. And still have this tight of a waist. So I don't know what kind of girl this shirt is made for, but she has the body of a supermodel, apparently. That's why this looks very silly to me. And also, she works out way more than Nikki, because Nikki's arms don't fill out the sides of this. This shirt is just cut incorrectly. Something about the cut of this shirt is just... every piece is wrong. Design-wise, it is cute, though. These pants are very nice. I feel like I vaguely remember the back of them looking weird. Like, this design lines up weirdly or something? I feel like I've tried to use these before, and I didn't like how the back looked. I feel like that. Maybe it's just, me misremembering of a different pant, but I don't know. This shirt's very silly. It looks kind of like a handprint here. Golden handprint. It is just a handprint. Like, it burned on painted handprint. I don't know what the main use case of this would be, is my main concern. Unless you're gonna dye it red and have it be, like, a victim, and you're... like, a killer or something. I don't know. This probably doesn't even have dye. This is the thing I always mix between wheat and kebabs. They're supposed to be skewers, but I call this wheat all the time. And it's probably just the color, but I have used this shirt before, and I've called it wheat. Interesting. Can't tell what exactly that is in there. A little tassel. There's a lot of tassels in Itzaland, so it'd be useful for that. Is that a basket? I can't tell what that is. Wish bottle necklace. Oh, it's a wish bottle. Okay, our cool shades. A little big for, like, stylishly cool, but they're just shades in general. An even taller top hat? Are you kidding me? It's crazy they don't show you the top. This is one side up suspenders. That's very cute. And we have another color, because dyeing wasn't in the game at that point. Never mind, they're short. This is full leg. This is cut shorts. You can see the fraying from them being cut. That's really cool. Oh my goodness. How do I not have Sad Cloud shirt? It's adorable. I really like that. I don't know. What happens if I even click this? It's a shop somewhere. It's a shop? Keep exploring Mirrorland. Thank you, game. Look at the textures reload into everything. I was in the menu so long, everything in my game unloaded. Back to the compendium, please. I'm not in Encore season. I got so confused. Rare treasure, independent designer. I remembered where I was. Are you proud of me? We are here. Sad Cloud. I really want that. So it must be a shop somewhere. To be fair, I've had a lot of trouble with shops in the game. Some appear on the map, some don't. I've tried checking and unchecking the option for the shops. I don't really understand how it works. Oh, I like the cut of this, actually. It's more masculine of a cut, but I think it's okay. Water in, like, Saturn's rings. Oh my goodness. What a fun bag. Obviously, this is gonna be made by someone in the Wishing Woods, so I need to look for shops in the Wishing Woods. What a silly flag. An adorable little flag. The Inspection Center has a shop. That's probably where this is then, because that's a wishing orb. I have to go back there and get that. Toy Sword. Knight's Duty. Amiibo is probably the shop owner, and is made after Gerota. So I have to go find Amiibo, which is... Yup, it's a person over in the Wish Center. Is that the girl who was in the cave during the quest? I don't think so. Almost looks like a cabbage. The other one's on the other side. I assume it's just... Yeah, it's another wishing orb. I'm just missing everything. Wishing orb related, I guess. Very, very tiny. Oh, that's cute. Very, very flat. Honestly, it's giving me hospital nurse vibes, again. I know that doesn't make any sense. I think it's because of how flat it is, and the cut at the top is giving me that vibe. Interesting socks. And now we are on to Marquez Boutique, which I obviously have everything at. This hair I have used before. It's rough that the piece is required to stay in the hair. That's not great, but it's something. I think the hair is cute enough that you can get away with it. A little too straight for my liking, especially with this thing in the front, but still okay in some designs. Cute. I like the bangs the most out of this. I'm not a big fan of hair this length that's fully straight. I prefer it wavy, but it's fine. More straight hair, a lot of straight hair is going to be here. Very, very messy, very good hair. Love it. Off to one side. Bangs is cute. That's not the hair I clicked on, is it? It is. Your bangs are not the same ones in this picture. That is not the same hairstyle at all. I prefer this to the bangs of this one. They're more naturally ending. They aren't as cut off straight. And you have one in the front, one in the back. They don't typically like for braided hair, but it's okay. You have very cute, kind of running away hair here. Again, I like the length, but I don't really like it straight like that. Same with this. This arch is cute. We see it in a couple dresses later on in the game, too, where the hair pokes forward a lot, and then falls down through the face, but super long straight, not a fan of. So I don't use it as much. It's still useful sometimes, but not as often for me. This dress I've had a lot of trouble with in the past. Shirt, I should say. I don't... It's supposed to be like a sleepy time outfit. But I have trouble designing anything around it because it's such a weird mix of materials and designs. I think it's cool. I just don't know how to make an outfit with it. This is a little interesting. It kind of looks like you're wearing a bib. Like you put on your cute wine red sweater, but you don't want to get it dirty when you're eating, so you put on a bib. And it's got these balls, which I feel like get caught on things and tear. So it makes me uncomfortable seeing you run around in them. Love this. Wore it for Firework Isles, I think was the main dress I used this on. And very nice dress. Very nice shirt, I should say. Very cute. More adult? Not in a sense that's like revealing or anything, but more of like a mature type of shirt I would associate it with. The toast. I love the toast. Used to wear it all the time. Pretty good exercise hoodie. Good length, so you can put some exercise shorts on. Same with this. This I've used a lot as an underpiece, where I have this and then outerwear. I used this for one of my event outfits in Wishfield where I wore overalls, and it lined up really well with this. It was, I think the event after Sith's event, I used it. And we got the mushroom overalls that have the top piece all the way up to here. And this was my underpiece for that. Puffy, I'm gonna go work with Mayor Grace top. This is an interesting one. I don't necessarily like how cupped the chest is. Like, this center part feels weird to me, and this feels weird to me. This is also weird. And I don't know. I guess it's just because it's like belts, and I don't like the idea of all these belts being everywhere. It's like clips here, belts here. The material feels a little weird. It's not a piece I like very much. Sleepy time, pajama pants. They're okay, hard to use in anything other than a sleep set, though. The parachute pants, kinda. 2-star is crazy, because they shouldn't even exist, because they have the spot for the 3rd star, and they just don't put anything in it, in this little grayed out area. That's criminal behavior. I don't know. I think these are fine. I think a lot of casual wear could use these pretty easily. Like, kinda outdoorsy casual wear. You're not gonna wear this around the house. And then, the other exercise shorts. The non-pink ones, the black ones. Cute, useful, nice. These I'm using recently. Very nice. Like, not exactly jean material, but that type of shorts. And they don't have the big chain on them, like the other one. Long pants, open wide at the bottom. Don't like the open wide at the bottom, but they are still useful. This might be the pair I wore to Firework Isles. I don't think they are, but it was something similar to this. Just generic, I forget what these are called. There's a name for this type of skirt, but good length on it for super high energy, peppy, casual. And then just more colors because we don't have dyeing in the game. Was this skirt a reward for talking to the guy on the walkway up to the Wish warehouse, Dream warehouse? I feel like it was. If it wasn't a reward, I think maybe this was the dress you had to show him. And then he gave you a reward for it, because he wanted like a purple star-themed dress to see or something. I just remember this coming into play at some point over there. I like the ribbon addition to it. I think it actually adds a lot. I don't know if this dress is dyeable, but even still, purple theming is pretty common, and so is stars. This is pretty useful. I just don't know what shirt I'd put with it. Good length for casual city wear. And design, obviously. With the skirt over skirt is fine. This nice, easy to match with stuff, accessories. Works good. Sleepy, casual. You would need like a generic shirt under it, sort of the toe shirt or something. But again, this and the sleepy sheep pants, good enough for a nighttime set. This is the Christmas set. I never made a Christmas outfit because there wasn't really a Christmas event. I assume Christmas just isn't a big thing in China is why. But weirdly Christmassy. Mrs. Claus outerwear. This one I have a hard time using because of how tiny this part is. I feel like if it was a little closer in and a little further down, and these were longer, it would make more sense. But it looks kind of like a kid's biker gang clothing that an adult put on. So it's interesting. This is just outerwear for any of the shirts I've talked about Mayor Grace in regards to. Maybe like bad weather, windy, and you have nicer clothes on underneath, and you're gonna go out. And you want your clothes to stay in good condition when you arrive at the place you're going, whether it's to dinner or a party or anything like that. Speaking of a party, we have party dress. Very nice. cut up on the leg, add a bit of like sex appeal to it, so it's not just generically flat across. Overall, just a very good dress. Even a little cut there too, add a little something to it. Double straps is okay. I don't have any big problem with it. I've used this dress before, so this is another good one. I like the straps on this one. It's got the strings actually coming out here. Big theme of ice and one right there in the center of the chest. Very good. Don't remember what the back looks like for this, but I probably wouldn't want outerwear on this. I'd probably want... I don't know. Small gloves or no glove? And a bag. I think I'd put a bag on this. And long hair. You can't do much to this. It is a lot of length. And you can't see much of the legs. But I still do like it in general. This is one of the socks that's one's fallen down, one hasn't. This isn't as egregious. This isn't the one I complained about where it looks like it's different size socks. But they're see-through. That's what I'll complain about for these. I like these. I just used them recently. They are very good socks. I don't remember what set I used them on. Might have been construction, but very useful. Because black socks are important because you can't dye things this dark. They might technically be dark green, but you get my point. Very just generic white tights. Love it. Generic thigh-high black. Love it. Generic white. Love it. This is what Marquez Boutique is about, though. It just gives you a basic list of things, like these two. Just generic socks you could use in case you need them. Fishnets. Sure. You need them, throw them on. Christmas for your Mrs. Claus outfit, throw them on. The generic schoolgirl socks that all trans girls gotta wear, throw them on. Kinda like fancier party thigh highs. I don't know. It's the type of thing you'd probably wear with, depending on length, this. I don't know if it would clash. You might need a little lower than that for that dress. But again, like I said, Marquez Boutique, the whole point is to give everyone a good variety of everything right at the start of the game. So they're just throwing everything at you. Every type of design. You want some slippers? Here you go. You want some big, fancy goth, band girl boots? Here you go. And then some just walk outside boots, which is nice. Just for casual strolls. A little less stroll, but still casual. You don't want to be walking long distances in these, but you can go out to something near your house in them and not worry. These are... I don't know. Traveling merchant from the Linlong Empire. These are Linlong shoes? I didn't really get that impression. I know slipper looking, but not slipper material, is something you'll see a lot of Linlong NPCs wearing. I like this part. I don't know. These are interesting shoes. There are flats, which I like. These, I've tried to use before. It's kind of hard in most outfits because they are so decorated, but they are useful, especially in Eastland. These are interesting. Would I say these are... I guess... Are they businessy? I don't know. The kind of straps... like I was complaining about with that top. They wouldn't go with that top, the yellow or orange one. Unique summer tradition of green baskets. I don't know, they're a little sharp as well, so they're kind of aggressive to me. And I'm having a problem with my skin color being a little close. To where I kind of can't tell where the shoe ends, and I'm not sure that's a good thing, because I don't think the intent of these is to look barefoot. These are kind of generic, what's a clog? I think that's a thicker version of this shoe. I don't know what that is. Generic, like, brown slip-ons, but then you throw a bow on top. And the bow looks differently colored in this for some reason. But it just adds a little something to it. So this is... maybe I'd expect, like... they look childish to me, I guess is what I'll say. This is a little more adult. Maybe like this is like the step right above that in terms of maturity for shoe design. And then we get into like even higher level because these are just insane heels. I do not expect, what is this? 4 or 5 inches, maybe 4 inches heels? No, it's probably like 3 or 3.5. They're not that crazy. They are very, very tall, though. And they're designed like a ballet slipper, almost, in terms of what they look like from the top. Which doesn't really make sense to me. Heavy-duty running shoes, very nice. A scrunchie, wore that in exercise clothes before. Little heart earrings are nice. Very big. Wow, that's surprisingly big. I was not expecting the size of that. And then we have this, kind of DNA-esque, but very thin. And then we got some stars on the side here. The no-crossing headbands, I've never really understood them, but I'll take it. Very big polka dot one. Again, you have to have a very specific type of design on your shirts and stuff to make that work, but this is cool. It's cooler in the picture here, where it looks like it's looped around. But still, I do actually like it. Even though it's 2-in-1, which I've complained about, I think they're similar enough and far enough apart that it kind of works. This I've never used, I think. It's just... It might be like my most hated idea conceptually. I hate the little white beads, so what should we do? We should make a necklace that's all of them, and then we should have 3 of them, all connected in one piece, and one hangs down and gets in the way of your top. Like, conceptually, it's the worst piece I've ever could have imagined. This hat, my main problem is just it's too wide. I've always thought this hat was funny. It's just way too wide. It's not the correct size hat for Nikki. Another one of the loose hats I'm not a big fan of. These gloves, I think, are okay. They're a little weird because they're so shiny, so weird of a material, and the open back hands with the straps. I think you can make them work in more, like, not exactly goth or emo, but like dark colored like that, adventurous girl outfits. These are kind of nice. They give me kind of a sea theme. I'm not exactly sure why I feel that, because they have stars on them. But I'd want this maybe on the 5-star sexy outfit, but with the pink version, not the blue. I would like put this on. Very thin, kind of nice. Weird that the other one is, like, super ridiculously thin, close to the hand here, but not bad. This I just, think I used recently. I do like it. I think it's not dyeable is the problem. Silly glasses. I guess wear them to the firework aisles if you want. And then the actual dress you get, which has animation to it. It's got the, cranes flying around it, which you get for buying everything else in the shop. This dress kind of is hard to decorate around. I don't think there's very good arm pieces for it. And I wouldn't... Maybe I could get outerwear that covers the entire top and then kind of redesign it to be more drapey. This looks like drapes, like, for your window. I don't know, it's a weird one to decorate around. You can make it work, but the top and bottom, this is... They feel different, like different dresses again. Oh, but that was it for that section. I don't know how to actually get out of that menu. I guess I gotta click down here to Shooting Star and then come back. We are over to this. Stylus Group Collection. I have nothing of. What is this? Oh, I just haven't crafted them. I have these unlocked. I just haven't made them. You are the, like, office girl. I have used your hair before. I really like your hair. It's the best piece of the set, I think. Generic undershirt, pretty good. These are probably the pants I use at Firework Isle. Probably, because they're good bottoms. Decent adult shoes. They're not terrible. It's a pretty high heel on them. Pretty generic. A watch. I know I've used this before. I just haven't crafted the outerwear. I kind of don't know what I'd use it in. It's kind of more of sleepwear, honestly. I don't see it as being like... I don't think this is very business appropriate to have this open. And this is, like, farmer's daughter outfit. That's pretty good, but it cuts off very abruptly with his hair. I don't think that's how it's supposed to be. I think it's just a bad match with this hairstyle. Those are nice shoes. I like those. Those are actually really nice. Pretty good hair. It's a little looser of a braid, only one. Decent skirt, very similar to stuff you're gonna get in Stoneville. The other socks we had pointed up, these point down, and they're not see-through. Pretty good top. A little rough that it's not separated into shirt and outerwear, which would probably be a little better. We got more screen flashing. Perfect. I do like it. Again, I don't know if you can actually undo this. You probably can undo it and retie it yourself to change size. I don't know. I'm probably positive on this. I would probably prefer them separated, but it's still usable on its own. I don't know if I've ever actually... I don't own it. So, no, I haven't used it in an outfit. I haven't crafted it. But I don't hate this set. I think the pants just don't go well with this top, I would say. Very childish one that I have a couple pieces of, and it's the outerwear. I've used this outerwear a lot. I love this outerwear. And necklace is useful. Shoes, don't like that part. Like the shoe itself, but because of that, I'd probably just use something else that has star theming. This is pretty good. We have a couple that are similar to it. Maybe not with the cross pattern in the center of the chest, and it's a pretty thick strap, honestly. Which I think helps. Because, again, it's kind of childlike to me. And childlike stuff, thicker straps is better, probably. Makes more sense. This is pretty good hair. I like that. Poke out to the side, two little mini bun things. Bangs like this. Suede. I like that hair. I need to prioritize some of this stuff crafting. And pretty generic, but useful for any star theming. And big bow, which I know I have. Generic socks, little bit of detailing up here, pretty nice for some small socks to have something that differentiates them. Generic boots, I should craft these because it's useful to have generic shoes, not boots. Longer than I expected when I clicked it. Not bad. Again, it's all like this type of skirt I just associate so heavily with Stonewood's girls. They wear something, I think, longer than this normally, but it's this very, very modest, singularly designed skirts I associate with them, because they have a culture of, under-designed, on-purpose clothing. That's something they talked about when we first went there, was that there was, like, I feel like I remember there being a pride to how simple they dressed. We got our bib back. Our little rectangular bib. But I think it works better on this shirt because everything's white. And interesting. I'd be interested to see the back of this. It probably connects. These probably combine into the back to connect. Depending on where that ends is where whether I like it or not. But in general, just pretty medium length wavy. I say medium, that's pretty long, honestly. It's just some things in the dress go down, some hair in the game go down all the way to your butt. So, and some hit the floor. Only a couple hit the floor, but there's some long hair. So this is long hair by human standard. Good luck remembering where I was. Oh, I was in that one. Now I'm over here. Heart of Infinity. I'm missing something in the Heart of Infinity, apparently. Not sure what that is. It's probably a... Oh, it's probably an accessory for, like, fishing upgrades on the right half of the heart. So we have our shrinking outfit. The legs of this outfit I've used before and love. It's my favorite piece of this set. Yellow and the green. Not really excited by either of these. That's why I've stuck with this. But the hair is pretty good. I've used the hair before, too. I might be using it in the outfit from episode 200. This is kind of fairy-like. I've always had trouble remembering that this is shrinking, because it kind of doesn't make sense in my head to be the shrinking outfit, but I do like it. Shoes having this attached is weird to me, but it's better than just having the strap. And this also, it being one piece, whenever I first got it, I was pretty upset about that, because I think it would work better as two. These are the super piece. I love these. These are really high up there in terms of leggings in the game. They're a must-have. These aren't bad. They're really high up the arm, which is interesting. The hat I will probably never use. It's a jester's hat. It's silly. These are useful. A lot of star stuff in the game. This is also nice with the asymmetry. It's a little big and a little too shiny for most outfits. Some can make it work, though. This is gliding, yeah. I always forget this one's gliding, too. Oh! This is kind of giving me more of that Harvest Girl vibe. I guess orange and pumpkins and browns is what I associate with that. The green isn't bad. Green might be my favorite, actually. And then this one I think is interesting. So maybe this is my least favorite, but I do like it. Not the hair color, necessarily. The hair itself I'm not also a huge fan of. I don't really like high ponies, I guess is what I'm finding out. In general, I don't know if there's any high ponies in the game I'm a big fan of. The dress is... I would describe it as an objectively cute dress, but not personally something I'm interested in. It's the type of thing I would see in a shop and go, oh, that's nice. But it wouldn't be something I'd want to wear. It's not exactly... I don't know. It's good conceptually, I guess is how I will describe it. I think this is a good conceptual dress, but I don't think it works practically. These legs, obviously super useful. Interesting, the cutout shoes. I swear I've never seen this shoe before in my life, even though I literally have, obviously, because I own it and have the set. What a weird idea for a shoe that I don't know if it works or not. This angle here is what's throwing me off, because it doesn't follow this. That's such a weird choice, but I think it's cool. I'm glad this shoe exists. Wow, this picture is not taken at a good resolution for this glove. I was gonna say, these gloves I think are actually okay. Don't trust this picture. The gloves don't always look like this. This looks pretty bad. The texture's really messed up here. I think normally they look a little better. Although you do have to be careful with mesh stuff like this, that it can ruin photos sometimes. This is giving me more of... It reminds me of the military uniform. This, like, big brooch neck thing. Hard to use, but not super terrible. Interesting that it's a little bow over top of what looks almost like a cross. I guess it's supposed to be a flower? And then another big bow, but this one's kind of droopy. It's not, as perky as some of the other bows we had. Oh, the original fishing. I do like the original fishing. Color-wise, I'm liking this one, but thematically, it's gotta be this. This is just a generic fishing color. A big problem I have with the set is the gloves make no sense, I think. I also don't have one of the fishing rods, because I haven't upgraded my thing all the way. Hair is pretty good, though. It's a little shorter than I like. I do like it a little closer to the shoulder, but shirt's really good. Really good shirt. A little too wide opening top, still it's made up for by being such a fun design and looseness. Pants are okay. I don't have any big problem with them. They're a little shorter than I'd like, but you can just wear big boots with them. These boots, they got the water symbol on the front, which is very funny. Pretty much useless outside of rainwear. and waterwear, I'd say, though. This, always useful. I love this outerwear. I think it works in a lot of stuff. Probably not exercise stuff, but anything outdoorsy. The hat, I think, is also okay. It's got a tighter neck thing, which is good. It's not running into the problem that the other hat we looked at did. I think the hat's a little too big, though. I think it should be a little smaller, and then I'd have better feel about it. Cute, little shark. These, I just don't really understand. They're adorable. I love them. But I don't really see this type of thing being good for fishing. And then just a backpack. It's nice. It's a little loose. I wish it was up on the back more. But none of the backpacks are really up on the back. They're worried about them getting in the way of hair. But I think it's okay to have backpacks that are really high. And then if you want long hair, just don't use that backpack. Now we have a bug catching. A generational bottom piece. This thing is legendary. I love it. One of the best bottoms in the game, probably. A lot of pieces on this are really good, and I've used a lot. This one, too. I have this upgrade because I've used this black. I really love this. I don't know how I've upgraded it, evolved it, but haven't glowed it up. That's a little silly of me. I like the blue. I think the yellow and the blue work well together. It's just this black is so good. Hair is pretty good. Best part, by far, the pulled back bang. This adds everything to this. The shirt, I think, is okay. It does its job, which is all it needs to do, really. This is the piece. The big one. It's so good. This little thing up here, the pockets, the bee being adorable. It's a little blocky here, but you can just throw anything here, or just have a shirt that does something to your neck. This one has our little butterfly. This piece is so good. It's insane. These also, I've used a lot. These are really good too, because we have those ones we looked at earlier that have the ribbon on the back of the leg. This is just the opposite. You want a ribbon on the front of the leg? There you go. I think I used them in episode 200 even. Generic boots, useful to have. Generic hairpin, useful to have. The hat on the back. I think I've used it before. It's a little hard to use, because it kind of gets in the way of a lot of stuff, and I don't know if I trust the physics on it all the time, but it, I think, is the only hat you wear on your back in the game right now? Unless maybe there's a cash shop one I'm not thinking of. So it's nice to have. This is a little big. I think I used it on my event outfit for 2.3, I think. I think this, but heavily, heavily dyed. Very nice. And we have our electrician. Okay, the full name is electrician. Pretty good hair, a little straighter than I'd like. This outfit, only really useful as an electrician. Honestly, not much else. Boots, you could dye a lot, so they can kind of turn into generic. Same with the hands. I used them recently. I had to dye them a lot to make them work, but they can be used. These can't. They are the very sillies. There's a couple of these in the game. Pretty generic. I see these all the time, and I just don't know what to do with them. I think I've tried to use them before, and I don't think it worked. They're just so silly. I think I've tried to use this too, and I think it... Did I use this on, like, Encore season or something? I feel like I used this for something, and I just dyed it a bunch of colors to try to make it less obvious it was a plug. I feel like I tried. Oh, I didn't look at this. I don't know. I think I prefer this just because at least it's honest about what it is. Okay, this is obviously a good one. Another piece I used in 200 is the main dress of this. Hair is pretty generic. It has a very, very long, loose braided back that has flowers in it, I believe. Which is good for some sets. Some, it's a killer. This is... When I first started the game, I think I wasn't as excited by this set. Take a sip of my drink there. I don't exactly remember why, but... think I wasn't super into it, and now I think I'm a little more forgiving of it. It's got some interesting things going on. And I think at the time, maybe I was just more interested in other stuff. Like, I was laser focused on some sets, maybe? Or maybe I'm just completely misremembering. These shoes, kind of similar to the ones that have flowers up and then on the side. They're interesting in theory and hard to pull off. I think a lot of the time, I'll click these thinking they're the correct shoe for a set, and it just won't turn out well. These, they're so high up on the head, I don't know if I've ever successfully used them. They're almost like horns, they're so high up. These are very big. If you have a moon thing, they might be useful, but I think there's better moon earrings. This, don't talk to me about this. I don't know how to use this. Even when it was added to a separate section so it doesn't override other things, because I think it used to be a legging? I think? I still don't know how you're supposed to use it. This I've used before. Pretty useful. I think I like it better when you don't have your hair tied up, and I think it works well to cut up just a flat-backed hair. These are interesting. They're actually pretty useful. You can use these a lot for 5 stars that have puffy chests, but no arms, or thin arms, to kind of ease the change from puffy shoulder down into your wrist, rather than have it drop off right at the shoulder. So these are pretty nice, and they're see-through, so you can have, when you color them, they can make interesting colors. Sometimes that's a bad thing, for sure. It's really hard to make these a dark color that doesn't look terrible. But I think these are interesting pieces that are very useful. Good. And very, very good. I love this so much, the super dark one. And then we have floating. I do like floating. The interesting thing about this is I really like the bottom and the arms. I like everything about this. The top is still just so interesting to me. It's like you cut out a piece of like a sailor uniform or something for it. Green and like a brown. I don't think I would hate the brown if I had it, but the blue is just so good, especially with all the bubble theming. It's not exactly Linlong-esque because it's so loose. I feel like Linlong is normally tighter, but this is the main thing. This being connected is worse. If that was a separate arm piece, it would be better. But it's not bad as is. Strapless, cute, open. Very, very short. Also gives you a lot of room to work with. See-through socks. Not a good thing. These are pretty cute. Star and these tied up here. They aren't perfect. They definitely have problems, especially looking at you. But they're a cute option. This is hard to use. It's not a worthless piece for sure, but there's a lot to it. You have the star, you have this, like, almost animal central thing, you have a see-through ribbon, and then you have a puffy, like, collar. It's a lot together. And there's the hang-down things I didn't even notice. I don't even know where they are. They're in the back. I forgot about that. That's right. I have used this before and then saw my back and saw these hanging down. There's 2 pendant things in the back. The bunny clip, which I think isn't a bunny? It's supposed to be a star or something? I don't know. I've always called this the bunny clip. This is a silly hat. I don't know how to use it. And these, in theory, they're useful. I think if you have long sleeve shirts that are this color matching, these could be a useful end piece. I just think it's hard to find stuff that fits with them well. And, oh, our animal grooming, a classic. A weirdly soft, watery groom, considering we do have a scrub brush, but I don't feel like there's much water involved in the grooming process for us. And then it's cow version. And it's just green. So cow is obviously interesting. This is really fun. I should get that. That's very nice hair. I normally would say it's not curly enough, but I really like how the overall shape works. And obviously, almost sweater material, it looks like. Well, actually, no. It looks like you have a towel wrapped around your body, which is probably the point. You're supposed to be a towel. The sudsy pants, very hard to use on anything else but fun. Same with these boots. It's only water boots. The socks? Little crunchy. Could be a problem. The material's very, very thick. And solid color. I think they are useful still sometimes. These are a little puffier than I like, but still not bad. Still not bad. Full-handed is nice. They have also this, like, under thing. So it's tight all the way, but then these puff out a little. They don't actually end at the wrist for the body type. And then this is like a shower cap, which is nice to have. Final one, I guess? The violinist. This is a very well-decorated dress. It's definitely the type of thing you would expect, like a high-end, formal professional violinist to wear, which is good. Initial impressions is pretty high of that. I might want to prioritize getting that. The blue's not so much. I'd have to see the whole thing, but the idea of just inverting the colors but keeping them similar, I kind of like. It's a little more green than white, so I don't know. I'd have to see it fully colored. The hat's a joke. These are nice. These, they're a little too short. I don't like how short they are. Hair is very good. Interesting bangs are very thin. And then this piece doesn't come from the front. It comes from the back and then wraps over. That's rare. That's very, very rare. Sometimes you'll get the whole hair hanging out, where it'll just be like braided to the front. One strand? I don't know if there's any other hair in the game that does one strand like that. And then this, obviously, it's a whole thing, so you can't really decorate around it. You kind of just have to accept I'm the music girl if you put this on. But I don't think it's bad. Useful. Stripes. Fluffy at the top. Pretty... maybe too thin on this, but at least it has some texturing to it. Kind of like a little, puff thing like this on the front of the shoe is interesting. Remove that. And what are we down here? Just random accessories from miscellaneous places. The sunburn blockers. I love them so much. So low. Kind of like that other thing we were looking at earlier. The beer bottle that was hanging down super low. Our, like, druggy cap. It is cozy, though. Little fish earrings, I think I've used those. The sunburn blockers. I probably have used the sunburn blockers before. They're just such a funny idea to me. I love them. The little, is that butterfly? Pepper frame. It's peppers. It's an interesting idea. A hat that's a little well-fitting compared to the last one, but still one size too big, I think. More cuffs, so I need long sleeves to work with them. These boots are kind of nice, actually. I don't use them much. I just don't typically use the type of shirts and pants that go well with this type of strapped long leather boots, but they're really good. The boots are nice. These are really good earrings. We don't have many that work like this, and the other side has the big pendulum. Some tight black pants, useful. Not my favorite, but usable. I think I don't know. I would want, like, poppy chest, tops for this. Like, very heavily accessorized 3D tops for that. These I just used recently in my sheep herding outfit in episode 200. It's kind of like hippie-esque, but it's usable still. This one kind of gives me a similar vibe to the violinist, where it's like a strict kind of professional, maybe like a piano player professional. The top is a little... Hmm. It's a little tighter than I would expect, actually. I don't know. Over here it says rebellion and fearlessness. I guess the impression is supposed to be it's like some type of alt clothing style. Got the X's down here too. I don't know. It's like almost formal, but not quite there in a weird way. It gives me weird vibes. I don't hate it though. And our military cap. I'm missing one thing from the Heart of Infinity here too. Yeah, this has to be... It is the fishing thing. Yeah, so I'm just missing the fishing one. Miracle Outfits Radiance. And this is just our Wishful Rosa, obviously. Like a pink-purple? Ooh, that's pretty nice. Interesting, and you get the extra stuff on the crown. And then our glow-up, which is nice. Some of the pieces are useful for a Rosa, so having more of these is nice. Crown is used a lot. You'll see that in snapshots all the time. For sure. Hair, I find hard to use with a lot of hats, because it is so designed for the crown specifically. The dress has the metal stuff kind of like Timeless Melody, just not as overwhelming. Same with the chest. It's kind of wrapped around the chest with metal too. You could throw some outerwear on this that would make it fluffier, that would kind of match this portion. Hard to use because of how thick these are, but sometimes useful. These, I think, are very useful. Sometimes you just really want the really, really fancy heels. And stuff going up makes them more interesting. I think I've tried using these before. They're hard to use because of how seriously large they are. They are massive. But they are nice because they wrap the whole ear like that, and not many things do. This is hard to use too. Everyone uses it. I think it's hard to pull off, though. It's overwhelming in how it works. And I'm a person who uses horns a lot, and I know horns are also super overwhelming. Very, very big. A lot of outfits have this fluffy thing, though. So I can never remember this is a Rosa unless I stare at it and see the flower, because it's just so similar to other pieces. This is also very, very similar to the 4-star Purification, with the exception mostly being up here at the cuff, that it doesn't get thin, it spreads out again. But they serve a very similar purpose. Screen flashing black again. Our makeup, yellow with some blush. It is pretty nice. Pretty, like, loose, but decently thick. Can't quite tell. Some green. Probably green tinted. Hard to tell, though. And I guess, was Arya not in it? I guess it wasn't. That's why it's not an exploration season as Miracle outfit. It's probably a later season. And all our Eurekas. We don't need to look at the colors for these. We can just look at... What? Oh, I see. They're all on at one time. I thought I was clicking through something. So yeah, we got our little bunny buddies, our bubbles. This one with all the flapping stuff. I don't know what the bottom is for this. Oh, it's the feathers. I have used that one a lot. A lot of these, I like the real big behind head ones. I just have a hard time using them. This also has a little butterfly there, actually. And butterflies at the bottom, so you can match it with this one. This void, I think, is really cool. You used to see people use it all the time. I never see it anymore. People used to take close zoom-in photos of your face with this in the background. It looks really cool. Gotta keep that in mind. And lightning birds, lightning bottom. The clock, there's a couple clocks in the game. I like all of them. They are cool. More butterflies, all butterflies. The moon, another real good one. And this is like kind of like broken butterfly wings almost, with clouds. More butterflies. Everything's butterflies. These upper arm wings get bigger, too. I think they have part of the animation where they extend. And I've tried using them a lot, and they clip into a lot of arm pieces pretty easily, so you have to be careful. This is a feather one I use a lot. There's another feather one, I guess. This one's really wide. It has the thing that appears on the floor like a puddle. This water one, I use this in my Sea of Stars dress in 1.5, I think. Some water stuff around here, goes up the leg, get a little fishies on the hands. I never use hand stuff much because my hands move around so much I don't want to be distracted by it. I used this in my Sleepy outfit in episode 200. Some star theming, constellations, and it's just clouds down here with like the candy bracelets. A little planet with gemstones, like fractured planets. And we have our flowers. It's just very tiny because we're down to like the 3 stars. Candy theming. Hard to use these two, but the candy I guess would be fun. These I could have potentially used in like outdoorsy outfits. I don't think I ever did. Sleepy Time stuff. The original Sleepy Time set. There's a bunch now. And then ice. If you're going with your crystal outfit that I call the ice outfit from the 5-star banner. 5-star standard. The Joker one is hard. This card-themed one. Hard to use, I think. All the pieces of it. This is the chess set as well. I think I've tried to use chess. I don't know if I was successful in it or not. I feel like we did use this. I don't remember for sure. More flutteries. And this is the ribbon on the leg. Big love one. I feel like I haven't used this, and I should, because it's not as hard to use as some of the other really big ones. These are a little rough following your hands around. That's not bad. This I know for sure I have used. Don't know if I used that. I probably have used the bottom part. This I see girls still using all the time. It's really good because of the ears. It gives you like the fish, girl, mermaid ears. Very, very useful. You don't see this stuff as much. These are kind of cute, but hard to use. But yeah, this crowning is everywhere. Everyone loves this. It's amazing. This is really hard to use. I think the main use case of this is you take a picture with this, but you zoom in and have it cut off here, so that you can't see that it's like floating behind you, and it's kind of like its background stuff. I think that's the main use case of this, and more just arm birds. The masks, I don't know, throw it on Shadow Shatter, something like that. The needle is aggressive. That's like a combat outfit thing. Same with the like kunai down here. You're gonna assassinate someone. These are cool. I think I tried to use these in the Wishing Woods at some point. I don't think I succeeded. Lotus is down here. You could use in like any Linlong stuff. This is hard. It's very, geometric. Let's pull that word out again. Structured moon stuff. Save this, Eureka, for when we go to visit the moon whales or the sky whales. Whatever they're called. Space whales Federation. That's when the structured stuff is going to come out. Book with the Plant suffers similar to how this does. Where I feel like it's hard to use. You could be like a plant witch. Like if I put this on my planting outfit, which is like a plant witch outfit, I think this would actually make a lot of sense. I don't think I did, because I typically don't like adding Eurekas to stuff, but this set is perfect for that. This is a pretty low-key set, honestly. The hand is the biggest piece, which is crazy. This is probably technically bigger, but you kind of get what I mean. Pretty crazy set. And you could probably add it to any cutesy love set. This is just an upgrade of the moon rabbits from before, where now they have plants around them, which is a very silly set to have in the game, but I do like it. And Infinity Mirror rewards. Oh, this is just, you win, and then you get your bouquet, you get... I forgot this was from this. This is like the old Roman ruler crown or something. And we get a little first place participation ribbon that we get for winning. That's all of that. We're down to the last 2 menus, whatever these are. Random surprises. What in the world is this? This must be... This is one-off mission rewards, because Veli's thing is here. Isn't your name Veli? Your name is Veli. Oh my goodness. A few months ago, I think, someone commented on a couple of the videos having to do with Veli, and I have to relive my trauma Veli gave me. And I actually forgot because it's been so long. I actually did have to look up the answer to Veli's quiz. I tried, probably like... It's hard to tell because a lot of it also happened off camera. It was probably at least 2 hours I spent talking to Veli, trying to find the answer to her quest. And it took months of me every once in a while going back and talking to her. And finally, I just Googled the answer and got really mad because the answer was what I think very stupid. But I love the top. I had to get it for whatever event I was doing. I wanted to use this. Sun hat, not bad. This is the see-through one of these, which is very weird and silly. Those hats in general I'm not a huge fan of. This hair, not exactly the most useful. I do like how, like, fuzzy it is, but I think the back is tied weirdly. I'm not that big a fan. This, one of the best tops in the game. Adorable. Useful if you need just something to throw on to, like, break up some space, but not super interesting on its own. A very silly hat, more of a joke hat. Same with this, it's a joke hat. It's got the bird poop on top, I think? Yes. It's got bird poop on the top of it. This is cute. It's a little hard to just have that on hair and that's it. I'd probably want another thing on top of that. So it's the type of thing where it would be a piece of something, I think. This is nice. I think I've used it before. It's not the most interesting. It's just, it looks comfy to wear. So if you're doing casual wear, it looks comfy. It's just not very interesting. Now this is like the military stuff. This, I don't think I've ever used because I'm not that into military garb. But if you are, it's obviously perfect. Little loose cat hat, which is interesting. The material is weird to me. Ooh, I really like the top of this. The bottom, not that into. I really like the straps into the chest into this. I think this is a little long. I think it should be... one button higher would probably make a big difference, actually. If you moved it up one button, it would be great, I think. Like, 1.5 might be perfect for me. Got a little ribbon here. The bottom, it's got a lot going on. It's different layers of textures. But, I don't know. I really like the top. I really like how Nikki's arms look coming out of this. That's pretty good. That's cute. A souvenir from Expeditions. There's a rumor of collecting all the souvenirs will reveal the ultimate secret of landscape photography. Let me guess, it's a landscape photography, perspective photography or something that gives you this. Kinda cute. I do like it. I like that the strings fold in and out. That's not normally how hoodies are done, so it's cute. Tucks in, too. It's a tuck-in. Something this thick being a tuck-in is interesting. Again, high ponies. I'm just apparently not a big fan of them. I like the mismatched sides for length, and comes down a little between the eyes. Useful if it's useful. Cute for sleepwear. If I had it, would I have used it for my sleeping dress? Probably not, but maybe. My sleepwalking, or whatever it's called. Kinda silly. They're really thick, really big. But they're probably still nice to have. Very simple, very cute. Oh my goodness, it's the same dress as the other, but recolored with a different picture. The one I said was cut wrong. That's very funny. The Bug Trivia Challenge is where that's from. World Tales. What are you? You were a reward from a styling... No. Were you? No, you're a world quest. You're Akka's mother? Did Akka's mother give me this? Is Akka the name of the boy who raps? You're a full set. Were you the set from Akka? Hang on. Seeing the clothes prepared for Belle reminds me of her. This is how memories take shape. I don't remember what quest chain this was from. Or if the kid's name was Aka. Cute hair. I probably have used it. Useful. This stuff gets a little less useful, because I don't really use school outfits. If we go to Sichia, I might actually just make a school uniform for Sichia Academy. Or if the city's big enough, they might have actual schools there. If it's the capital of the Heartcraft Kingdom, I assume there's going to be, like, normal schools. Like, high schools, middle schools, elementaries, things like that. Pretty generic skirt, okay, though. Generic legs, okay. Generic shoes, thank you for not having the thing up here. I like it. Backpack, love it. I'm using it in my Peach for Momo outfit right now. Very, very, very good backpack. It's high up. The thing I complained about earlier. Those are crazy. Are you kidding? That's insanity. I don't even know if you'd use this on a fishing thing. I don't know where you would use this. This is just craziness. Pretty sleek. Maybe in, like, a higher-end outfit. This is like the Croaker hat, almost. So I guess I'd use it with a set relating to sea life or something. That's crazy. Long... Are they considered plaid? Yeah. Long plaid... I need to just look up what actually specifies plaid, like what the definition is. Long plaid, like, cut-up top boots. That's craziness. I own those, too. I don't think I've ever used them. Military-esque hat. This is this Conductor, or is this the battle stuff with Raggy? Okay, it's the Conductor one. Little... It looks almost like, Lamp or something. Baggy and no, foot. Very important to note for that. You can hide it by having a big shoe overneath. Overneath. Oh my goodness, I cannot talk today. Listen, I've been recording for 4.5 hours. You can have a shoe cover it up, or you can leave it plain like this and have it shown. It's a little weirder to have it shown, but you can make it work with, like, slippers or something, and they can just be actual warmers, like they're supposed to be. Cute. I think I've used it before. I don't remember where we got it from. It was a quest. Wasn't the Astral Swan quest where we met the swan? Was the quest where we met the swan the one where the PC passed away? Is Lenzi the PC that passed away? That might be. That might be what this is from. Useful. I think I have used that a couple times. Same with those. This one's a little harder. I think I might have used this in a Itzaland outfit because it's a little tribal. But I think it's supposed to be fish? Barasant. Okay, I thought this was, like... What is that fish? It's not a fish, it's... It's like a shellfish or something. That is... Or maybe I'm thinking of, like, a fossil that has this shape. I don't know. I love this hat. It's very cute. It's, like, some type of weird cow thing. I don't know, but it's very, very nice. I love it. And generic boots, I think I've used before. They are very useful. Am I using them in my episode 200 outfits? Maybe. Oh, those are kind of nice, actually. They have the bad back thing, but I like the front. How it's actually open-toed a little bit. Because all the other ones, I think, aren't. Those would be useful if I did all my quests. Pretty generic, but they have a little tie over the top, which could be interesting. Work with something. And exclusive treasures, one thing. What are you? Oh, you are the original birthday. The 1.0 birthday. I should check the colors first. We have pink. I have not crafted that, but it's the yellow-blue. And I do have the upgrade, which is... I think I did this recently, actually. I don't even think it was that long ago. Or I upgraded to get this one. The best is still the pink, though. Hair is pretty good. Hard to use because of how bright the coloring is. But I like the length and style, at least. Tiara, that's a little more towards the front. We have our star earrings with a lot of beads. More ribbons. I talked about before with the ribbon stuff that's kind of hard to use unless it's very childish magical girl stuff. Big, big, big star. The actual magical girl dress itself, it's okay. It has that same thing that the 2.0 dress does, where it comes off to the side like that, the battle outfit that I use. Big ribbon. I like the layering here. I like how see-through the white is here, and there's the little things that go down after. It's not bad. It's just hard to use in anything other than what it is. It's one of those. Now, the problem with these, that the arms don't have, is it is a full, almost, leg thing. So, if you just put this on, and this on, your legs are white. And if you don't want them to be white, you can't easily dye it to skin color. At least at this, setting 1, Nikki skin. I don't know about setting 2 and 3 for Nikki skin. Whatever they're called. It might be called, like, option 1, 2, 3. I haven't actually looked. But, at least for my skin color, it's really hard to make it look like it's just the ribbons. These shoes are pretty good, though. These are usable in tons of stuff. Handhelds in general, not useful, but if you're going to have a handheld, have it be something like this. I like it. I know we have a couple wands now. I only have 2 of them, but I think there's 3 total in the game. I think there's more in here. Main story. I should have clicked this one first because it's higher up. How am I missing something in the main story? Wait a minute, that just clicked in my head. How's that even possible? I haven't crafted it is probably the answer. But we have our knight uniform from when we were interrogating the person who worked with Giovanni. What was he called? Wish Envoy? No idea. Nope, I don't remember. Pretty simple hair, but not bad. The knight uniform. Good pants. Having just generic pants, like, that's pretty good. These are hard to use. I've looked at them a couple times. They're pretty rough. The belt isn't helping. Gloves, pretty useful, but they're a little too medical for most outfits. And this is very nice. I am using this in one of my recent outfits, too. The outfit herself, for reasons I can't comprehend, is number 2 on the list, but we don't worry about that. I did not realize she had ribbons in her hair in this. I just never used that hair, I guess, so I didn't realize that. This, obviously, we're using in Peach for Momo. Very, very cute. Very iconic, obviously. Using all promotional art most of the time. See-through socks. Get me out of here. Pretty good shoes. I should probably use these more. They're kind of like heart here. This hard to use. It's one of the ones I talked about earlier. Things that hang down from the neck really far like this, really rough. And it might actually hang down both sides from the looks of it. Backpack. It's a nice backpack. It's so low down. That's the problem. It's really punky, so it doesn't give me the Linlong feel. The back part, if you look just from the back, I'd say Linlong Empire. The front's so punky, though. Croaker. Love it. Very, very casual. Just like houseware or something. And, oh, it's the, cranes. Earrings. Again, so low down, which is interesting. This is, what is her name? It's the girl whose father was unconscious because he was the, person who went into the Wishing Woods. And he did wake up, and I think I held it in and didn't cry when he woke up from his coma, I think. It's been a while. I don't remember. I do like this dress a lot. We don't have the accessories for it, because Louise, that's her name. I should remember. Her name is really pretty. She made this dress. Is what she's going to enter into the contest that will never happen. I swear, give us the actual contest as an event. And then she's going to make accessories for this that we're not allowed to have, which will hurt me. Little band here. Blue Flame. Mark of the Silver Gale. Probably useful. Oh, here's the thing. I think we bought at the shop. I guess we didn't buy it. We must have been given it by Luis. Oh, Spindle gave it to us, I guess. Interesting. I thought we bought that from the shop. This is the hat that Raggy gave us. Okay. I couldn't remember what the one that he gave us actually looked like. That's why I got it confused with the conductor hat earlier. But this is us joining his, like, military corps. Not a super bad hat of this type. Better than some of the ones. I don't like the see-through one much. Oh. And we have Timis's makeup. Love it to death. Use it all the time. We have a little crane necklace. I have used that a lot. This is, I think, more of the hair you start the game with for Nikki. I think you start with a couple hairstyles that are just her pink, I think. Pretty good, and then you add these to it and ruin it. I'm sad. I'll take it, though. More, see-through socks. Don't talk to me. Very, very front-facing crown. This tie, it looks a little trashy to me, is what I'll say. Like, it's trailer parky. Like a girl in a trailer park. And I don't know what the association is. There's a girl... Actually, I know the association. I don't know if this is true or not. In my mind, there was that TV show about the guy who... I don't remember the plot. It's like he almost died, and then he made a list of, like, 100 things he had to do to repay people he wronged. Because he saw, like, a vision of God or something, I don't remember. And he lived in a trailer park or something like that, and he had a girlfriend. And I think that's what I associate her as wearing. An insane tangent that I didn't describe the show well. My Name is Earl. It's My Name is Earl, isn't it? That girl. His girlfriend or wife or whatever, I think, wore something like this, or I'm crazy. And another useful little chest accessory. And hang on, I'm missing that chest accessory? I just clocked that in my brain. I have to have this, and I just didn't craft it. That's the only explanation. Oh, we're on our final section. Wow. You're telling me I've got half the chests in the game? 0 outfits. Boldy. Okay, this is just the boss items. We have our Boldy hoodie. It ruins every ability outfit in the game, so you can't wear it with, like, anything, because it covers your head and your hands. Our little shoes, which I never find a good excuse to wear, but I do think they're cute. And this thing is crazy. The Endless Hug is ridiculous. It's cool. Hard to use, for sure, though. I think it's categorized as a necklace, not outerwear. I think. Maybe I'm crazy, but it's weird. Now let's look at the chest and see what I'm missing. A lot of this is just stuff I haven't crafted, probably. Flower thing? I don't even know what you are. Do I have any pieces of you? Have I found a single one of you, or do you just not exist for me? Like, even as craftable. I don't recognize that. Pretty nice. Oh, I really like that, actually. Off-centered ribbon. That's just, it's something. Not a fan of the hat, because it's the same as, like, the loose hat. This is okay. Makes me think of, like, a private school uniform. Pretty nice bangs there, that they aren't all the way out. They cover part of the eye, but it is a little tiny wavy messy, but mostly straight hair. Good color, though. More school uniforms. I think I do have pieces of this I haven't crafted. Those are pretty good glasses, actually. Those are really good. I want those. If I can craft those and I haven't, I'd feel stupid. That's probably what actually happened, though. This probably is something I can craft, I just haven't done it. Same with the watch. That's a good watch. Is it a Seichia outfit? Isn't that... Is that Heartcraft logo or Seichia logo? I don't know. True. Just comfortable, like, school shoes. Where's figure? Yes, favorite sprites. It's not telling me where it's from. That's the problem. But yeah, it's just generic outerwear shirt. Decent hair. A lot about favorite sprites for some reason. And pretty normal skirt. Pleated skirt? Yeah. Okay, I asked earlier when I saw one of these what it was called. I couldn't remember the name. They're pleated skirts. That's the name. So it's a design from the Wishing Woods, but I assume this is a Sichia Academy uniform. I need to keep an eye out for those. Or craft them if I have them. I've definitely seen you before, so I have at least one piece of you. Yup, it's this. This is another tribal-looking thing, almost. Crazy boots. They're so shiny and so interesting. I don't know how to use them is a problem. Decent hair. It's not my type of style, but I think it is good hair. I wouldn't say that about this hat. I don't like the weird, ruffly... not ruffles. I don't like the bent-up hats like this. It's just not my style, and so many in the game are like that. That's kind of cool. It's just the Stoneville logo. I guess. This is crazy. This reminds me of... the outfit I got when I first went to the Stonewoods, I think. I don't remember what it actually is supposed to be. It's like a scarecrow outfit or something. Not the one on the banner, the 4-star that turns you into a scarecrow. It was a free one you got from an event. Maybe it was the murder mystery update, whatever number that was. Like 1.8 or something, 1.10. I feel like we got a scarecrow shirt. And it looked like this material-wise. Although the colors were not as crazy. So... it's hard to use. It's not, like, clown colors or anything. I don't know what type of person would wear this, is my problem. Pants? Super useful. Just nice pants. Love them to death. Use them all the time. Amazing shorts. Some of the best in the game. This was my favorite piece for a long time. And it's still in the top runnings. Maybe even top 10 favorite pieces in the entire game. This is a legendary piece, and I think you might literally get this when you walk out the door in 1.0. It might be in the memorial, in a chest to the right when you walk out the door. I think it's that early in the game. This is insanity. It's so good. It's everything I love in one. The one problem I've always had with it is the puffy pants are... I wish I could change them. I wish I could put something else underneath. If it's like thinner shorts, if it's leggings, I don't know. That's a little weird because it feels like I'm staring at her underwear when I'm straight on, even though obviously it's protectors, but still. Just simple. I always call it a cheapao, and it's like a cheapao, or you pronounce it weirdly compared to how I do. But I always just say cheapao. I need to just Google how to say it because it is such a prominent in media type of dress. But obviously, lovely. I don't know if I've used it for an outfit. I probably have. This is probably the one I used when I went to the... Oh no, I'm gonna mix them up again. Danxing Island. I felt so silly. When I was doing the episode, when I was running around collecting masks in the Wansheng realm, I kept saying, Danxing realm, Danxing Island, Wansheng Island. I was saying everything wrong. I felt so silly. For some reason, they're just so hard to keep separated in my head. They're not even similar, like word-wise or feel-wise, mouth-feel. These are crazy. They're reporter pants again, honestly. This is a cool piece. It runs into a problem, where it kind of feels like a couple separated things. It's got, like, its own neck piece, its own tie thing. It's got separate shoulders that look like the same material as the sunburn blockers, and then it's got a chest that looks like it is its own piece. So it's hard to use because of that, and also I think it's not dyeable. This is long reporter pants. This is the same thing. You've shown me the same pants twice. Another hat. Not as good as the previous one, but okay. Better than the see-through one, I think. Some generic... These are reporter boots. We're in the reporter section. I feel like I tried to use these before. They are usable, for sure. If the whole outfit is covered in little beads, some 5-stars actually are, this is the glove you want rather than a plain one, and they're full hand, so they're useful. So they're good to have, for sure. Important. These are reporter pants, but this time suspenders. Literally the same pant, just with suspenders. Generic skirt, not bad. Same length as a lot of the ones. Again, it's just generic, but fine. Cleats for running around, playing kickball, apparently. I probably got them from the kickball quest area. Just the sports center. I guess there was probably a chest there. Love this. Used it before. Just casual, oversized hoodie for relaxing. I think I used it as a casual dress early on. Cutie dragon. I guess that's a dragon. You probably got this from a chest right next to Kilo. It was probably in that zone where I'm standing right now. I don't want to exit the menu because I have to re-get back into this. But I'm literally standing in the area that chest probably was. This is a nice skirt. Just above knee, a lot of texturing and a difference in detail to kind of cut it up when you spin. A really good one. This obviously a classic. I think this is Heartcraft Kingdom logo? Royal Family? Probably? Very good. More for, like, I always use class to describe outfits. I know it's probably a bad habit, but it's just how my brain works, so I think it's, like, a more honest way to explain things that I'm thinking. To try to get it as close as possible to how my brain's working. But it's like a lower middle class fancy outfit, I'll say. This is obviously a classic. There's a dress almost identical to this, almost, earlier on. It doesn't have the buttons, and it doesn't have the top thing, the other one. But they're very, very, very similar. It might have been the Kilo... No, it's not the Kilo dress. The Kilo dress has a different bottom. Like a hair pick, which is interesting. Rather than just having flowers, it adds that effect. Suit, shirt with tie. Some of the other ones are almost identical to this, but they don't have the tie. So if you want the tie, there you go. The cut-up shirt is nice. It's... The problem with this shirt is actually that it's got power crept by more punk rock shirts added to the game. This was like your go-to early on, and now it's been power crept out of existence. You can still use it for sure. It's the casual punky girl. Generic useful. Cute belt. I do like it. I'd have to see these a little closer to know how I like them or not. But this is nice. It's hard. A father's love for his daughter is natural, but they did to Flora, which is unforgivable. Where the misspell for sign peace with all the rage. I don't know what the story is of this top, but a father did some insane, terrible thing to protect his daughter, or something similar, and then this cute top is the result. I don't want to know. Useful? This is the one I used in episode 200. It didn't have the big open here. The big open is a clip in the back. I see. These shoes, I think, should be more useful than they are. There's a pair of boots that are very similar to this, where it's like big cutouts like this, I think. The top of these are interesting. It's got a lot of the foot showing. These are interesting. I think they're useful. I just haven't been able to do it. This top I really like. It works really well with a lot of different outerwears in the game, too. Even though it's already layered itself. I think it's a really interesting design. The big hoops here, the underwear part. I said underwear again. It's the underwear of the underwear, apparently, if my brain's working like that. The piece under the shirt here is nice. Texturing, everything. It's just an interesting piece. And not in a hard-to-use way, either. I think it's actually, like, pretty easy to use. Very good piece. The long bag. Give me the bag the long way. I don't know who designed this, but it's a little crazy, honestly. I don't hate it. It's just, it is crazy. Generic socks, useful. These make me sad. I don't have the 2.3 4-star. Very sad. I want the cherry outfit very badly. I love it. But I'll take it. This is more royal emblems, isn't it? A flag that's dedicated to the carnival. This is the carnival season flag, I guess. I don't know. Open fingers, rough. Very similar to other gloves, but there's a little bit of an underpiece for some reason. So, maybe useful? Probably not for me personally. Big boots like this are useful. This is kind of the cutout bottoms like that other one had, but in boot form. So, I don't know what you're supposed to do with this. I think it's like just mud boots, but it's something. And then our presents for the Mrs. Claus outfit from earlier. Not bad, actually. Some daisies? Yeah, not bad. Kind of some more running shoes. They don't look the best for running shoes. They might be like more casual walk shoes. Really far down the arm, but really big, flat flower. I actually like that. I don't know. I guess these are like kind of rangers. Horse-loving girl. Would... You'd want your fingers... Would you want your fingers covered to hold reins properly? Or would having the fingers out help? I don't know. I don't know. I love these because they're horse-related, but that's literally the only reason. Oh, my goodness. Where is this? I want this? This is a fishing outfit if I've ever seen one. It's got shoulder things as if you're flying a plane or the captain of a boat. Like it's got your rank or something written on here. What a weird thing to have. This is cute. I really like this. Stellar fishing ground. Well, I guess that tells me where it is. It is fishing related. Oh, that's fancy. Okay, this is like a conductor or something. Dream warehouse. This is a male toy inventor who is running a tiny shop and is like misunderstood by society and makes no money. And he just has a passion for making toys. Seachia Art Academy alumni. Probably useful still. Oh, this is a mother. This is just a cute mother, is what this is. I like this. Very casual. It's like homely motherwear, not out shopping motherwear. If that makes any sense at all, which I know it doesn't. Decent pendant, pretty low down. Big, long. More stuff, you know what I'm gonna say. This is Stonewood's clothes. You have the DNA pattern, again, the helix. But it's in the white beads I hate. Why have you done this to me? It's probably still an okay piece, because you're gonna, like I said, some outfits are just coated in these beads, so putting them on accessories works. Punky, outfit creep. Look at this. How can you compete with this when you're just a shirt with a couple tears in it? Putting these two together? I mean, come on. Do you say where you are? No. But this looks almost like, upside down star. It's not quite because they meet here, but kind of like almost satanic. And then, obviously, shorts with the cut-up skirt. Cut-up pleated skirt around it. Very cute. Got the chains, even. It's, like, dead on what you expect for this type of fit. Those shoes probably go with this set, honestly, because they've got the hook around the top. They're not just slip-ins. Is that flames? Yes, cinders. Those are kind of cool, actually. I wish I had those. If they're dyeable, they'll be super, super useful. But even if they're not, gray is not bad. Oh. Not bad. It's weird to have plaid with this type of open leg. It's not terrible. Just normal socks. More on the head sunglasses. They're pretty big. Silly. Are they like water shoes almost? No, just like walking or jogging shoes or something. Just very lightly pastel colored. Oh. I really like the waistband of these. And they've got this down here too. So this is a set. This is all a set here. It's just the exercise set, which I've never found for some reason. Leona. Do I know a Leona? Abandoned district flower fields. I'm missing a minimum of 3 pieces all next to each other in chests. I have to go work on that. These are cute. I don't know how I feel about this. It's probably nice. I assume this is a shirt and not outerwear. Obviously, you can take it off like this, so I wouldn't feel comfortable wearing this as a shirt. You need something underneath it 100%. That's a little crazy to wear this by itself. So you need like a tank top or a tube top or something under this. If you don't want to have it show here. But I don't know. It probably isn't outerwear. It's probably a shirt. I really like this set. It is just an exercise set, and that's it. Caution sign. That's very weird and funny. Where in the world would that even be? I don't even know. Another of the hats and size in a way I don't like too much. Another one of these, like, almost out-of-bath headbands, but not quite. Some more just generic socks. Generic bag. It's actually, like, folded up. A lot of bags aren't. They're the same the whole way up. So this isn't generic bag. It's a clip close bag. And this is, like, just a tote bag, like you're heading to the shop. And that is everything. So it took 5 hours to go through just this one section of the compendium. Now, this is the biggest out of everything. Land 2.01 here is decently big. It's probably the second biggest. But for sure, this was the biggest out of all of them. This video is going to be like 20 hours long. I don't even know if I can upload a video that long to YouTube. We're going to find out. But that's where I'll stop for today. So when I get back, we're doing this. I am here to do the Shooting Star season now. And I noticed something while I was getting ready just now. Because this is not the same recording as the first thing. 12%. This is actually, I clicked through, this is the season out of both areas that I have the lowest number in, and I don't know why. It will get higher, because I saw over here it says Miracle Outfit and Heart of Infinity, and that's a little weird to me because I feel like those should be combined, so I don't know what's what. 5-piece Miracle Outfit. That's not the... Oh, it's the makeup, isn't it? Okay, this is the outfit, this is the makeup. Okay, I understand now. But I also want to say something else funny I noticed. There's 9 sections for this. And this has 7. Now, these split up into mini sections, and I assume these aren't going to. I don't think one of one is going to split up into a mini section. Maybe this will? It did not. That's what we're going to start with anyway. But I was looking through to try to get an idea of how long this is going to take, because Section 1 took 5 hours. The rest of these, well, I guess I'll say, I think this has about 900. I did the math a minute ago, I forgot already. I think it's like 900 things. Most events have, I think, like 30 to 60. And then the Land Terra's Call, I think, is like 500 or something. So I might actually get this done fast enough that it can hit, I think 12 hours is the longest video I can have. So, and I also sped up partway through this. I kind of got into like more of the rhythm. I understood the menu better. I have a better idea of the type of commentary I'm going to give. So basically what I'm saying is the rest of this will fly, and I think I might actually end up around 10 hours, 10 to 12. So we'll see if I can do it, if I can make it into one video. You know the answer to that, because you can just move your mouse or touch your screen and you see how long the video is. But let's start. I also do want to mention, before we get in here, again, another thing. I believe this was the event where I met Comenda. I think we met him at the Wish Square, or whatever it was. I think that was this quest, was it? It might not have been, I don't think he was added to the game in Shooting Star Season, because I think I just did the main story quest where you first see him during this season, I think. And he was also in the event story for this season for sure. But I believe this was the event that happened during. So let's look at the stuff here. So this is the one where you fly on the giant paper crane. I do always get confused thinking this was the 1.0 outfit, because, like I've mentioned before, there's a million floating outfits early on in the game. Everything was floating for some reason. We're gonna see that in Firework Isle, too. Firework Isle is floating, I believe. Although that, I think, technically is the other type of floating. It's the holding a flower float, not wing float. But, we also are gonna have this in progress thing a lot for the rest of this whole video, because 1.0 is definitely the thing I had the most for. It was like 68% of items from 1.0 I have. So, this one is a little interesting. My feelings towards it are a little complex. It's very... we'll see it once we get into the pieces. There's a lot of cranes all over the outfit. I think even the bottom is like all cranes. I think the shoes have a crane in them. I think the shoes are see-through and have a crane in the shoe. I feel like I remember that. So, they're a very hard set to make good use of, in my opinion. Now, you can get away with using cranes to symbolize a lot of different stuff, or it could just be a bird, but it's a little... the pieces of this, I think, aren't as useful on their own as a lot of the newer sets. Now, in terms of color and stuff, I'm probably gonna lean towards this one. I like the hair a lot on this, and the whites work really well because it's a crane theme, but I don't remember any colors. Let's see what we got here. Oh, that went a very different direction. Honestly, it doesn't even feel like the same dress. It feels more like a school uniform or something with these colors. I don't exactly know why. Something about this, like... it's not a cuff if it's up here. I don't know what this is called. This cutting the arm off so aggressively feels less whimsical than the base one and more formal. I think that's what the problem is. Problem isn't the right word. I don't think this is bad. It's just such a different vibe. Okay, this is more of what I was expecting. I don't think it fits the theme much, and I need to see the bottom to know for sure what it looks like. But immediately, I do like the colors. I like the design. I do think this is see-through up here. It's a little hard to know for sure, especially the center part. I don't know. I'm not against it. And then, final one being purple. I've said before as well, I think that was common early on in the game. Everything was purple. Oh, you can actually see a little better here. The chest protector is a different color. I didn't notice that on the red one, but I should have noticed it on these. Definitely more interest on the outfit for the first two because of that. Because it's a piece of detailing that's kind of just gone in these two. Because it just looks like it's continuous. And that's a shame. I would have liked it if they made it white. Probably for both. Maybe this one could have been like yellow or orange or something. I don't like that it's that similar of a color. If it's a separated piece and dye, I would dye that, I think. Yeah, like I like it much better with it actually being separated color-wise. The top looks really flat in these two compared to the other three. The pink I am a fan of, and I'm very happy that it's the glow up, so you just get it for free. Because the pink is probably my favorite out of all these, and this is maybe my second favorite. So that's a big win for pulling on this dress. Now, I won't be doing that because, at least I assume the pieces aren't that interesting. We'll have to look at the makeup and see if there's any interesting things there when this reruns eventually. It might have already rerun one time, maybe. But the floating ability is not very useful. It's been power crept into oblivion. I believe my floating, Crimson Feathers, I think it's the only one in the game that you can float permanently, I think? And that's the thing I use it for. I use that literally all the time. So, the muscle memory at this point would be devastating. I assume at some point I will get a new floating outfit and replace Crimson Feathers, but it's going to be hard to beat the ability to stop, because I use it during fights, I use it to, like, puzzle and stuff like that. I use it all the time. The hat, I struggle to use all silly hats. By the way, the background of this, I checked. I think every event has this flashing background every 10 seconds. So, it's gonna be torture. Just 10 plus hours of this happening every 10 seconds is insanity. I don't know who made this and decided that was a good idea. It would be bad enough if it didn't have a noise, but the fact that it makes the noise hurts so much. But it's okay. I'm not going to turn my sound off or anything. So, yeah, I struggle to use these little hats. I think I've been able to do it like once or twice for outfits I've made, but in general, it's just something I really struggle to use. Earrings aren't bad. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of like a Christmas tree ornament. My thing is, why do they hang so low? We had that a lot in the 1.0 stuff as well. I feel like when I look through my earrings, I feel like I don't see ones that hang down this low. So, how have I just missed all of these earrings? I don't particularly like them hanging down, but it's just a weird trend I've noticed that I didn't before. Now these, it reminds me of the very recent gloves we got, which I believe were part of the whimsicality that makes you invisible, where it's a bird wing coming off one of your hands. I think this is on both hands for this outfit. Maybe it's not. Can I see that in the picture? It's not on this hand. It's a one-hand thing. So it's one-handed, and it's actually the opposite of the bird wings. The bird wings are on the right hand. These are on the left. Now, the trouble I've been having with my birdwing ones is they either disappear because they're overwritten by a sleeve, or they, like, clip into things and cause weird problems. And clipping isn't a full problem like I used to pretend it is, but I think these things are hard to wear. This is a little smaller, so it won't be as big a problem, but I know now from experience that this type of piece, while nice, can be a little troublesome. That is good. It looks pretty flat. If it is as flat as I think it is, it's really good. When I want to put chest pieces on, I typically want them to be low-key and just to help with asymmetry. And a lot of my current ones are really big. They stick out a lot, they're wide. This is pretty big, like, width and height, but it looks flat, so it might be more usable than some stuff I have, and I really like the design of it. It's very, very, it's not exactly regal, but it kind of gives off, like, a very fancy vibe, I suppose I'll say. These, for some reason, this is really loose around the neck. So, that's interesting. We had a piece sometime earlier, and it was a neck piece, and I mentioned a trouble I have with it is it goes underneath long-necked shirts. And this one is the exact opposite. It requires long-necked shirts. Because if you wear this and you're not wearing, like, a turtleneck sweater or something, it just floats and looks weird. But if you do have something on underneath, it just fits and it won't get stuck and clip in it. That's weird. It's another thing I think I've never seen. I don't know if any of my pieces do what this does. And this hair, it's hard to tell the back. It looks like it might go to, like, here? And be a little wavy. One off to the side. Pretty good bangs, honestly. Love that right there. And good color. I like the color. I don't remember, what was the pink? Blonde. Honestly, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I'm biased, but... Oh, well, let me get off of that. I try to always look at pieces for a base color. Okay, so this is what the bottom looks like. And I think these are... And, like, these are all the swan things? Or, I guess not swan, Oh my goodness, my brain. Paper cranes. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. I've even talked about them multiple times in the last few minutes. Paper cranes here. I think they're, like, drawn here. This is shorter than I expected. I knew it wasn't a ground level one. Like, it's not going to hit your ankles. I thought it would be closer to the knee. So I'm happily surprised that it's a little higher. Now, honestly, I was going to say I probably don't like how dark this is, but I do actually. And I'm worried. Let's actually do a little test here. Let's see if the red has the problem that the chest guard does. Where... Okay, they didn't. Oh, hang on. I really like that effect. But I was going to say, there is contrast here. It feels smaller than the other one, so we're going to figure out why. But I like the idea here that it looks like the thing's continuing. But I don't know why it looks like that. I think this here might be behind Nikki, and this is in front, poking up. I think that's what it is. So you see that these hook up like that. I think where this ends, it's hooking, and then very long one is in the back. Now let's look at the base one and see if we can see that a little more on here. It's so hard to tell that was happening because it's not the same color. So this is a separate piece with separate dye. So that's the interesting thing about that we have to keep in mind, and a good thing to know too. So I wonder if that is not this type of piece, but maybe it's some type of ribbon, I suppose? That's probably what they did with it. So I like this. This is pretty good. Seems usable. Seems to have really good dye too. Pretty normal, pretty thick out here, so hard to use unless you have big sleeves, probably, or the dress has a lot of fluff out like this, so you can kind of thematically match it, but your arms might look a little weird. Pretty normal. Some, like, starry stuff. Something over here I can't quite make out, but I assume it's just flying paper cranes. Now, these shoes, they honestly, I don't hate them. And it's going to sound like I hate them when I say what I'm about to say. They look like 3 stars. And they're shoes I'd like to have. But I think they're... I think they're just very simple. In, like, a realistic way. And that's why I like them. It's just, this isn't the typical style the game goes for. And that's why I think they look like 3 stars. Typically, they try to make flashier things 5 stars. But overall, this set, very good impression on me. And we have here Starfall Radiance, which isn't any effect, but is a very nice dress. I'm surprised I don't have any pieces of this. I guess it was the 4-star with this, and that's why. I don't have any pieces of anything, including this. We did a survey, I think it was like in Encore season, and they were like, is there any dresses you want to have a rerun? I literally wrote Daughter of the Lake as my answer in there. I was like, this is the dress I want the rerun for the most. I regretted not pulling on this, I think, like, every update for the last year. And I don't think they've rerun it yet. If they did, I'm very silly. Because I wanted to pull on it. Maybe they reran it and I said, I already have a new veil, so I don't need it, and then skipped it again. And I would feel like a little goober. But, if I remember, I want to pull on this. So, What colors is this gonna be? Starting off with a starry fall thing, I assume we're gonna have a pink and something. That's rare. That's really rare. To have a purple and a black is not the type of thing I expect nowadays. So I've been complaining a lot about blacks in clothing because it's almost impossible to dye something black, but I do like having clothes that are black, and it makes it so I can only match them with other clothing that is naturally that color. And that's a bit rough. I don't think I'm gonna ever really get that resolved. I think it kind of is just gonna end up with me having to pull copies of clothing in order to solve that problem. Because the way dye in the game works is it kind of just smears color in a weird way that doesn't feel realistic. And that's why it's hard to judge what something's going to be when you click the button. You can look at the side, see what color it says, click it, and it turns into something you never could have dreamed on the left. So having black pieces is very nice. The white hair, obviously, I prefer this type of hair. This, like, dirty blonde or green. It's hard to tell with a grayed out photo. And yeah, we did have a pink. It's a nightgown. I did it. I said the thing. I think this reran recently, and I made the same joke, that everything in the game is a nightgown. This might be considered one. Hang on. Okay, no. I think it's just like a astrology-themed dress. I don't think it's supposed to be something you wear for sleep. Interesting here. We're gonna have to, I guess, find out if this is a separated piece. It's not. Okay, we will have to talk about that. Is this called a bonnet? I used that term in episode 200, I think. Or maybe even earlier this episode as well. I don't know why that word's on my mind all the time now. But we can see over here that it goes really far back. And if you just look at this, it looks like it's just a normal headband, like a two-layered headband. But you can see it does kind of wrap around the back. It's hard to tell how far. It might just be a third layer. Like, there might be 3 layers to it, and then it stops. But there's at least a little more back there. A ribbon, maybe, in the back of the head. Seems cute. Works with some hairstyles, not with others. Little brooch. I have a couple things that are similar, but I think this is tinier, actually. I think the main one I used all the time early on is really wide compared to this. Oh, I was gonna say generic star, but I really like the trail on these. These have a really good effect on them, actually. Okay, this looks a little more green, maybe, in this photo. Again, it's hard to tell, though. But the back looks like comes together and then has a messy wave out. And gets pretty thick by the bottom. I also do like this. A little off-centered forehead shown in the center here. Pretty good. And kind of framed it a bit. Now, one of the problems with that is you can't really put the center forehead objects or like the dot from the makeup on this without it maybe looking a little weird, because this hair would kind of like obfuscate and then you'd have an opening here. So I think you have to keep your forehead clear. So it might be a little more limiting in accessorizing, but I think it's an improvement still. I do wish I had that piece. Now this is interesting. A big like very straight triangle open chest thing with very like formally closed, like full solid, no see-through or anything. A very common thing when they have pieces like this will be see-through, but it's not. It's just solid the whole way down. It feels stuffy, and it feels like rigid. And I'm gonna say it feels... This is a really weird thing to say, and I don't know if I can properly explain this. I think this feels more masculine, and the reason I feel that it feels more masculine is because it makes me think of JoJo and the way the men in JoJo dress. And then the comeback to that is the men in JoJo, once you get to the part where they start all having chest windows, like every guy, they're super feminine looking. They have, like, built bodies, and they have muscle, but they behave and pose and do all that stuff really feminine-like. So it's, like, weird dichotomy jumping everywhere. But I think it's because, with this open, it puts the emphasis for my eyes on her shoulders, and then shoulders being something you would typically associate with more masculine, wide-shouldered features. It's interesting. I'd be interested to see what the back of this looks like. It also has, in like the slightest way possible, a Linlong feel because of the center here. It's got a very ornamental centerpiece with a line coming down the center. And I do like this here. It's kind of like drapey going down with some tassels every once in a while. The design of this is really nice. These are just very generic, but like I say, the more you get, the better, because who knows, one day maybe you'll need that very, very exact length. Oh, this is pretty nice. It's hard to see, but I think... yeah, there's like a little frill coming up right here. And this is almost like a spider web up at the front here. These little lines. It looks like they probably go the whole way. Here you can see a little better. Up the shoe in a set of 3. Wrap around the back and then come down the other side. Not bad shoes. Got stars on the inside too. Inside decorations are rarer than outside. So you definitely have to jump at them when you get them, because they can add a very different feel to the shoe. Oh, I kind of like these. I think they're full-fingered. It's a little hard to tell. Yeah, down here you can. So it's double layered, but they're not super, super spread out at the end. They're, like, thick the whole way. I guess because this layer goes up to the finger here, it feels like the whole glove is doubled. So we had... I don't remember. Was it in episode 200 or earlier this episode? Some gloves I called gardening gloves. When I think of gardening gloves, I always think of... it looks like you have 2 pairs of really thick gloves on top of each other. Because you don't want to get stabbed, so they're kind of... like, cut-proof is, like, the idea. You, like, add a bunch of fluff to them, so if you grab a thorn, you have a little more protection. That's kind of what these gloves are giving me the vibe of. Now, obviously, with all the like, frilly lace on them, you're not going to want to pull some weeds with them. But they feel... one thing is they feel hot. Your hands are going to sweat like crazy if you have 2 gloves on, which is basically what you're doing here. But they feel really thick. And I like that it's thick the whole way through and not just at the end like the 5-star from this update. I swear I have this. Maybe I just saw a girl with it recently. I would prefer if this was a little closer to the neck. Because it's so long and so wide. I feel like... and it's... another thing is it's one of the ones that's cut up in pieces. If you're gonna have this many pieces, have one of them be a pseudo choker. I think the idea of why this is so down low is so you can put a choker on with it. I'd rather have this piece kind of get in the way. And that's generally how I'm always going to feel about big necklaces like this that take up a lot of space. In terms of design, I think it's cute. It's not as segmented as some of the others I've seen. These pieces, I think at least, flow together decently. My problem looking at it here is just that one is blue and the other 2 are white. So there's a forced separation, and that might be part of the reason why I want this to be up higher and be a pseudo choker, is that forced separation they've done with color. But you can just dye everything, probably. I wouldn't want to dye all of this one color, but you can make it 3 colors or something, and obviously you can make the chain not the same as the stones down here. A very good necklace, I'd say. It's not exactly ideal of what I'd want, but that's fine. There's probably already a necklace that is what I'm describing. It's just a different one in the sets. A lot of good pieces on this, honestly. The dress, I don't have the same impression of as much shoulder. in this shot, which leads me to believe that it's the zoom out low angle. This is taken around her stomach, I think, camera height, which means we're actually low angle shotting her upper body. And that causes more problems. So I think it was an unflattering angle, which was part of the problem, but not the entire thing. And again, I don't think it's a problem. Now, this is adorable. This is very similar to the 2.35 star, honestly, in terms of design and color and everything. Pink Ribbon Waltz. So this event, it was a Shooting Star season. It was also the Pink Ribbon Eel event, which was maybe the first and only fishing event in the entirety of the game, and it was like you catch 10 fish and you're done, which is fine. Fishing is not a very flushed out minigame. So one day we'll have a fishing update, I believe, in the dream. Maybe one of the regions we'll go to is secretly all about water. Actually, I think the Linlong Empire has a lot of ocean. I don't know if we're going to explore that, but I think the Linlong Empire is a lot of islands and oceans and big mountains, I think, is the general theming. So I would imagine maybe there's going to be boat fishing at some point in Linlong. So who knows? Maybe like 4.3 or something we're going to get boat fishing. But what do we have here for this? It's a little hard to tell what this white stuff is. I think it's just a ribbon. Over here, it's looking a little more like a ribbon. I think it's a see-through ribbon. And that's why it's just really hard to see here. Oh, on the back. From this image, I was expecting that to be on the top of the head. This is huge. It is very, very big, and it is also see-through. See-through stuff is interesting. It lets you do a couple things where you can have interesting sights, I guess I would call it, where you could see through the ribbon from the back to see like an accessory or a color that's somewhere else on your dress, and you can do interesting stuff with that. But I personally am scared of see-through ribbons because the coloring on them and the dyeing is so hard to make work. Because when you dye this, the color down here is gonna be almost invisible, and the color on like this, where you're looking through 4 layers of this, is going to be like brown. It's gonna be the darkest color possible. Oh, what material is this? Just talks about diamonds. I guess it's probably a hard material. And it's supposed to be, again, it's all pink ribbon eels is the theme. So it's going to be all water stuff. So this is like fins, I think. Connecting this is what it's supposed to be. And then we have a lot of gem stones, which are typically associated with the sea as well. I really like this centerpiece. I wish this centered pink thing here existed as a choker by itself, because I don't think it fits the piece it's in. I want it cut up. I want that alone, and I would love that piece. Oh! This is another one that feels mishmashed. I don't hate that it's stuck together. Like, this one I hate it's stuck together. This definitely feels like 2 pieces. The shoes look very plain. They look like something I'd get at the boutique. And then the leggings look like maybe a shop item or a 5-star legging for an early set or something. Because they're reminding me of the ribbon legs. Well, there's a Eureka ribbon leg too. But I believe the ribbon legs from the birthday. The first birthday. A lot of stars, a lot of the little circles of doom, but it looks like this is all circle of doom down here. I don't like this particular part of the shoe. Everything else I really like. This is very nice too. It's really hard to see, but there is a cross here. And the heels, wow, look at how tall the heels are on this. This picture isn't showing it super obviously. You could tell she's wearing heels in here, but when you look at this, they're super high. Pretty thick too. Which I think is a good thing for something that looks childish like this with the big ribbon and stars. Almost exactly the same length as the 5-star from this update. And I did say already, looks very similar to the 2.35 star. And that still holds true. Giant ribbons is the same aesthetic. We have a skirt about this length that's layered. Now, this has less layers, but you have the skirt itself, and then you have these things poking down on the top. And it looks like maybe there is a long pink thing in the back to be the tail of the ribbon eel. Things on the shoulder, again. Maybe that was a thing they just did a lot early in the game, is down on arm straps. Really hard to tell if there is straps. I don't think there is. I don't think so. I think it'd be a more obvious one here. But yeah, I feel like all of the outfits have this. I like it. This feels a little plain. This big section here. And there's not much you can do about it. My recommendation for that would probably be to just have low levels of accessorizing around the set. You have little things here and there, but you don't have like super poppy 5-star crazy shiny arms. You have arms that maybe just have a little something on the wrist. Or you put some plain arms and then you have just some bracelets or something. I wouldn't want to over-accessorize because you're gonna make more obvious how plain this section of the dress is. That would be what I'd say to that. Oh! Okay. So this is a texture we've seen on a few fish-related dresses that I do like. This kind of veiny, fin-like thing poking out. It's pretty good. What's not good is more of the beads of doom. I think I really like this part down, but I don't really like that part up. I know it's in a heart shape, I think. Attaches to the middle finger, maybe? Wraps around it? I like the idea of the heart shape on here. I think it just isn't going to work well, especially with your hand moving around. You're not going to be able to tell most of the time it's a heart, but I really like this. With it stuck together, though, it's going to be almost impossible to make good use of this, I think. Because I wouldn't want this on most of the sets, where I would want really sleek fish fins. Oh my goodness. I did not expect that twirl when I clicked this. This is like almost Teto drills. And that is A+ in my book. I want this hair very, very badly. Yeah, they are thin and long compared to Teto, but still. That's amazing hair. Have I never seen a girl with that before? Maybe I haven't. I think there's hearts up and down, but overall pretty normal. That's fine. There are pieces in here I think are okay. The shoes I really like and want, and the hair I need. But it's not to the point that I would be able to justify pulling on this, especially with it not having any effect. And I think that's what most girls also said. Because, like I said, I don't know if I've ever seen a girl with this hair. And if this was part of a 5-star or something, everyone would be using it because everyone would have pulled on this dress, is my opinion on it. Now, this dress is insane. So, I've mentioned there's a couple dresses that look very similar to this, and I think this is the one when it was added. Let me see the legs of this real quick. I think this is the... no, this isn't the one. There was a dress in the shop, particularly, I believe. I think it was a shop dress that looked almost exactly like the 5-star water dress on the standard banner. And I ended up just calling it the 4-star standard banner water dress. Because it looked almost identical. This one, I don't think so. It honestly looks more like Arya than anything else. Which is interesting. Because it's wide at the hips and very body tight. I'd really want to see the back of this. We also do have to keep in mind that it goes up, wraps around the neck here. Yeah, right there. And it's, like, just lace holding it up for that. Have, like, these pillars, almost, which is really interesting. And then we have kind of a cut in here, almost like Providence does. I really wish I could see the back for this. This dress is so good. Why is it so good? That's crazy. How'd they make this a 4-star? Also, it has no effect, which is, again, something crazy they did a lot early on. They just don't do anymore. It's very rare. They do still do it, technically, I think. I think we've had one in 2.x, but... Ooh, that's pretty good. I prefer this because of my just preference to blue. Ooh, it's deep sea. This is just, lighthearted, happy ocean, and this is the deep sea. Is very nice. In particular, the veil, I think, works really well with this dark color. The only, what did it come from? I think the sheep herder set has the horns, and it has a little mesh hat that, like, cuts up here and then goes back. And I tried dyeing it dark, and you can only make it, like, a weird off-red. And that's the darkest it can get. So something like this would be very helpful. Not bad, it just doesn't jump at me the way the others do. Pieces of this are going to be useful, because I make, like, yellow and green outfits all the time. So I need yellow and green accessories to go with them. This is probably my favorite. I do really like this, though. Wait a second. Oh, I was just saying to do the evolution. This menu is so weird. How the stuff's currently unavailable, but then instead of just saying unavailable in this, they don't do a check in the system to tell if you have one. So, because they don't know if you have one or not, they just tell you to evolve. Which just doesn't make sense because you have 0 of it. Again, that's like the most minor thing ever. It's not even worth them fixing, I think. It's just something funny to note. Let me take a sip of my drink. So. This veil. Obviously, I love it. I, regretted not getting it pretty badly. There are a few in the game now. It's not to the level it used to be. Because I used to... this used to be the only one for a while, and everyone had it, except me. But it is still very nice. It's pretty long, too. It's very long. Ooh. This hair is also very, very long. Now, it's pretty straight, but it has a little bit of interest in that the hair is spread out. You can see through it a lot. Normally with straight hair, it's pretty consistent, and it's kind of like you're looking at a wall. This one's cut up a lot. That's interesting. So it's thinner, is what it is. It's just thinner, long hair, which is very rare in the game. This dress, masterpiece. Even open shoes. So you have at least some intrigue to add to the bottom. Dress is long. It's got a little bit of stuff hanging down here that could add some visual interest. It's still going to have the problem long dresses do, where no matter how you accessorize and change, if you set you wearing your custom-made super outfit and put it right next to a person who pulled this off the banner and just one-tapped the full set, you're pretty similar. In a way that is night and day to if it's, like, shorts and a t-shirt. The amount you can change between that and a fully custom-made is night and day. But it's so pretty, I don't know if I can complain. It's so good. It might be, like, the prettiest 4-star dress in the game. That's hard for me to say. I'd have to actually line them all up side to side to know that. But it's definitely up there. If I actually passed this on a rerun, I'm very, very silly. Because I would hope I'd realize that I need the dress. But wow, that is so spread out. I'm not a fan of this necklace. So far we have 3 hits, 1 miss for this set. It is pretty um thin. Like, it doesn't stick out too much. So maybe from the side it's not going to look that bad, but I do not like what I'm seeing here. It's just, everything is separated, and it's also separated from the neck, and it's 3 separate things with this hanging down. I just, not a fan. These are pretty good. So this is similar to that little chest section here, where I said it was pillars in the other image. So you get them on your arm. So immediately I think of the striped socks. There are a few socks that are striped vertically, and this would be a good match for them. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on all this, but it's probably fine. And in a worst case, you could probably just dye it to be a similar color to this, and then it wouldn't be as noticeable. It is open hand, but with gloves that are this big, you're normally not doing like work in them. It's for fancier stuff. So you can have open hands, and it's not as big a deal for this type of glove. Pretty high up on the arm as well. I always say the cutoff is normally like this, so maybe the cutoff is on the inner arm in that spot, but because it slides up, the outer arm looks pretty good. And if you're going to have it slide one way, you definitely want it sliding outward. You don't just want to draw an arrow pointing at your armpit. Little fishy thing? Whispers of the wind brush past her earrings, pressing her face like an old friend soothing her tail. That's an adorably cute description, but it doesn't tell me what this is. I think it's just supposed to be kind of like a abstract fish. It's not bad. It's kind of just like shape mash, so it would work on a lot of outfits, even though, like, if you just color it a certain way, it's not going to exactly always be considered a fish. So I think it's decent. Okay, that's the sock. That's the sock. Very, very weird sock. But that's good. The fact that there's almost no socks in the game like this is a sign that this is an amazing 10 out of 10 piece. Because having it just massively opens a door to new designs no one else has access to. So it's crazy that I haven't seen many more pieces like this, I think. It's kind of just like a bracelet for your foot. And that's it. Shoes are, like, super, super plain. But that's fine. I can't tell if it's a sticking up bow or not. Over here, it doesn't look like it. I think it's just waves. I think it just pokes up a little bit as, like, lighter waves. And then they have the beads of doom on the back, which go up like this. It's not solid back there. Could be way worse. At least there's no strap over the top of the foot, because that would be a disaster. It's so that this thing, because it has a thing that hangs down in the front, it's so that it doesn't cover that, because that kind of takes the place of the wrap. But yeah, so many pieces of this set are amazing. I need it. I need it. And now we're on to the makeup for this. Too hard to tell. A little thicker, maybe. This is probably cranes. Like, very tiny cranes. Under eye red, like, pseudo blush. A little strange location-wise, because I don't see much above the eyes, but it's fine. Pretty normal. Very light, like, turquoise or something. Not bad. Maybe tinier eyebrows, maybe, is what that is. Little star. Pretty normal band there. That's a crazy thing I'm seeing here. That is crazy. It's... Oh, this is... The more I look at it, the weirder it feels to me. So, it immediately comes off as a couple things. It makes me think that it's... like, 3 sizes too small, and that's why it's so high up and doesn't go down to her wrist. And also, if you look here, where this cuts in, it looks like it's too high up to actually reach the bottom of her chest. So it's like just going over the center of her breast. So it looks like it's just up too high. I don't know. This is a really strange piece. Now, I'm sure there's interesting things you can do with it, but it looks kind of like you have like a black party dress, and then you have kind of red outerwear, like a coat thrown over top, and the arms are just a separate piece, is what this kind of feels like to me. And obviously everything is just shrunk with a shrink ray. I don't know if I've ever seen someone use this piece before, but I want to. I think it's not a terrible piece. I think it's just a piece that you have to have a very specific vision to make work, and it might just be a rare thing to have that. That's kind of what I'll say about it. I've seen this before, and I've been jealous. This is a very, very fun bag. A super fun bag that I do like a lot. A little floating around sea, sky bag thing. I remember seeing people with this. I think when I first met Allison, I think there was a girl who took a photo with her in that little trail next to the lamppost that had this bag, and I was jealous. That's a pretty good watch. It's like little seashells, and it's not a circle. It's like an octagon or something. I can't be bothered to count how many sides that is, just accept that it's an octagon. Ooh. Okay, I like it, even though it's this low. It takes a lot to get me to use a necklace this low. My justification is you definitely have to have a shirt that's pretty high. This is too low. It has to go up higher, so the entirety of this section, like from here down, of the necklace is on your shirt. I don't like this, where it's starting on skin and then coming onto the shirt. But if you had a shirt that goes higher up, I think this is actually a decent seashell necklace. And it's probably a good thing that it is this low, because I think it'll set it apart and it'll work in situations where other necklaces won't. Because if you have a shirt that goes up to like here and cuts off, other necklaces are gonna have this problem, where they start on skin and end on shirt. So this will help in situations where your shirt length is trying to fight against you. What is this from? You're all 4 stars, I'm pretty sure. So what is the other makeup? I don't know. Evolution. There wasn't 2 makeups, right? Floof. I don't know exactly where this makeup is from. It isn't the shop, because it's limited time residence. That's the section we're in. Are you... Is one of you a 5-star? No. There's no way hitting max upgraded your makeup, right? It has the symbol here. This is the one that changes, but I can't view it in this. What does this do? Oh, it's just that thing. What in the world do you change into? Do you, like, become massive? You change too. Maybe it is a second makeup. I don't know. That's weird. They're very dark. Doesn't have things under the eyes, which leads me to believe it's not an upgrade of the other. It's hard to tell because it's grayed out. Shiny, maybe. Bright. Well, maybe like a dull, dark pink, maybe? A glossy, dull, dark pink, maybe? I want it. Hard to tell exactly. Maybe a little thin again. And I can see from here that it looks like it's a dark to blue fade, which is nice. And then these are just very pretty. Dark blue, light blue eyes, whatever it would be. I think that was the end of this. Yes. Into the Starry Night. Oh, it's you! This is what I've always called the astronaut set. So I don't particularly like this texture. I always forget the name of it. What is it, like Space Station 51 or something? Some rhythm game about girls in space. And this was the type of design I always think of when I think of them. This type of clothing. This is a pretty normal top. This is the almost exact same shoulder as that red piece from before that I said was 2 sizes too small, or 3 sizes too small. But this one actually goes maybe all the way past wrist? Very, very long. Short tie, kind of cute. Now, one problem is this is really high up. I think a lot of pants are gonna show stomach in this, and it's gonna feel weird. I don't know if I want to show stomach in this top, because it's kind of formal to be showing your stomach, so you need super, super high-waisted pants. Now, a lot of the long jean-type pants that are formal wear are very high-waisted. And maybe this is kind of why. I didn't know if that's a thing, if formal clothes for women in terms of like suits, because I know effectively nothing about them because I just don't like them that much, are very, very high-waisted, but maybe that is a commonality. This picture is useless. It's right there. You can see the buckle, and that's it. At least I know where it is on the arm. It's on her right arm. But just a little loop. Cute hair. Nothing too fancy about it. Great length. It's a little plain because some of the hairs that are similar in size to this, they have a little something to them. A little sprinkle of a design piece. And this one, it's really only this center piece right where the hair parts. It looks like maybe the back could have a little mess on it, but it's still okay hair. Now this is pants. That's why we can't see the top. We have to look over here to see the top. It's okay. I don't like the texture. So it's hard for me to ever justify using it. It's really hard. It looks metally. Does have a star theming. It opens here, which is nice. Yeah, it's really hard for me to use. These I am not a fan of. And the problem is the same as some of the socks? No, it was a boot earlier too. There was boots earlier in this episode that, like, crinkle. And I don't want boots to crinkle. I want socks to crinkle down like this. So it looks like they're made of weird material that's like paper mache. You have paper mache boots on. So I don't like that effect being on shoes. And we've seen it twice already. This bag, very good. I've used it before, for sure. Just some star-themed bag stuff. I swear there is, in 1.0, a Deep Echo that looks almost identical to this that I don't have. It's a little thick. I don't know if it's just angled, or if it actually is this thick, but it really pokes your head up. It makes it feel like the top of your head is really high up. And some hairstyles is going to be useful, like, if you think of Arosa's hair, it's kind of going to line up with this. I don't know where exactly her braids would go in relation to this, if they'd go in front, behind, in it, I don't know. But you kind of need a hairstyle that matches it. Some more silly glasses. Glad to have them in case 1 in a million I need them, but give me more normals. These are very weird loops. They hang down really far, and they look so heavy. It looks like it's, like a dog toy. Or like a big, thick piece of fabric wrapped in a ball. It obviously is supposed to match this. But it's a pretty crazy piece, to be honest. This whole set's crazy. Independent designer, it's just a ribbon. Okay. I mean, it's a nice design for the ribbon. Weird that everything here is separated this much, though. Oh, cute. Little hearts. I feel like I was looking for hearts the other day and didn't see them. I must have just scrolled past them, because they're very obviously hearts with a ribbon underneath. And now these are the outfits added to the shop this update. So we have a party dress. It's got the see-through side shoulder things. Puff up here. The little curtains here. Those are some crazy glasses. I don't know if I've ever in my life seen square lenses in circle frames. That's inspired. Some more double helix headbands. That's a very, very common thing. Ooh, big puff up. Looks like it's just a bun and nothing hangs down, but it's all of the hair as well. I don't know. There's gonna be reasons you would want hair like that, but it's not my type of style. Is there something hanging down? No, it's just big star. That's okay. Maybe useful sometimes. It looks almost like it might be a cross. Maybe that ticks like one lower here. It's hard to tell. This thing, we have this, but in a different color. And I struggle to use it. It goes front and back. It lays down both sides. It's huge, but it's something. Oh, it is tiny. I actually kind of like this. It does look like you tucked a napkin to not get your shirt dirty when you're eating, but we don't worry about that because you have the bottom one too. It's weird that this is so much darker than the top one. That is something I'm noticing, but I really like the shape of this. I guess it's kind of hourglassy, and I think this is a problem with the picture, but it makes Nikki's chest look really big, like comically big. And I think it's because this arm piece in this exact angle is kind of just stretching her chest here. So it's giving me like weird vibes because of that, but I think it's just not a good look straight on at this height. I don't think that would be a problem if you're just wearing this dress casually. I think it'd look fine. But I really like this. It does have a big figure 8 to it. It also makes your hips look a lot wider because this comes out and it's bubbled. So it's not actually on your body here. It pokes out a lot and then it just follows your legs. But honestly, I like it a lot. I am a bit worried about the back though, because the front, this is really interesting and really cool. I really like this little hang down and poke up. And the back might just be this color, and that's it. And then this little curtainy thing. Now this could flatten and then come up, or it could go up and then come down again. I don't know which it's gonna do. And that would change a lot how I feel about the back of this. But the front of the dress, very, very nice. I don't know what exactly this is supposed to look like, but I like this. It's very good. Pretty normal ribbons up here. Maybe even like multi-layered ribbons. Very tightly put on there. I think I like that a little better than if it was a normal strap because it feels like it's separated from the shoe. So I don't have the even though I know it is part of the shoe, I don't have the association in my mind of it being that weird hook around that I hate. Your sunburn blockers, but shiny, and you cover the hand. These are a bit silly. I think they, look like they belong in this dress. That material, I'm just not a big fan of, to be honest. Wow, that is, a phone battery about to explode, but bag version. It makes me uncomfortable, because it looks like it's actually about to burst. It's a grenade, actually. I don't like looking at it. It makes me worried that it's actually a paused frame of an explosion originating from the inside of the bag. It's cool, and it's very stylish, but it's stylish in a way that is scary to me. Oh, this is adorable. Little, kind of wintry? There's like pieces of this that are really thick and pieces that are really thin. The hat, not a big fan. Again, it's the like soft hats I just don't like much. Hard to see what these are, but it looks like it's just like a little bun ball and then little hooks that kind of act like a ribbon. So again, it just depends on your hair. I wonder where they go on this. Maybe they go on these. Looks like it's a little wavy towards the bottom. You can see it a little bit here where it starts. But it is the front and back hair. It makes you look like monkey design, because big loopy ears is what monkeys have. So this is like monkey hair. It's kind of cute with that association in my mind, actually. In general, I think it's probably going to be similar to how I feel about Linlong hair. I don't like hair being tied up in buns and shapes most of the time. I prefer it just being loose, and that's just like a comfort thing. I try to dress for comfort most of the time, so it makes me feel weird. And also, just thinking about how long it takes to style your hair. Like, I would die in the Linlong Empire. I can't do it. It's too much. This is amazing, and I need this. I'm so sad it's a Pear Pal Premium, because it's just a 10 out of 10 winter overcoat. This is perfect. I love this. It actually has, like, a Santa's sleigh-esque thing on it. That's crazy. I think this is a heart shape here. It's hard to tell. Very cozy, very nice. It's not exactly giving me Mrs. Claus vibes, like that other outfit I said was Christmas. But big turtleneck, too. It's so warm. I really like that. And you gotta have full leggings to keep the warm theme going. Maybe, like, cross-stitching for that? Ribbons up attached to the boots. Very similar to the other boots where it looks like two things put together. This one, I don't think I like as much, because I know they're going for, like, a present wrap theme, but I think these are kind of good boots. This is a little weird on the side, and they would make them a lot harder to use in general, but I think they're a cool idea for a boot, and then you're going to kind of get stuck with this on there. The thing is, maybe, if you have really thick sock leggings, you would wear them with this, and it would work as kind of a continuation of the fluff of the boot and cover this. That's my idea for that. Wow, I did not expect the size of this when I was looking at this image down here. I like the design for one side. It being fully doubled like this, because the center I think is just stretched to add to space to the interior of the bag. That I'm not a fan of, and I think it's too big. I think it's way too big. And this one? Ooh, a swirly dress. I don't really remember you. This is the texturing from the 2.1 and 2.3 5 stars. The, like, scrunched stuff. Another one that has very similar 1 and 2s. In terms of coloring. I'd have to see exactly what the shade looks like in color, but I probably do like it. The green is nice, I just think it can't compare with these thematically. I think this is the piece that girl had, in episode 201. I think there was a girl who had feathers in her hair in a tree stump in episode 201, and I wasn't sure what the feathers were. I think this is the feather. Can't tell what that is. Ballroom lights cascade down, shimmers like molten gold. Golden glow. Yeah, I'm not sure. And it has feathers poking off, obviously. I don't know what the symbol's supposed to look like up here, if it's just feathers combined into a big thing, maybe? Very fancy. Clipped up there. I can't quite tell what that is either. It's just beads. Beads of doom. A lot of, like, shapes. Symbol here, like a little clover. Ooh. Pretty good. One of the ones where it's not, like, a circle. It's a line that ties to itself. And I know that is technically what the circle ones are. It's just you tie earlier into yourself. And it creates this effect of, like, continuing. That's kind of what this is giving me. I like this necklace a lot. Decent positioning, too. The hair is okay. I think I would prefer the hair to be split differently. I'd want a little more hair on this side because it looks like it's being pulled into a bun at the back, but the bun's over here. So this hair right here is being pulled up, over, down, and then over to here. It's being pulled in a really weird way instead of pulling it over to make it closer, because you don't want the parting on your hair to be at the side unless you have like a shaved over here, because it ends up creating like a weird lopsided feel to your head, even more so than a bun does. It's interesting hair. I don't like the parting much, I guess is my complaint to it. Very tiny gloves, and then a big feather off of them. It's interesting that it's not flat. I'll say that. But I don't think these are bad. I think I could probably get away with these on most bird-themed sets. Wow, it's really heavy, opposite of the head thing, too. Wow, that is heavy. It does do the scrunched up thing. What it actually reminds me of, I use a puff. I know there's a different term for this. Everyone uses, like, different terms. In the shower. So there's, like, the hard loofahs, you can just use soap, you can use washcloths, and there's puffs is what we call them where I live, where it's, like, the crumpled up, really thin things that you mash into a ball. When one of those gets loosened, and you get to, like, the point where you need to replace the puff, it hangs down like this off one side. So this being scrunched up, and then one of them just hanging out weirdly solidly, it makes me think of a puff in the shower. That's a very cute association for this dress, and I do like that a lot. And it looks like there's also one in the back that's the color of the upper part of the dress, and maybe like a big flower up here. Similar to the hair accessory here. It's kind of just like pasted on the front of the shoe, and the shoe looks like it might have a little bit of texturing that goes out, which is kind of fun. I like that. These were really good, but that's to be expected of Pear Pal Premium. Exclusive treasure. This is, I think this was the event reward for doing the mission of the Shooting Star season. Just some star earrings. Heart of Infinity. This is all stuff I probably have, I just haven't crafted. It's probably what it is. So, shoes with these big things. I think we just saw these the other day. Yeah, when we looked through the menu. This is the same as the other one I have, it's just a different design. Some generic boots. The open skirt. Yeah, this is all stuff we looked at. I have it, I just haven't crafted it. That's why it's 0 out of 11. This is an interesting skirt. It's just, it's hard for me to use it, and I don't like jean material much. Very, very, very cute top, though. I do like this a lot. Tucked in, useful. Honestly, this, like, brown is a good color, too. We have our overalls with plant pockets. One on, one off. Pretty good for outdoorsy stuff. Insanely purple pants. Comically purple pants. Useful for some sets, but gonna be very aggressive most of the time. Pretty good, too. This is the long stocking. I almost had the name. The long stockings, which are a very weird animal. I do kind of like them, but they are strange. They're cute, though, so I'm okay with them being on, like, a sweatery thing. I like how thick this is. That feels really good to me. But what I don't like that much is this part up here. I would rather it be a little tighter and just not have anything up here. And then you can decorate the shoulders yourself if you want, or leave them plain. As is with this, it feels like it's a little bit of a mishmash. I feel like it's trying to make the dress fancier than it should be, when this should be casual wear. Now this I love. This is so similar to the 2.3 4-star, the little cherry bat devil girl. You even have like the little sword down here. We got blood dripping off the wings. This is really hardcore. I swear I have this piece. There must be like 5 look just like it. But I like how high up the neck this goes. I don't like how much these droop. I wish they were a tiny bit tighter. And then I think it's fine that hangs down. Yeah, just like maybe 50% tighter for both of these, and I would like that more. There's something down there. Can I see? I think it's a sad sack? And a heart, maybe? On that? If it is, that's very cute and I like it. World Tales. Oh, is this? Peppo. Donald and Peppo. Were they the ones who had the fishing contest that I caught the ribbon eel for? Where, I think we went back and forth. We caught one eel for one kid, and then we caught a different fish for the other kid, and then they traded fish because they were gifts? Is that, who Donald and Peppo are? Maybe? Listen, it's been over a year. I'm trying. But I do remember this dress. I think I've used it, before, too. The fish are cute. Miracle outfit. So this is Arya. We haven't really gone in-depth on Arya. Rainbow summoning. Still, I've never seen this, because I haven't unlocked it yet. Unless it popped up as a tutorial when I unlocked the ability to craft it. Until I finish the Dawn Fox mission, I can't make this. So hopefully, 2.4, we're praying, 2.4, I'll get the Dawn Fox. Ballroom Fairy. So this will be my first time seeing the colors, I think. So we have the normal one, obviously. It feels like the bottom is going to be really heavy, because it looks like it's starting to change color as we go down into, like, a purple. Wow, okay, that's aggressive. I really like the yellowing at the ends. That's such a good fade. I love it on these wings in particular. Man, those are so good. I need those. This is okay. I don't hate it. I super love it. Ooh. Ooh, that is good too. Okay, wow. The wings on 3 and glow up are insane. Arms look really useful. Really like this. I'd be interested to see what it looks like down here, if it's all white going down or not. I guess I can check that. It is all white. It fades a little bit. I don't know. I'd want this to be darker. I'd want the fade to be more, substantial, I think. What about you? I want that to be a different color. I'd want to dye that, I think. The main thing is this that I love about that, though. Let's look at the pieces of this now. So, obviously, I've wanted this since the game started. I love head wings. It was a big, big reason I wanted to pull on Crimson Feathers. I love them. I love halos. Big, big thing I love. So, this is a high priority piece. I actually believe I can craft this right now. What piece is it I can't craft? I actually don't know. It's probably the dress itself, right? That uses Dawn Fox. Oh, I have to get one of these, but that's not a big deal. Look at how many of these I'm farming. I still have like another 250 I have to get so I can double craft this. Yeah, it's just a dress, but I'm not doing it on purpose because I think it's fun to craft all of them at once when I'm this close. Why do I have... Oh, because you click that and you get... Yeah, okay. I was about to go crazy. The 20th one of these, by the way, is taking a picture with the Dawn Fox. Everything is about the Dawn Fox. But yeah, I'm going to wait until I get the Dawn Fox to craft it all at once. Kind of cute swirl. Very, very fluffy. Ooh, I really like the wings. It looks like the, is the game name Quidditch? And it's called, like, the Golden something. In the Golden Snitch from Quidditch. So, in Harry Potter, the thing that Harry flies around on the broom in that one game and tries to catch. That's what this makes me think of. That's very silly. I like that. Ooh, you can see down here, the hair's a fade. It is pretty straight, pretty normal bangs. Comes down in the front, which I'm not a huge fan of normally, but it is a fade, so it's useful. Obviously, the dress. Love it. Have seen it everywhere since the start of the game. It's great. I like some of the upgrades having multicolored central pieces, but the base one is still okay. I just wouldn't want it to be the same color as the outside, which is kind of what was happening with that third upgrade, Evolution 2, where this was kind of blending. I didn't like that. So this is better, I think. Base of this is really good. Decent length, big special star here. It's pretty cool. Middle finger connected. We saw a girl with these the other day. I didn't know what arms they were. They are Arya arms. This is going to be really hard to remember. There's so many arms like this that remembering the texture of each one is really hard. This is the thing she was wearing. Episode 201. The girl who had the piece from the 2.1 cash shop, I believe, also was wearing these legs and the standard banner legs mixed together. Or something like that. I swear. I think she had these on. Shoes are pretty normal, actually. Feathers coming out like this. I like that it's multiple, rather than just this top one. And they're thin and dotted, so they're not as egregious to me. They're not... They're usable. They're the type of shoe, if I had them, I'd probably end up using them naturally on an outfit at one point. But they don't speak to me much. Really light eyes. A few similar to it, so I'm not super excited. Hard to tell. Maybe a little purpley? Can't exactly tell the color of that. Pretty wide. Faded. Pretty... I think they're gonna be a little bright. It's hard to tell when it's faded like this, the color of the whole picture. I think they're a little on the brighter side. Impossible to tell. I'm excited for Arya. I really want Arya. But we are now done 1.1. It took an hour. And we're on to fireworks season. Strings of Time. Oh, it's the Peepa. Dada and Tiny Yo-Yo talking about it. So, I haven't made most of my music outfits yet. Episode 200 was my whimsicalities. The anniversary special was all of my other ability outfits, except whimsicality and instruments. So I still need to do an episode at some point where I make all my instrument outfits have special designs. But I don't have a plan for that yet. So spoilers, I don't know when I'm doing that. This is a really hard to use neck piece, but I love this outerwear. I use it all the time. And I've used this dress before, I think, in other sets. I'm pretty sure I have, at least. The red is nice, and so is this one. I think this, in particular, is the outerwear I've used. Like, the upgraded version of it, because that color goes well with a lot of stuff. But, yeah, this is a set I like a lot. These are very hard to use because they don't work with most hair. These are just, like, a kind of useful one. I'm typically not a fan of the really long earrings, so I don't normally use these. I might have used them before in something, but it's not common. This is, like, impossible. I don't know how I'm supposed to use this. It's like the world's thinnest scarf. These are cool. I actually do like these. I see them and want to use them in more things. They run into the problem of, because they're solid and you can't wrap them around your hand, they have to be so thick and they just look like they're going to fly right off. It actually is, it's very, very straight. It has a bun over here, and it looks like maybe a little braiding around it, but it feels less like Linlong Empire hair, even though it's maybe one of the first ones in the entire game with the tag. It's just, it's a little too straight for my liking, and I'm not a huge fan of buns. Now, this dress I love to death, and you know the reason. It's open shoulders. Every dress that has open shoulders instantly gets like a +2 to how cute it is. I also really like this here to like this here design of the dress. The bottom I think is actually pretty good. This like crinkled side I think works really well rather than being open. I like this more. It doesn't work the best when you're running in it. It kind of stretches weirdly, but that's okay. But this idea, it kind of does like a little mini aria where it has this piece attached right here on the sides where your hips are. And it's got this really interesting like tied central thing that I assume doesn't actually open. Maybe it is, because this material is pretty thick. It might be pretty stiff, too. So maybe if you don't unclasp this, you might not be able to get your hips into it to pull it over your body. So maybe you have to undo this, lift it up, and then redo it over your chest. That might actually be the reason for these. Because these materials for Linlong Empire are like really thick cloth. I don't know how much stuff like this can actually stretch to like get yourself into it. You gotta squeeze hard for that. But I do like it. Like, the tie here, tie here, tie here, I think is a really cool effect. And then this piece I love, I use all the time. I don't particularly like the, like, tied up sides as much. But the stringiness to it, and they do add some interest. And the big thing with this is it's lopsided and very open. So you can have a lot of your shirt or dress show through with it. This is a very, very good piece. I know for sure I used this during my dress outfit, which I might even still have as my current dress, that I used for the party in the abandoned district. Like the simplest shoes ever. Kind of ballerina-y. I do like these. I think I've used them a lot. I use them as like super, super casual shoes. Very nice. Over here. PayPal Premium, I have 4 of them, because I guess they were all free in the shop. We have the Dizzy, which is a much, much harder to use outfit, but I've used the outerwear from this. That might be the only piece I've used of this set, though, sadly. Unless I've used the earring and necklace. I do like that. I've never upgraded it. That's a very pretty pink and green. That's a nice combo. I should do that. I need to upgrade so much. I just don't have the materials for it. Okay, I have used these before. I don't remember for what, but I've definitely used these. These are pretty good earrings. This, very generic, but that's fine. This, also very useful. I've probably used it. Just to throw some flowers onto something. A little low, but it's okay. Pretty normal shoes. They have... The shoes are simple, but they have a very elegant front design. So you can use it for modest, high-class lady outfits, is what I would say. The arms on this are interesting. Being full see-through like this is crazy. I like that this isn't a full box. Some outfits like this are full box. At least this has a little bit of a better shape here. This part is really nice, the like roped in flower stuff. And then it gets into stuff that all Linlong Empire outfits have that I'm not particularly interested in or like much. All the hanging down, very long, very ornate decorations. I tend to not like them, but they're okay. And then the hair, again. I do really like this part. The really, really short bangs in the center, and then the longer ones that actually flow back to go into the tied-up stuff. I just don't want to deal with that. I don't want to wake up in the morning and spend 2 hours decorating my hair. Wow, that's a lot of flowers in the pins. These might work a little better than, like, the sticks that go in, that I never know the name of. In terms of working for hair that isn't very, very decorated. But these things hanging down kind of hurt that idea in my mind. And then this, I have used a lot. A lot of early Linlong stuff I used this for, because it was my best piece like this for that style. Oh, it's you. Okay. I've had this just for a while. I don't think these are the ones I used recently, but more some head things. These I use a lot. Just big, big, big flower on the thing here. It's so high up, too, which is kind of nice. These are also pretty high up. Multicolored beads is nice. They're not just white. That saves my life. And it's a lot of different, like, necklaces all fused into one, and they have a little bit of difference, I think, in how they're positioned. I don't think it's symmetrical, which is nice. Have I I have these. I swear, I had no idea these existed. I love these. This is adorable. Like a techno bunny, hearts, and it looks almost like it looks like a hammock of hearts almost, because they're kind of positioned where you could like lay on them. The beads are kind of silly. How do I not know that I own this piece? That's ridiculous. I need to use that. The bangs on this are amazing, but I don't like high ponies, honestly. It looks like the hair is not in a bun, though. It looks like it's just a high pony with short hair. Like, maybe she has shoulder length and then put it up, maybe? But look at that. It's super messy, but, oh, it's so good bangs. This piece is crazy. I don't know if I'll ever use it. Maybe if I go to a snobby high society party in Sichia, I could use this. But that's kind of the vibe it gives me. It's Cruella de Vil. This is cute. I could have used this for my dance outfit I did, because tiny tops like this I think work really well with dancing. I'm not a huge fan of the straps on this. I think I'd prefer them to be a little thicker, rather than... I'd prefer them to be thicker or not there at all. But if I had to choose between the two, probably thicker. I don't hate this part here. I'd want it to have a little more texture, I think, because this is so shiny and so scaly. It looks like snake scales. And this just looks like it's some, like, white fabric. I think it's a little boring. And this is obviously, it's got the, like, tassel scale stuff again. I think these are the things that, like, you rub your hand on and they actually lift up. I think that's what this material is. It's hard to see in just a photo, but I think that's what it is. We have, like, fluffy bottoms. I can't tell if this here is see-through or not. It might... it's a little close. I think my underwear is probably, like, here. So it probably can't be see-through. It probably has to be solid. It's hard to tell exactly from the photo, but it's probably solid, at least to here solid. Big thing here. Big ball. And we have that little bunny symbol again. This is... It's a skirt I don't hate. It's a style I'm not that accustomed to, but it's something that I think I probably haven't used, but I would be surprised if I never use, is I guess what I'll say about it. I've probably used these before. They're very simplistic, but if you want some ribbons, it's just an easy shoe to throw on, because they have a nice top to them. And this is a crazy one, too. Oh, yeah. I remember the upgrade of this being crazy. This second one, with this, like, animal felt-styled thing. This hat is ridiculous. I hate this hat, but I love that it exists. It has a hole in it, too. You can see over here. This hair is great. Very, extremely good hair. Like, top tier hair. So messy, lopsided. Great, like, fullness to it. One of the fullest hairs in the game. It competes with a lot of 5 stars in terms of how, full it is. You don't get many 4-star hairs big like this. These things are crazy. I have trouble using them because it's, like, very aggressive, I guess is what I'll say. This I hate. I don't want 8 necklaces combined into one. It's probably usable in Eatsaland stuff, because a lot of the Eatsaland tops also have a lot of accessorizing and jewelry on them. So if you threw this on Eatsaland tops, it probably would actually fit in pretty well. It's just a style I don't like, is the problem. This thing is so big and so ridiculous, and I think it might weigh 200 pounds. I don't know if I've ever used it because of that. The fact that so much of it is on my arm, too, I'm just getting... My arm would be burning from the force of holding this all day. It's craziness. I'd rather use my other puffy one, because it looks lighter. This dress is pretty nice. It's another Silvergale Aria, where it's like a normal dress, it puffs out into like a weird featheriness at the sides, and then goes straight again. But it's very formal. And then also warm at the hands for some reason. You got your little fluffy boys. I like this, and I actually think I might use this as a formal dress in Sichia again. Like, this is the Sichia set, honestly. It's the type of thing I'd wear to a high-class party where I want to be a little fancy. Just some normal leggings, Space Girl boots. I think these fit to the other set rather than this one. I would definitely not use them with this set. I think they're too shiny and too hard. These gloves are... They're very plain. They're very, like, sterile. So, there are situations where they're useful to have, but they're not a thing I'm excited about. This bag I do like. Long, not too big. It's a little puffy, but it's not exploding. Fluffy. It will get dirty easy, but the striped handle is interesting. I think it adds a lot. If this wasn't here, I think I wouldn't like the bag. So I think that tells me that I should focus more on handles when looking at bags. Okay, this is an interesting set. The Sunlit Grass Bomb. Because I think it single-handedly made me believe that everything I own has grass palms on them. When in reality, I don't have that many things with grass palms. I might have used this hair before, because it's decent hair. It's got the one side thing, which I'm okay with sometimes. Sometimes I'm not. This one, I think, I like bangs. Sometimes. There are times I don't. But I feel like I'm missing having bangs here. I think I'd rather have both pulled back. So when we were looking to make my sleepy time outfit, my sleepwalker or something like that, in episode 200, I wanted hair that was pulled back so I could look like I had it up in a towel, kind of. Like pulled back with headbands. And this is really good hair for that. But... And I talked about Nikki not showing her forehead much, and I think this is super cute. I really like this forehead. It's adorable. She has a very, very tiny forehead. I have a very, very big forehead. But this is adorable. It's a nice hair to have. I've probably used it for, like, miscellaneous things before. Crazy ribbon that is straight up and down. That's ridiculous. This is very, very similar to an earring we just looked at before, where it's just a long string. And this is very similar to a million other things. We keep getting these neck things that hang down a lot, which I'm not a fan of. This one at least has a big puff on it to make it interesting. This dress, I've always had mixed feelings about this dress. I think it's old-fashioned fairy tale. So it's the type of thing I would expect to see in a drawn book that's pretty old, of an old fairy tale. The main girl in it. So, like an old rendition of like a child version of Alice in Wonderland, maybe, picture book. Is kind of what this dress is making me think. I think the reason for that is very simplistic top, and, flat, puffy bottom, and also the straps, because I associate this type of top with like younger dresses. I think that's what is doing it for me. I don't know if I could like point to a particular storybook or something I've seen in my life that makes me have this association, but that's the association I have with this. These are very funny, and I wish I could use them more, but they're just a little too jokey, but they're fun to have. These two, it's hard to use on almost anything. I think I might have one time used them as like a topper for a shoe, because I had a shoe that like ends here. And these shoes are kind of nice. It's very low-key down here. I wish this wasn't here, but we'll take it. Pretty thick heels, very simplistic, solid colors. It's just a shoe you can use easily. And now we're on to the stuff I don't own. So what are you, another winter? Like, kind of a feather with a flower on top? Long string again. Ooh, like super, super fluffy offside tiny hat. It's the long string from the earrings, it's extending itself over to now apply to hair decorations. We have the long string hair decorations. Ooh, we've got ties on the front, which is interesting. It's got a little bit of the, like, crinkle that I don't like, is another problem, though. They're kind of fluffy here, but because it's got this crinkle, it makes me feel like this is a soft, like, thin material, which I don't like because it's supposed to be thick with this. This is great. I like this a lot. It ends up looking very similar to the one I use in my exercise outfit. The outerwear that has pockets all over this, because I think they're similarly sized in this area. But you have your little clips here. It kind of is doing the thing I talked about with another dress like this, where it feels like it has clips or zippers in the center, but if you actually closed it and used them, you'd be constricted tighter than, like, a python on you. Because Nikki's waist is, like, here, so we could maybe move the whole thing in an inch and a half, and then because it's rounded, you maybe get another half inch to an inch here. So if you really squeeze, I think you can have them meet in the center, but you're not going to have much freedom of movement with it. It's going to be really tight. So it's a forced open, which is kind of the point. You're not supposed to close it. But I don't like how open the sleeves are, I think. I'd want them a little bit less. They're not like Linlong open, but they're still a little more open than I'd like. That is not what I expected to see underneath. I'm a fan. It has a little bit of the triangle with solid shoulders that the other dress from earlier did that I called the JoJo masculine dress. It looks like for this one, though, it looks almost like you're wearing a normal shirt for, like, a fancier winter thing, and then this is a pull-up over top. So it's, you have your shirt on, and then you pull up this dress over the thing, and then you just pull that up over the chest, and then it just holds itself, and it doesn't have to really be attached. It's just a strapless. It's kind of nice. I do actually really like this. It's a little plain for this section, but I think that's kind of the idea. I really like this dress. Go figure. Parapal Premium. Good clothes. Ooh. Little tuck-in. Little here. Pretty plain. It looks like maybe there's a little bit of braiding on the side. I thought those were mouths. That's crazy. Patterns of plum blossoms. Okay, just pretty simple, full leggings, but a little design here to make a shoe more interesting. And you are the Chinese New Year dragon dancing things I forget the name of. Very fun. Gaming from Genshin. And that guy from Wuthering Waves who jumps on the poles. I like these. I don't know much about the designs for these, so I can't really comment on them. Like the actual dragon stuff in terms of inspiration for the outfit. It looks like there's blood on the pom-pom thing. I don't like that, actually. It makes me uncomfortable. This is fun. We kind of have something similar to this with the Moth outfit from Sith's event. 1.7, I want to say. That one does have design on it. So this is good for simplistic outfits. You could put this on a winter outfit to kind of make it seem more like a heavier coat than it is. Oh. Braided front, braided back, but the back braids are looped and the front aren't. Interesting, but not my style. And then this, I suppose, is supposed to be, like, kind of the mouth. I know that this also is, like, the mouth is where your face is. But this here looks to me like eyes and a nose, and then this is the mouth with teeth. Something on the side here. But yeah, I don't know enough about this custom to be able to comment meaningfully. Oh, that's cute. Hard to use, though. Very hard to use in other dresses. That's adorable. I could probably get away with calling these slippers if these aren't metallic and they're loose. I'd have to examine it close up, and if it's not metallic pieces, this could be a good slipper. That is amazing. Little Momo holder. Oh, I didn't look at the colors. We have a green. We have like a brown blue. This is what I associate in my mind as, so I wouldn't change away from that, though. Then we have this. This looks insane. Super fluff. Back of the head hat. Very shiny, very solid materials. Not a huge fan of it. That's a little interesting, but I'm not the fan of that type of hat. So we have like a floof out, kind of like a Chroma's Last Wish, or Chroma's Final Wish, whatever it's called, the deer outfit, where the hair floofs out at the end, but this is much longer. Very, very simple bangs. It is a 3-star, but, type of bangs I think I've seen a million times. These are okay, just another variance of part. This reminds me of the Apple outfit. They are very, very similar, but instead of the cross patch, it's apples. And I probably prefer apples. The difference is the neck for this. This goes really high up on the neck. The Apple one, I think, cuts early. So, that is interesting. It has, like, more of a goth feel, rather than just being dark clothing, which is kind of nice. Now, this is insanity. The fact that this is an overcoat, because this has to thus be the under... It's actually like your Cookie Monster or something. This is crazy. This almost looks like a face, too. This is maybe the fluffiest thing in the game, and I don't know why. Radiant Spotlight Carefree Moments. It's so silly. It's a big, big joke outfit. I don't know what pants you could possibly ever wear that wouldn't look ridiculous out the bottom of this. So I think you kind of have to use dresses only for this, or skirts. Oh, little hearts. Okay, these are really nice. It's a little rough for shoes. If you had a shoe that ends like here, I think it'd look weird. Ending here might be okay. Ending here would probably be the best, though. But that's a really, really nice sock. Oh, okay, I like this a lot. Again, you're hiding the strap around the back because you just have 100 of them. Just everywhere. Little platformy, too. Very, very bright to kind of show off that they're lifted. It's kind of nice. Big, big tote bag. It's... I think I like it. This stuff's weird. I'd have to see it up close to know exactly what it looks like. And it's going to be weird just because of, like, angling for this. It's going to always wrap around your body weird. I don't blame them for that. That's just how it works. But I think I like the bag. And this, very nice. Item in the Pear Pal store, endorsed by the Stylist Guild. Cloudborn Dreams. There's a couple umbrellas in the game now, I think. But very cute. Pink umbrella. Looks like crystal handle almost. That was... Pear Pal Premium. Limited time residence. Oh yeah, this is Firework. I do like this dress. The hair feels a little normal to me. It feels like the hair of just like a normal human woman. It's not very like fantasy, which is interesting. We have red. Matches Fireworks pretty well. Yellow. Doesn't match as well because I associate it with being sunlight. And sunlight doesn't match well with Fireworks. And then that works, obviously. Nighttime. Purple. It's interesting. They're very, very, very similar. I guess this is just a duller version of this, I guess is what I would say. That's a crazy crown. It looks like your head's exploding. And kind of more of that, like, explosion-y stuff, and then big, big ribbon down. And this, I think, is fully animated. Crazy, like, combo of necklaces. Again, it's like Eatsaland useful. It's not my style, but I think you could use it in Eatsaland. Again, the long strings I'm not a fan of, but at least it's not just the strings. It actually has the little, again, explosion. You could just use that in any sun-themed yellow dress, though, and it would work. Oh my goodness, that's ridiculous. A bunch of things on the wrist, too. Again, Eatsaland, that might actually be rougher. Because Eatsaland, no, they do have a lot of accessorizing on the wrist, too. A lot of the pieces we have are, like, metal with a bunch of accessories. Oh, yeah, the hair actually has animation, I think. And that does set it apart. Style-wise, I think it's pretty normal. It's just a very, very styled older woman hairstyle. but the actual things in it really add to that. So I do like this. This is a very interesting loose braid. Now this is a crazy looking dress at the bottom, but I think it's really carried by the animation and not by intrigue of the dress itself. I don't think its ruffling is actually very interestingly done. I think it looks pretty flat, which is weird to say when it's got so much 3D to it. But I think this part of the dress is a little under-designed, and this part looks pretty good. It almost looks like skeletal, this here. Like it's her rib cage, and then organs, and then this is like the splitting open where like the skin is pulled back to show that. That's interesting. We don't really have skeleton themed outfits, but that's never gonna happen because it's a Chinese game. So that is a little bit of a shame, a little bit of a shame, but it is what it is. It looks like it also has the things that go out over the arms too. Oh, okay. I kind of like the idea of this. I'm glad it's down here, and not here or here, but you have your arms, and it's like your fireworks, and then it goes up, goes up, goes up, and then boom, it explodes, and then probably has animation. And the shoes, I assume, are animated as well, but I don't know. They look really, really, really normal. They even have a little normal fluffy thing. Why are you at the bottom? That's weird. This is the most, like, strange piece to me. Because I feel like I didn't even see it when I was looking at this. It's because there's so many necklaces on there. It's an okay piece, just not anything super fancy. God. So I do like this dress. I do have problems with it. I think a lot of the pieces are hard to use in other things because they are very, very obviously explosion and fire themed. So they're a little limiting in that sense. Like, this arm piece is hard to use on anything else. And the dress, I talked about it being a little under-designed, in my opinion, from the waist down. But it's carried by animation, and that makes it good. This is an adorable one. The whimsicality, get all the floofs, and you just march, and they all follow you. This was amazing. Was this? I don't think this was the first whimsicality. One of the other ones might have been a whimsicality before this, but it might have been the first. It's crazy to me that it took till 1.2 to get this, because I feel like it was in like 1.0 or 1.1. Pretty good colors. Oh, real good colors. This reminds me of the combat uniforms. The military stuff. But this is what I always think of in my mind when I think of this outfit. And the little stick she holds to like conduct the animals. This is ridiculous. This looks like a diagram I'd see in a book talking about like an aquifer or something. I don't know what in the world I'm looking at there. Very silly hat, but it's thematic. I'd probably never use it for anything, but it is what it is. These boots could work really well as a knight's uniform. You could use them as a lighter military thing. This is interesting. It's, to me, a theater kid's military uniform. So I would use this if I was making a theater set where I was a general or something. I would use this. Oh, it's so tight. And then it goes out a little towards the bottom here. Pretty straight. It is an interesting feel. You're a little lollipop. You go up, and then you got big circle. Up, big circle. This kind of gives me the same vibes as Shark Pants, where I kind of just don't get it. They don't feel like they match the rest. They don't feel military to me, so they're just like kind of normal pants. And then you have your little baton, which is very cute. Pretty normal socks. Little shark thing there, speak of shark. This is outerwear. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder... That means you could put this on, and then put, like your highest tube top. And then you would just have tummy instead of this white for this dress. And this is just useful. Just like a generic white shirt. It's pretty high cut at the neck. just useful. Okay, I like this a lot. It is gliding is the name, not floating. I couldn't remember this was called gliding. But yeah, it's the sunflower riding one. I like this. It's not the most useful, because gliding isn't very useful, but still. Little spiral, and then this, so it's kind of like, it reminds me of layers of falling stars, is what it makes me think of. And we have a tiny hat, which is always ridiculous, hard to use. Another one of these. It's just so many of them. It's just the same thing where it's the band around the neck with the things hanging down and then a big ribbon. At least this one's interesting because it has the see-throughs, but it's not a piece I'd ever be able to meaningfully use. Those are pretty cute. So the tie is decorated by big ribbon and then little ribbons going up. They're not as good as the other shoe, but... Ooh, I do like this tie at the front. It's a pretty thick heel. It's not too tall. I think they're okay. And then the dress itself, very cute. So we have a, like, separated sides pattern for this that swaps. So we have light and dark, big, tiny, and then light and dark, tiny, big. And we have big, big, big ribbons in the back, I think only, that go down. There might be some on the sides, but I think it's only back. It's a good dress. It's a little simple, because there's only really that one thematic piece to it. And that's the white to black, big, small, small, big. There's decorations on it, but that's kind of it. There's ribbons. There's like a white at the bottom just to make it a little longer, but that's kind of the only thing. Is there a strap there? It's hard to see. I think there's a little white strap on one side and a little white that comes up, but maybe isn't a strap on this side. I think it's a very, very simple dress. That's not exactly a problem. It's just something to decorate around. These are crazy. They, like, explode from this, kind of like the other ones do, and then they follow the arm up, and maybe even have, like, a hole here? These are weird. I don't know how I would use these. They're, like, they're a cool idea. I would need to see them at different angles, though. This is a big thing. I love this hair. I want this hair. It's really good. But I just will never get it, sadly. And that makes me sad. Because it is very, very good. I think it's a lot in the back, and then these go about the same length. It's hard to tell for sure, though. And these are pretty normal. I have a couple similar to it, which is fine. Some star ties with some things hanging down. Pretty normal, that's fine. And then this adorable little guy, who I love with all my heart. It hurt not getting that. This was back during the days where I didn't do 20 pulls for makeup. So maybe I had a chance of pulling the hair or the bear if I was like that back then. But instead, I have to wait for a rerun and then decide if I want the makeup or not. Because this would be nice to have. It's a little hard to use in a lot of outfits, but I can make it work in most cutesy stuff. Wait. Oh, wait, yeah, makeup's in this menu. I confused myself. It's down here, it's down here. And this is a double 5-star, so we have a lot of makeup to look at. This is the crazy one. There's only scattered letters hinting at her every move. Was this during the time where I never clicked the whimsicality, so I don't remember what they look like? Or I think I just forget this set exists. I don't remember this set existing. I feel like I'm seeing it for the first time today. Oh, these are very similar. It's kind of like the other dress where it looks like it's just kind of more faded version of it with a different skirt. I like the red, but I think this is probably my... no, it's probably this is my favorite because of this green. So I do not know what most of your pieces are. Pretty normal ribbon. Mask, it's interesting. Like birds? Something else? Maybe like a man and a woman? Because this looks a little more masculine to me and this feminine. Couldn't tell you why. Something about smaller and bigger? Do I associate, like, sleekness with men, maybe? Even though in my head I don't think of men as generally wearing sleeker clothes? Or having I don't know. Do I? I don't think I have an association of men or women having sleeker bodies, because there's just so much variance. In terms of clothes... I don't know. I don't know why I think that, but I definitely think this is masculine, this is feminine. And opposite legs, very nice. I wish I had these. Very useful. I use these types of things all the time. Shoes and leggings like that. Hard to use, but useful to have. Like that white dress we had earlier that was the underpiece of the conductor. This might be able to be thrown on that, and maybe it would line up well, and you could have a collar on it. Because it doesn't have one naturally. Another set of really small gloves. I don't like the feel of tiny gloves like this in my hand. So, I, like, get a little, when I'm seeing them. That's why I don't like using them much. And we have our big star here. A lot of little strands also make it feel like it'd be really weird to wear. Now, this hair is crazy. Kind of punky, kind of like some of the rock stuff we had before. I think that's because one side looks so short and messy, and that's kind of what my association with short, messy hair is. And the other side is just insanely long. Like, actually crazy long. Little bit of twirl at the end. It's interesting hair, it's not my style, but it's interesting, and I would be able to use it if I had it. Now, we have the one-arm cape. I didn't know there was one of these in the game. I think there's two. I feel like there's a battle set that has a one-arm cape as well. Or maybe I'm just thinking of someone who did a snapshot with this cape and a battle set. But a little bit down here, so it does reach the other arm. But yeah, it's a double layered cape off to one side. And it looks like there's maybe a big ribbon on the front, we just can't see it. And the dress itself, very similar to the idol outfit we got when they added the stage to the Sea of Stars. Where it's a short, puffy dress, and then one of the pieces just extend out. And we have a little jacket over top of, like, a very tight, torso thing. Not bad. I'd have to see more of the pants here to know how I feel about them, because it looks like there might be a design there and there. It might just be, like, cow print or something, where it's just, like, a lighter color and darker. It's a little flat where the pants cut off. I don't know what I would want with that. I don't think I would want, like, frills. Maybe I would want a different coloring at the very bottom. And shoes that are different colors. Very nice. Kind of heavy duty. Little bit of a design here. Belts I'm not a huge fan of. Interesting that it goes higher around the sides, lower in the front. Interesting shoes, useful shoes. Oh, we have Little Bo Peep. This one, I think, did rerun recently. I think this was a recent rerun. Maybe on the banner of 2.3, even. I don't remember. I think it was recent, though. Interesting hat. Big, big, big ribbons on the back we can't see from here. Kind of nightimey. Little comb, almost? I don't know. And then the beads. Wow, that's very wide. We have a couple that are like this, and I think they're normally shorter with this bottom part. So if you have more space to fill, maybe that's useful. A bread basket. That's very fun. Obviously useful, too, for picnic stuff. Pretty hard to use. Not my style. I don't know what exactly I would want it on. Because, again, it makes me want to connect something to it. I don't like the hair looping back on itself, but I think it could work well if you have a lot going on in the air around your head. So you have things that poke out like the Arosa crown or Providence headpiece with the swords, where the flatter your head is, the worse this will look, I think. I think if you add detailing out, this will kind of work better. This is kind of fairy tale-y. It's kind of Maid-esque, actually. It's like fantasy Maid, I guess is what I think of with this. It's a little too puffy, I think. Length is good, though. It's got your little, like, pouch in the front. Ribbon here. You got the, like, soft fabric chest, which, again, makes me think of Maid. The arms look very similar to Timeless Melody's arms. I don't know. I think it's okay. I'd need to see the back to know if it's just this texture repeated with nothing in the center. I think it'd be pretty boring to look at from the back. Ooh, I like that. Very, very in-your-face, big explosion front of the shoe. Little bit of trim there just to add something. I like those shoes. Oh, and those are cute too. I actually think I'd prefer them without this top thing, because I just like the little leaves going up to the flower. I think that's cute. And I didn't look at colors. Oh, I love that. This makes me think of Arya's skin in Zenless, which I love. And we have a sun version, too. This is definitely my favorite, though. I love that. Oh, okay. Just like a casual outing type thing. This type of hat, it's okay. This stuff under here makes it feel weird to wear. Like, it's gonna kind of just brush against you weirdly. Pretty nonchalant teardrop earring, not bad. Ooh, I do like that. I assume this is choker. But it looks almost like fluff because of the beads. I think these are beads all the way around. And I like that it hangs down just a tiny smidge, so it's not a full, just normal, straight thing, but it's not hanging down all the way here like some stuff feels like it needs to be. I'm a fan of this. I can't tell what the symbol in the center is, though. Big bouquets, almost completely useless. I've literally used them once, I think. And it's kind of like jokey stuff, but it's okay to have. It's for RP shots, and that's pretty much it. This also is sunburn blocker material. These make me think of sunburn blockers. It's the scrunch up here. I don't like the scrunch up. That's my problem. I think the end is nice, because it looks like it's like big sections. So they feel pretty nice. They're also flat. They're not poking out. They're staying on with the arm, which is a big improvement. This big wavy, similar to some of the stuff I used in farming outfits, I think. This wavy hair in my current planting outfit, I think. Just a smaller version of that. It is cute. I like that these aren't too long. They're there, but they're not getting in the way of your shirt. Okay, that's way fancier than I thought it was. Wow. It reminds me of Lalina, where it has like the central area, and then you have your sides, and they have different types of decorations. It's just like one layer removed from that, where I think Lalina's 5 different segments. This is 3. It's not bad. It's just a little fancier than I was expecting. I thought this was a little more laid back of a dress. I do like this. The straps leading into a slight shoulder cover here. And it looks like maybe like big white up here. So this area is tinier. You don't have to worry about needing a necklace. You can just have a choker. Like it cuts here and cuts here. If you could dye those, maybe I'd like that. So it's not just one continuous color down there. Simple shoes, tie on the top, love it. Love the shoes. Little bit of like, maybe plants around here? Maybe they like stem from here and go out, it looks like. And then the ribbon. That's fun. Oh my goodness, it's like a fall themed almost. And the pink. This is fun, but I really like the pink. I think pink's favorite there. This is probably the first 5-star, because it looks really dark. Just red. Very red. All full mouth. A little faded. Pretty good. Hard to tell. Oh, was not expecting that. Maybe like a very mild blend of like red and purple? Hard to tell. Like ribbony, and then some dots and some blush. Pretty cute. Little tighter, very... almost orange. Very bright. Can't tell. Again, unexpected. Very unexpected. Maybe like a very light green or gray. That's a weird choice. And can't really tell. Not bad. We have a couple things like this. For some reason, it has a glow up. I know they're adding glow ups to Deep Echoes. Not all of them have it yet, I think. Honestly, like, if it's useful, it's useful. Same with this. If it's useful, it's useful. A little cup. I forgot this was in the game. It's fun. If you're going to, like, a sporting event, you can throw that on. Oh! A very interesting texture. What would I use these on? Oh, okay, that's pretty punky. And they're open finger. I didn't notice that, actually. Maybe this is like a rocker thing. It's called Bug Commander. I don't want to touch the bugs with my bare fingers, though. I think you use this color, and you use it for, like, a rock girl. This is... like a skinny, but not in shape, dad shirt. That's what this makes me think of. It's... and his would be a zipper. It wouldn't be, ties. Interesting vibes. I feel it more with the red, but this is still giving me dad vibes. I don't hate it, it's just a very particular style. What is that? Rock music. Oh, I guess we got more rock stuff. Can't tell what that is, though. The pendant on her chest swings in time with the beat. I think it's a ribbon and something. Normal necklace. I just wish they were separated. It's a chain necklace and a bead necklace. I feel like those shouldn't go together. It's something, though. And that was... that's limited? Yeah, that was limited. Now we're on the Heart of Infinity. Oh, it's our actual firework lighting outfit. Yeah, definitely the red on this one. It just fits the theme so well. Okay, this hair is amazing. I've used it a lot. We have the underside dyed. It's very good. Puffy pants, I've tried to use. They're a little weird, but they work really well for long shirt dresses as, like, safety shorts. And it's kind of what they're used for here. These are pretty open at the front, but I really like the boxing of the upper body in this. It makes her upper body look really small in a good way, and I like that. So, this is very cute. I like it a lot. I don't think you worry about the chest looking too square here, because it kind of dips a little and is rounded a little. And the one problem I do have with this piece that makes it a lot harder to use is all the stuff on it. It's got a bunch of vials and things attached, so it is a little limiting in that sense. Ridiculous steampunky hat, steampunky goggles, which are very silly, and I think actually do make your eyes a little bigger. These are kind of cool. I've been able to use them before because this texture is interesting. It's like fabric-y. And if you want gloves, you could throw these on and have some weird sleeves going on. So I think these are really useful pieces. These boots I love. I think they're really good. And they have the fire symbol, but that doesn't limit you from pretty much anything. I think this one symbol isn't enough to set these boots in a category, so you can't just throw them on whatever you want. So I think these are really good. And the colors for the base set are also really good. But I do like the shoes that have the really highlighted very bottom. I've complained that it kind of makes your foot look really tiny, top to bottom. But when you have big boots, that's less of a problem. And I think these are tied really well, too. They do have a little... I don't know. I think these boots work well. I was going to say that these might be a little too big up here, but I think I'd take that back. Interesting socks, because it looks like it's a whole different material with like a clip up here. But again, if useful, useful. This is hard to be useful. The asymmetry is interesting. It's just, if you need a collar for a shirt, you just have to hope it lines up well, and then you get a collar. And that's pretty much the usefulness of it. And random surprise. This was probably the event reward. And it's just big bracelet. Scattered chests. Oh, this was the boss reward, I think? Scintillata. Okay, yeah, boss reward, some sharp feathers. That's probably the coolest bouquet in the game. We do have the golden one that we get for Mirror Crown, but that one's really cool. And exclusive treasures. We have... I feel like I've used these before. Like golden flower earrings. And some little, like, green hearts. That's more hearts. I feel like I was trying to look for heart earrings. We have a couple, I swear. I didn't see them last time. And that's it for Firework. So, we are going at 5 hours for the first one. 1 hour for each of these. So, this is almost certainly 2 videos getting through the rest of these. I think I can do it in 20 hours. It's going to be tight. I think I can do it. I will try to speed up a little, but next time, when I return later today, I will be working on Eerie Season. It is time for Eerie Season. And this is one I actually have a high percentage of. And there's not many things here, so I expected the percentage to be higher. But I guess I never pulled on the second half 4 stars, and then obviously not the shop. This is a little scary. Me not having this is super scary, because it makes me think maybe I missed an event mission. But let's go top to bottom. Oh, this set. I guess this makes sense to be from Eerie Season. I love the top for this. I use it all the time. I think I've used the pants before. I think I've used the hair, but I do have the problem of not liking the top knot stuff here. Useful. I think... Are these the glasses I'm using in episode 200 for one of my sets? Maybe. These I love. These are very good. I love these super punky earrings. I love any of the earrings and piercings that go up and do top of ear stuff, because there's not too many. Not a big fan. It's 3 separate necklaces all in one. Please just cut them up. Give me 3 separate ones so I can choose what length I want. Yeah, this one also has a forced piece in it with the little black thing here. It's at least a little more interesting than some of them because it fans so wide. I think there's stuff you could do with it that would be interesting. It's, again, just not my style. This is my style. I love this piece. It's always felt so interesting to me how it's just fabric and it's a front tie bra. Kind of. It's like a front buckle. I don't know. It's weird. And it has the necklace piece that's not attached to anything. It's just part of the set. It's also a crossback. You can see it here, which is cute. Crossbacks are very adorable. That's also interesting. I love this piece. It's the one concern I have, not concern, the one problem I have with it is how straight this is. It's really straight down here. You don't notice it much because it blends with my skin, but if I had darker skin, it would look pretty bad, actually. So I think I can get away with it, but I don't know why they made it like that. They should have just extended this down to add to the curve, but they didn't, and it makes it look really weird. But I love this piece. One of the best in the game, I think, for tops. These pants are also really cool. I don't like the bottoms, because I always talk about how I don't like extend open bottoms like this on pants. But still, I think the accessories are cool. I think the layering, especially around this, are really cool. But, it's kind of similar to the cut-up pants that are 2 pants combined into one, where this looks like you have normal pants underneath, and then these are over top. Shiny, black, tiny rain boots. These are interesting. I don't think I particularly like them, though. Because they do just make me think of rain boots, and I don't think they match the style of the dress at all. Now, this is cool. Like, biker girl thing. I think the sleeves are a little long, though. I think they actually might cover part of the hand. Can I see that here? They do cover part of the hand. I would prefer if they didn't. I'd prefer if they were a little tighter. They can still be cut open on the side like this, but a little tighter and a little up higher. Like before the wrist. But the jacket itself is cool. It's just, again, not my style. I don't like leather stuff much, to be honest. I just tend to stray away from it. I'm not that big a fan. Like, it can be cool sometimes. I've made a couple leather outfits in the anniversary episode, I think. I made 2. But still. These gloves, I feel like I've used them before. They are, I think, the shortest glove in the game that I own, at least. Because the opening here, if you count the bar part, because technically the underside of the hand has that attached, it's not. But in terms of the back of the hand, I think it's the smallest in the game. So it's interesting for that, but it's just weird. I feel so uncomfortable, my hands. I don't like the idea of them. But this set's really good. Limited time. It's her. So, this is... Is it the only dress in the game still I've double pulled? Have I double pulled anything else? I don't think so. I've thrown around the idea. I didn't double pull Crimson Feathers, right? Or did I? Maybe I did double pull Crimson Feathers. Hang on. No, there's no way I did. I had to have just pulled one because I didn't pull Water Walking. And I would have just pulled Water Walking if I did that. Yeah, I single pulled this. I think... Now I have to get back to it, hang on. Eerie Limited. I think Timeless Melody is the only dress I've ever double pulled. I have the entire thing. I went crazy on this. Because I do love it. I've talked a lot about how much I love dolls. And this is my perfect set for that. I'm still using it as my home island purification to harvest my tree and to use it to put animals to sleep if I want to pet everyone and they're getting in the way, because the animals can get a little rowdy. I have all my animals close to each other, so they can get a little rowdy in there. But I love this set. I need an excuse to use the main dress again. Pieces from this I use all over the place. The hair I use constantly. I love this hair, but... this back piece I'm using in my archery outfit right now, so I'm still keeping that. Obviously, this is the main one I use all the time, so it's my favorite, the crystal-y one. I do love it to death. The crystal back piece is the one I'm using in archery. Oh, I do not want to do that. I want to do this. There we go. This hair is... I don't think it's my favorite in the game anymore. It's still obviously in the top. I really like some of the longer hair that cups the entire face. That's probably more towards my favorites. There's some really, really short hair that I love, probably close to this. And the really long, wavy hair that cups the face, stuff like Sith, I really like. But this is amazing. It's hard to tell from here, but it's just like a bunch of curls, just all around the back. And then the swirl on the head is amazing. It's so good. These are pretty normal. I've used them a lot. The darker ones are really interesting. The ones from like the 3rd and 4th evolution, I think look really good. These are very big. I'm glad I have them, because there's not many pieces like this that are just upper arm and that are this big and puffy and massive. So having them is useful, but they're hard to use. These are also a little hard to use. The stitching on them kind of saves them. It's like a saving grace that it can let you do interesting things, because there's a lot of leggings that also have side stitching, so you can kind of match that. But it's so puffy on the arms that it kind of just gets in the way of stuff. Top of this, obviously, open shoulders, the cutest thing you've ever seen in your life. This, very fun, because it's a tiny skirt, And then you get this big, big, big metal cage of Feywish sprites in different positions. I think there's 3 positions and 8 sprites. I think it's a 3-3-2. I don't remember which one is missing from the triplet, but I'm pretty sure it's 8, and it's a 3-3-2 pattern, which is a weird choice, but that's fine. Just, it's so intricate, so fancy, and because it's this metal stuff, you can see in. So you can fully decorate your legs, and it's completely visible. You do have very puffy pants that I think end here? It's really hard to tell if they end here or here from this. But, I don't think they're a problem looking through. I think you still see the leggings really nicely. It's so good. The top of your body looks so tiny because of how puffy the dress is, and I normally hate puffy dresses. The reason I let this one pass is because it's see-through. So, it doesn't have the issue of really, really hiding your body. I think it ends up creating a really unique feel. The shoes are pretty high, but they're very normal. By modern day standards, these look very simplistic. The bottom is made of that same cagey material as this, so you can kind of see through them, which is cool. This, very puffy. There's a few like this in the game. It's not very unique. This thing here is the only thing unique about it, but it doesn't really shout anything in particular at me, so it's a okay, whatever piece. This is very silly. It looks very baby. It's like a toddler head bow thing. So it's something. I've used it on outfits before, and it creates a really interesting feelings. You can use it to kind of counter some more serious stuff on an outfit. Hair that works well with this is a little hard as well. It's not the most useful piece, but again, it's one that I'm glad to have, and you can do some cool things with it, I think. These are pretty normal, it's just whatever. It's kind of cool that it's got the layered here. And then this piece is very, very unique, and I love it. Is there anything in the game quite like it right now? I'm not sure. Back pieces are some of the most unique things in the game. Like, wings, we're starting to get a lot of them. But you get into things like the hand from version 1.10 or 1.11 or 1.12, whatever it was. Like the ghost hand. This little key. Stuff like that. You get some really unique things in back pieces. But I love this key. It's so good. The little wind-up stuff. I love it so much. And then this, which I also have all of just because it was on the banner with her. Oh yeah, it says right here that I have all 4. And then this one that I have too. Interesting. I just haven't looked at this. And I've glowed this up, but I haven't glown up you? What a failure. How have I never blown up this dress? I guess I don't use it much. It is a very pretty dress. I like that it's cut open here. I guess it's petals. This central thing? I think it's supposed to be petals. It's kind of cool. I probably don't use it because of how long it is. It's kind of torn up here, which is interesting. And it's because the Queen Philomia castle is all like destroyed and stuff. That's why we have kind of a messed up theme for this. Because this event was the Philomia Castle event. I like this. It looks like here is about where the cutoff is. That you have the underdress for the see-through part. I think it's about where that is. I am a fan. Back, it's hard to tell behind this how interesting the back is, but this is the piece that I was saying I'd rather use because it's lighter than that really heavy Cruella de Vil wraparound that looks like it weighs 1,000 pounds. The white is cool, the red is cool, but I honestly like this dark purple for dresses. I tend to stray towards dark colors for dresses. Because the darker colors just give a sexier feel, and that's kind of the vibe I go for with dresses most of the time. Like, formal dresses. The hair, I'm not a huge fan of. It's long hair tied up. It's okay. It's just not my style. This feather I've used. The problem I have with this feather, it's hard to tell in this photo, it's very 2D. When you look on the side, it's very, very thin headpiece. Like, weirdly thin. So, it gives a weird vibe. So, I stay away from it a little bit because of that. These are cool. I do like these. I think they die pretty badly. I feel like I remember this piece here not dying well for some reason. But they are a very cool design. It's kind of like a bell. These are interesting, but they have a lot of like thick texturing and crumple. So I think they look cool, but they don't have a good feel to them. And that kind of throws me off. It looks like this is a roulette table or something. That's really weird from this angle. But they are, they're nice to look at, so I think if you throw them on a dress, it's not the end of the world. It's just, it's not something I'm going to be excited for most of the time. This is... It's another double up where I would just, I think, prefer if this thing wasn't attached. And it was just this with the thing hanging down. It's not the end of the world. I think this, dark part is really cool. I think the flowering and then, like, the zigzag of the stem is really cool. And I think that saves it a lot. Dress itself, the open chest... It's hard to tell. I'm trying to, like, look at this here. I don't think that's see-through. Because this is, like, almost skin color. This is, like, a metal piece. And this, I don't think it's a mesh. I think it's a textured, darker thing. Maybe it is see-through. If it is, it's very, very mild. And... Yeah, I like... It's kind of pulled in. Kind of like the 2.1 dress and the 2.3 dress, where it's like a pinch point, where everything like crumples into it. That's a kind of what this is, and then it explodes out downward into the petals. And then we have like the torn up stuff and the opening at the front. Like a Sea of Stars opening, kind of, where you have just your front of your legs there. And, you know it, open shoulders. It's on the banner with peak, so it's gotta be peak as well. I really like the top of this. I think it's very, very good. I probably will use this dress if I remember the next time I'm doing formal stuff. Unless it's, like, really out of place. If, like, everyone is dressed very, very sleek. Because this is a little... It's got a lot of, attachments. Pretty good. I'd probably use these for something just because they are a gradient. This thing's hard to use. I have used it. It's in the silly category. And these shoes are nice. I like these. The chain is cool. The big flower on the front is cool. They have a pretty tiny heel, but they're pretty tall. So they're a little hard to wear, but I think these are good fancy shoes. You have to have pieces with, like, chains, though, or else it feels a little weird to, like, have your foot chained. And yes, I did skip both of these. You're the cowgirl. You just reran. You are... Oh, you're the tea table girl. Okay, it's been a million years. Oh, I had to check colors. Wow. That is fancy. I like these. This one does stand out to me a lot. I normally don't like these really bright blue, gold type recolors, because it is a common theme. This one I think I do like a lot, and part of it is it's carried by the hair. I really like the hair color. Honestly, not a bad choker. Pretty good. Something is on the back. It might just be another one of these. It's hard to tell, but something is there. Chandeliers. Ridiculous. If I had them, I'd probably try to use them, but they feel ridiculous. That's pretty good hair. I love middle part. Middle part, very good. Very wavy hair. It's like almost as wavy as mine. It's wavy, wavy, wavy. And, we have our little chandelier thing here, too. I'm getting a weird vibe from this. What am I getting? I think the top feels like it's a dress shirt, not a dress. So I feel like this is like a white shirt with maybe like overalls on it. And then this is like a very overly fancy and wide gown. Ball gown. So they feel segmented. They feel like two separate pieces in one. I think this is not super interesting because it's pretty long and there's only like one design per stroke here. It's interesting side to side. It's just up and down. I think it's a little long. And the top I think is also nice, but I'd want pants, I think. I think I'd want pants with that top. So, yeah, I'd want those split, I think. Just generic legs, that's fine. Oh, very, very high up here for the shoe. Not common from what we've seen so far added to the game, at least. Like, a low back, very high front. And then, I think just a ribbon for that? That's a cute hat. I'm not a big fan of the tiny hats. This is maybe the cutest one so far. You get the little see-through stuff. That's a little adorable hat. These gloves are not bad. They don't run into the problem where they poke out. They poke towards the arm. I do like that. I think they might be see-through though, which I'm not a huge fan of because the texture can cause problems. This type of glove can do like some weird artifacting if it is see-through like that. But the idea of the glove is cool. And then your motorcycle, which is very cool. And like I said, you did rerun recently. I think that's most cowgirl to me. So it's probably the one I like the most. Hat is silly. It makes me think more of... And this is like a weird, ridiculous thing to say. It makes me think of more of Mexico than cowboy. Like, that's a weird statement, because I don't think this is a Mexican hat. There's probably cowboys in Mexico. So it's just, like, it's weird on every level. But this is the type of thing that are, like, I'd expect to see a person wearing this in Mexico. I've never been to Mexico. So this is just completely made up nonsense in my head. And I wouldn't expect to see this in a movie about the Western United States. Before we stole all the land from Mexico. So, depending on when you look at the map, maybe in Mexico of old. I don't know. I think it's not bad. It's just very particular. This is just, like, more geometric, so it's useful on almost anything. Oh, wow, that's sharp. You could use this as a fishing necklace and have it be shark teeth or something. If you're, like, spear fishing shark. Oh. Interesting. That looks, scarily sharp. Because you have, like, the triangle pointing up and down. If you bend your head down to look at the ground, you're gonna stab yourself in the top and bottom of your neck with your necklace. That's very silly. Hopefully it's very rounded. What is this symbol, though? Like a horseshoe? Maybe? Probably horseshoe. Bulquet. Oh! That's kind of cute. It's open finger. It's kind of cute, though. I kind of like it. So I don't like the crumbled stuff for most. This gives me a feel. I'm going to use this term again. I've used this a bunch of times in a bad way. I'm going to use it in a good way. I think this is sun blockers, but good. Like, they're things you slipped on your arm. They're not fully covering your hand. They're covering just like part of it. It is a glove. But they're just kind of like a thing on your arm. For some reason, these don't feel that bad. They feel lighthearted, I guess. And them being lighthearted means I accept them being crumpled up and stuff, because I don't have high expectations for them. That's an interesting thing. Oh, it's pretty good. Very, orderly hair. Very, like, particularly portioned and styled. Very meticulous. And pretty straight in the back. It's useful to have. This top, it is cute. It feels, it doesn't quite feel cowboy. It feels a little closer to dancer, and I think it's the arms doing it. I think I don't associate these puffy arms with cowboys. If the top didn't have those and it was just straps, I think it would feel more cowboy. Yeah. And obviously, tied together like this, the stars, the little tassels, this is all perfect. It's just the arms feel a little off to me. And then obviously you got the chaps over the shorts probably underneath, probably not pants. It's cute. I like it. It's like the generic thing you'd expect, so there's not much to say about it. I think they do their job. Because you're not going to use this on almost anything other than a cowboy set. It's like the only thing it's useful for. Oh! When I saw this, it made me think of Shadow Shatter. It makes me think of like a spiritual exorcism. Because it looks like encroaching shadows on this. These are really cool shoes, and they don't fit the cowboy theme to me. I had to sneeze there. I like there's a lot, actually. And then our makeup, we know all about this makeup. Just a little blush is all that is. We have our very, very light eyes. We have our pretty full lips, which I do like. This, I think, is like thin? I don't remember exactly what this is. And these are just, like, really generic. Like, they look almost the same as base Nikki, I think. Oh, wow. Is that... There's probably shorts in the game that are higher cut than this. But at least from memory and what we've looked at so far, that might be the highest up Nikki's leg we've ever seen. Which is interesting. It would be the punky stuff. I bet electric guitar has higher than this, or the same, and it's like a mesh side. But, very high-legged. Obviously, that's sexy category if we're doing that. Cut up, it looks burnt here, which is interesting. And then we have the little straps to hold it all together here. Big belt buckle, too. Very fun belt buckle. And obviously a crazy coloring on that. Oh my goodness. Double super big bead. Very silly. I don't know what you're supposed to be. What are you? Photographs? Sun-dried. I don't really know. It's like burnt photographs that were left out in the sun. Interesting. They look cool. I just don't know what the design is. Are they, like, pulled together there, and there's something above them? A sealed diary. Looks like maybe, like, a chain, and then a gem holding, like, two sides together. These are kind of cool, too. Good length. I like the length. This chain part here might brush against the hand a little more than I'd like, but I think it's still a forgivable level. Those are good gloves. Oh, like open, zipper, or tied socks that fold back. Okay, those are really unique socks. Those are cool. They also, some of this stuff does have the glow up. Is that open? It is open. That's what it is. I like that less, but I do still like them, I think. And the reason I'm okay with it is because of how thick this is, I think. Like I said, I like it less knowing that's open and not just more white with the chain. I still think it's a good glove, though. Yeah, you weren't anything. We had the drink earlier that was like a coffee cup. Now we have our slushie. I'll take it. That was limited residence. Now we have random surprises. I do have you. I just haven't crafted you. Okay, I was so scared when I saw 0 out of 1 random surprise. This just must be the reward from the event, and I never crafted it. It is useful. I should craft it. It's a 3-star. It probably takes, like, nothing. I just am way too low on time to craft things, because it takes so much to run around and collect items. And I can't do it while doing a lot of other stuff on the computer, because Nikki's such an intense game for the computer. Now you, I have upgraded. This is the Pair Pal Premium stuff, so you're the only 4-star I have, although I have a couple 3-stars, apparently, from something. Just, like, free or diamonds in the shop. So, you are a top and bottom separate set, which I didn't know when I first got you, but you are. This is just a skirt you can use separately. The yellow's crazy, and the purple's crazy. This is definitely my favorite of all of them. Hair's okay. Some wavy stuff, a thing in the front. The big hat is silly. The idea of these big hats not flying off always is just ridiculous to me, but it's something. Big glasses, they're not terrible. They're just not exactly what I want. I want normal glasses. These are, like, normal-ish sunglasses. So I think it's okay. These are okay, too. They are useful. Any beaded stuff, they're useful to throw on. This, I don't think is very useful. It's so hard for me to use. Puzzle pieces is interesting, but... it wraps, it falls back, you can see in here. It's just all over the place. Very big. This, open shoulder, very cute. Let me take some of my drink, actually. Something I don't think I've talked about so far. I think staring at the screen, trying to look at little details, and having a static background with, like, slightly moving backgrounds right around this, recording this video is making me very sick. I have not been feeling good whenever I hit stop recording on these parts. It's pretty bad, and I felt like I almost threw up when I did that first part, the 5 hours for the original 1.0 stuff. I was really sick. So, it's messing with my eyes a lot. I don't know if it's like a weird side effect of motion sickness stuff, but this is taking a lot out of me, is basically what I'm saying. So I definitely need to stop and take sips of my drink more and look away from the screen a little bit while I'm doing it, because my body is not happy with me. But, okay. This top's interesting. It makes me think of, like, a dealer at a casino. And that's cool. I'd want pants. I'd want black pants with that, I think. And then that's kind of the vibe I'm going for here. Because when I think of casino, I think of this type of dress with pants. Or I think of, like, bunny girl outfits, and that's it. Like, in my mind, those are the only two things girls who work at casinos wear. So, I don't think we're getting a bunny outfit in the game. I guess maybe one day, don't count it out, but I'm pretty sure we're not. So if there's ever a casino in Sichia, I guess I'm dressing like this. And this is a cool skirt. It's hard to find tops I like with it. I don't think I've ever used it because of that. I don't really have tops I think it's the outer section and the pure length of this skirt. It's very long. that have pushed me away from it. I'm not necessarily against it. I think the design is cool, but it's hard to use. These are very interesting, with the very, very white stitching. This is also close to the arm, so I don't have as much problem with it, but there's a big ribbon that hangs off. I think it's not a bow tie. I think, if you look over here, I think it kind of wraps around like a belt, and then you have like the excess, and that's what hangs down. But these gloves have a really unique texture, and the stitching line is really cool. So these gloves are really nice. These shoes are also really cool. It's like abstract art shoes. The tops look a little off because they look very plasticky, but I think the rest of the shoe carries it enough that I'm okay with it. Got a little cute flower on the front, but this is a very inspired design. And this is just like a decent bag. I think it's a little too big. I think if you just like took it and just whoop, dropped it like 20% of size, it would improve it, I think. But it's cute. Got more puzzle piece designs. And love this. This is... Did I use this in the update after? Or was this my actual event outfit? I think this is my event outfit for Eerie Season. I think I got this on like day one in the shop or something, and then I used it for the event, I think. So I obviously love this dress. It's very, very cute, and I think Nikki works it pretty well. So, big bow. It's angled, interestingly, at least in this hairstyle. We have big, big flowers. Some little hang down I'm not a big fan of, but it's okay. This is cool that it's so lopsided. Normally, it's going to be everything on one wrist, or a lot of things on both. So having a tiny little bit on one and a lot on the other is nice. Good bag. It looks a little weird to me how close together these are, because Nikki can barely fit 4 fingers into that without it having to extend out and go. But, this is a good-sized bag. I think I'd want the handle to be a little closer. Maybe cut like 2 inches off of each side here. Maybe like 1 to 1.5 inch. I think it's a tiny bit long. Open middle forehead, very cute. I like the wave into the tiny twirl. That's pretty good, but the back of the hair is very straight, and I'm not a huge fan of that. This dress, love it. Very, very good. Very fun, crinkly design. It makes for cute tummy. It shows her body line well. It still has some fun at the bottom with the little puff out. And it happens at a decent length, too. The top, very nice. I assume it's open back. Can I actually check that here? I can. It is. It's pretty open. It's not fully open, like it doesn't cut down into right under the arm, but it's pretty low for the whole back, and then obviously it attaches up towards the center rather than being side straps. Back down to this. And then we have a little thing up here. I wish that was a separate piece, so you could put it on and off, but I don't think it's necessarily a problem, because you could work around it. The rest of the dress is so good. I love it so much. Big, big, big help with the little buttons here. If they weren't there, the dress would be way worse. If this was straight, the dress would be way worse. They just cooked. This is an amazing, amazing dress. The idea that this was either free or just like a couple diamonds or something is probably what it was, because we're in the PairPal Premium. Criminally insane that this wasn't a banner dress. I think it's amazing. And just normal shoes, a little bit of decoration in the front. But yeah, this is outstanding. I love this dress. This is also a really good dress. Did I make multiple outfits in Eerie Season? I feel like I used a dark I must have used this in a different... This must be like the event after Eerie Season or something I used this. Because I feel like I remember walking around in a dark black dress for Eerie Season. It's just been so long. This dress, the top for this, the outerwear for this has always felt off for me. Like it belongs in something else. Is this the piece I'm using for my sleepy time outfit to hold my hair back? It might be. It's a weird just hair tie. Little, like, shell here is kind of nice. It's one of these again. There's like 10 of them in the game. I don't like any of them, but I have them. Silly glasses, a little too low on the face for me, and I hate the beads around them. But, hey, I'll take it. Maybe one day I'll do a funny thing with it. These are... I think just a slightly worse version of the glove from earlier. They're similar. They have, like, the gold going up. They have the little black part and then the opening. But this is thinner. This is a circle, so it's on and off the glove. And it has the beads. I think it's just a little worse. So I think I'd always use the other glove over this. And this is a comical bag. It's very, very stiff. The whole way. Like, there's just plastic inner walls to this bag. And I would expect it to be soft. And it creates this weird thing in my mind because of that. Lengthwise, I think it's really nice. I love the size and shape of this curve here. It's just this part being so rigid I don't like. Now, if it was soft, I don't think I'd like the bag. I think it being one color isn't helping it. Maybe if you did some decoration and... If it was decorated soft instead of hard, and maybe rounded, I would like it more. It's going to end up very similar to a bag we looked at earlier like that. This is a little bit more interesting of a tie-up because it's kind of waved instead of just bunched into a bun. So it's a little more interesting, but still not my style. This dress, very cute. I feel like I've used it before. Something to note about this is it has a massive chest protector. And you can see it under here, that it's not just actually this, it like goes all the way above the top of the breasts. So it's kind of like off-putting how high it is, because it makes it feel weird. What I would want them to do to kind of fix that in my mind is to put white on the sleeves, and maybe have an inner white skirt that connects here. I think this is okay, but they should have done it more. They should have thrown some in other areas to make it look a little more, the word that came to mind is intentional, because I feel like this was designed to not have it, and then it was thrown on, is kind of the thing that happened in my mind. These are a little blocky, too. I'd kind of want these adjusted a little, because they're really straight. They don't line up with any other part of the dress, really. So they're not, like, blocky in this sense. It's just, it looks like there's a cutoff, and then there's the sleeve. So, maybe you could change the color of that. I wouldn't want that white, though. Or you'd put, like, lacing on it. Maybe, like, a tiny black, tiny as in not many, but, like, large looped black lace on that. And then some white here, and I think that improves this. But I do like the dress as is. The belt is very, very nice. I like that. Matches up here at the top of the chest. I think only on one side. Yeah, just one side, so that's kind of cute, too. I like it. It's the underside, so you can pretend it's under here, too. I do like it. This, I just feel like it doesn't fit at all. It also kind of ruins some of the cool things about the dress. Like, I was just saying how this is only on one side. If you wear this, you can't tell, because the other side's covered. So you'll just assume it's on the other side. You can't even see this cute little, stomach buckle here for the waistline. And I feel like the sleeves are almost the same length, so there's kind of like no point to them. The only thing it probably improves is the white from the chest is blocked somewhat, so you don't feel it as bad. But this outerwear is useful still. It goes into my Mayor Grace category. Things I'd wear if I worked with Mayor Grace. It's a lighthearted business touch-up for your outfit. And these boots, again, I feel like they just don't fit this set. They're okay boots. They're crinkly, so it's hard to use them because I feel like the material is bad. But I just feel like they don't fit this dress. I do like this dress, though. The dress is probably the only piece... I like the earrings. The dress and the earrings are the only piece I like out of this. I do like the dress a lot. We can actually see the back here, how it kind of twirls up there as a little more understanding. I don't know what the back of the back here looks like. Things we didn't get? Oh. These would have been good Itzaland shoes. Because they're, like, naturey and very, low-key. That's pretty good hair. In two, and they both come forward, so I don't worry about the front and back problem I normally have. Very messy, middle part. Big open forehead. Nice bangs. Very good hair. This is pretty good for a hat. It's very see-through, very spotted. So if it does come down in front of your eyes, it's not as bad, but it's still a little bigger than I'd like, probably. And it's hard to know exactly what the inside looks like. There is a thing hanging down in there, I think. That's also, kind of like the bag earlier, very, very thin. This material doesn't look like a material that opens, like stretches. So I wonder how you even put things in this bag, or can it only accept things that are this wide? Like, if you wanted to put... I don't know, what would you put in there that would be that big? I guess that's kind of the point, is you don't ever put anything in your purse or bags that's bigger than that. Because you could kind of, like, diagonal squeeze most things that are close. Like, if you put, like, a compact in there or something, I think it would fit. What else would be bigger than that in terms of, like, width? I don't know. A wallet? That would still fit, I think, diagonally. Well, the wallet's probably close. I don't know. It's a weirdly shaped bag. It looks cute. Ooh, that's good. Would I want a third ripple? Probably not. Would I want it to be shorter? Probably not. I think I would want this section here to be a little different texture. Maybe like just petals and leaves and not the actual top of the flower for down here. But same color, same everything else. Because I like the idea of cutting it up with this. But I feel like it kind of fails because it looks like it literally just continues the same piece of cloth. So you need something to kind of help you differentiate in your mind to make you feel like it's different. But I do like this a lot. And the reason I don't want it any shorter is because this is my association of like a country, very modest, innocent girl clothes. So I wouldn't want it to be any higher than this. Even if it would help lessen that problem I had with this feeling stretched. This is really good, though. That's cute. Usable in a million situations. That's amazing. They're so low-key, I'd use them all the time. Kinda useful. The ribbon might cause a little bit of problems, but I think it's a thing you could use a decent chunk of the time. Very, very good set. 3-star too, so I'm sure it was very cheap. 3 stars are super, super cheap in the shop. Oh my goodness. I feel pain knowing that I'll never get this. Very silly. We have a little rainbow, a lot of accessories actually. It's a whole little collection. Look over here to the left. There's like a million things. And then this, again, it's up the ear. What? This is an amazing set. I don't have a good memory of this set in my mind. I feel like this should rerun constantly, because people will probably just keep buying it. Maybe everyone in the world other than me already bought it, and so they have no reason to rerun it anymore. Maybe that's what happened. Look, every piece is good. We have the beads, but it's all different ones, and then the secondary necklace, which isn't good on its own, but at least it's close to it, and it's got beads, so it follows the same type. It's a little weird that it goes up and over, kind of. Oh, and that's so good, too! We have a, like, super toasty sweater hand warmers, and then you got some asymmetry. I wish the beads weren't there. I think it'd be really plain, but I think you can just use it and then put your own bracelets on. So I wish that was separated, but because you already have a lot of beads, you could probably just make it work. Now this is amazing. It reminds me of the villain from Ruby, but that's fine. The hair seems a little straight, pretty long, but it looks like, at least the front here, it's got some poke out. So I assume there's a little bit on the back. And it looks like maybe there's a strand of white and a strand of pink mixed for the pony? The twins, I mean? But that's a little hard to tell, because it could just be lighting stuff. But this hair, 10 out of 10. Amazing, wish I had it, I'd use it constantly. This is craziness right here. I don't know what it's even going for. Dark chocolate. It's evil Santa, is what this is. And it is just accessory galore. There's stuff all over it, just like you have in the hair, on the ears. It's a million things stitched on everywhere. You have a little armband that's just pink craziness. You've got this knot that's tied by a person who's never tied a knot in their entire life. It's just, you throw it, and you loop it, and you mix it, and then you use one string to do the whole thing, so the other string is just full, it's just laying there. I love that. You got, like, some chains on here. You got belts. It's everything. And then you have the most normal shirt underneath it. A tucked-in tie with a vest. This is crazy. Just this shirt is useful, too. The pieces in this set are so good. This is ridiculous. Because this can, again, just be formal. This is like a bartender. This is a cute bartender. Oh my goodness. I've definitely seen girls with this. I'm so jealous. That might be like one of the best skirts in the game. It's so painful. It's so painful. I'm never going to get this set. There's so many pieces of this that are so good. Look at this. It's amazing. It is very short, but you can tell that it starts very low. Most skirts in the game are actually up here, so even though this looks substantially shorter, it's not as close to her butt as you'd think, because there's other skirts that kind of hit the same level, they just go higher up. These are ridiculous. These are hard to use. It's the first piece that I'd be happy to have it, because one day maybe I'll be making a silly outfit. Kind of like the big animal boots and stuff we got in Italand. I'm glad I have them. They're hard to use, though. It's just so silly. Little platforms. Like big booster stuff. Just take my shoe and just extend the bottom pixel down 2 inches, and then we get a big shoe. It's silly. I like it. This is painful. Painful that I will never get that. That's so good. Was that the final thing? That was. Not much going on in Eerie season. But like I said, it was a small event. Revelry was bigger. Limited time? Okay. We're starting with this instead of the 5-star because I pulled on it. But we have the deer. Earlier in the episode I talked about the little headpiece when I was looking at the veil. This is the piece I was talking about. Where dyeing this black is impossible. Even if you have everything unlocked, I think. I think even if you get this, you can't dye it fully black. I do like this. I just think I like my base purple more. That's why I've always used this. Before I made my custom outfit, which ended up being purple too. But obviously, the horns is the reason I pulled on the set, the main thing. I like sheep, so the ability wasn't bad. But this is the main thing. I wanted these so bad, I've used them probably double-digit times on outfits. I used to use them so much I had to stop. Nowadays, the thing I use all the time is Providence Immemorial and Born Flawless head stuff. But it used to be horns. I would put horns on literally everything. I want to get back to doing it. They are a little hard to dye, and they're very, very sparkly. So some outfits hate them, but I put them on anyway. This is cool. Some hair kind of looks weird with this, because it messes up how it starts. But it's kind of just like a fun... It adds modesty to the head, which is useful in a lot of more casual outfits. This is almost never useful. I think I've tried using it, and it's fun to use, but I just think it's not very useful. Let me take a sip of my drink. Cute double braid. Pretty big. Not super, super long, but decently long. And I actually do like the flat bangs on that. This dress is interesting because I think it is cool. It's got a lot of fancy stuff on it, but I don't know what exactly I'd use it for. Because I think it's a little too fancy to just be like a farmhand girl. I think it goes a little too far into like being over decorated for that. I don't know. You probably can still do it, and it's just like a fashion-oriented farm girl. But it's a set I think is pretty. It's just, there's not much I can think to do with it. Oh, and these are one of my Tide leggings. I do use these a lot too, actually. It's got front and side detailing, and normally they only have one on leggings. So these end up being super useful. You can use these on like everything. I feel like I remember the dye on the sides being a little finicky. I think the dye gives me trouble sometimes on the side of these, I think. I've used these shoes a lot. They kind of look like shells, so you could use them kind of in water-related stuff if you dye them. But the shoe in general is pretty normal. This thing I've used all the time. I love it. I'm using it right now in my sleepwalking set. It's very, very cozy. Very, very fun. It's nice. These as well, I kind of always think of them as jellyfish. I think they're supposed to be a bell. Yeah, this crisp sound of a bell. But I think of them as jellyfish, and I kind of use them as jellyfish, and I think it works. And then we have the S-Sling. Transform into a tiny doll and bounce around with a big, powerful tail, seeing the world from the doll's perspective. I forgot. When was it I talked about this? I don't remember. Sometime in the last month, I mentioned that I don't think there was any 5-star or 4-star shrinking outfits. And this, just told me that's a lie. This is a shrinking outfit. It's just not literally called shrinking, it's called transformation. I forgot that's what this did, which is very silly. But yeah, you turn into the little doll that I think is a piece. I think... Are you a piece? Yeah, this. You turn into this, which is adorable. Black... Green... Blue, pink... Honestly, the first two, I think, are ahead of the others by a long shot for me right now. I'm a big fan of the black. Maybe, like, my black's favorite, red's second favorite. I do like the others. They're not bad. I think pink is probably third, but... Yeah, this hair has a million little ribbons in it, which is very cute, and then you have the big, 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 big ribbon. This, I think, used to be the biggest ribbon Was it the biggest ribbon full body? Or just biggest ribbon head? This patch, though, gave a... Not this patch, previous patch. Patch 2.3 gave a crazy, crazy back ribbon, so you're not really fighting that. This is pretty long, though. Very, very puffy. Very frizzy, which is fun. I'm not a huge fan of the bangs of this, though. This is actually, like... I guess this is pretty similar to my hair. This hairstyle. Yeah, this is probably closer than the one I said earlier. I split my bangs normally down the center as well, but I typically have them tucked further back. I show more of my forehead, and I kind of do it just to keep hair out of my eyes, not because I like it. I kind of prefer my hair in this position. Like, if I'm styling it for going out or something, I'll normally have it closer to this. But this is kind of my hair. Similar in color, too. I have dark hair. Big, big, big ribbon. Very silly. Not very useful most of the time. A backdropped ribbon with a front heart? It's interesting that it's layered like that. And yeah, we have limited time residence because she's literally on the banner right now. This, not a big fan of. It's just a million beads. The dress itself, I like conceptually a lot, but I don't think it is very interesting to me to look at. I think this looks like a Disney princess ball gown, and I've never really been a big fan of them. This is something I'd expect Belle to wear. And that's not a bad thing, it's just, it's not something I'm personally ever been that drawn to. I like, the little U up here that shows a lot of, like, shoulder area. It's not all of shoulder, because that, like, is right on her shoulder. That's cute. But yeah, this dress, I feel like it is just, it's layered, it's curtainy, but it's not shouting to me, really. It's not speaking to me at all. These are so silly. They remind me of my mushroom cap. The silly, silly mushroom cap that we got. I don't even remember when we got it. Probably 2.0 for some mission. And we did have a back ribbon in this. This is tinier than 2.3, though. Which is ridiculous. This is so big. Imagine pooling for this in version, like, 1.5. No, 1.4. I think it's 1.4. And then it's just insanity. It's just, you get to 2.3, and there's a ribbon that's 3 times the size of this. Those are cool. They're kind of double textured, like the other thing I was saying, but not quite, because it follows into this. But nice. Tiny platform. Low cut. Very nice. Little X there to hold it. Tiny ribbon. Not super, super different from what we've seen before. The only real special thing about this is the detailing is on the front instead of on the top of the toes. So that's a little unique. And then we have our little buddy, which is very cute. I love him. I love him. It's adorable. And then you get to become him if you pull the full set. And then the 4-star, which for reasons I can't understand, is the bigger picture on the banner. Just insanity. Insanity. Look at that ribbon. It's insane. Okay. Oh, it's good. I like that too. I like both of these. I really like the eye patch on this one and the hair. Those are really good. This just fits the theme so well. Because it's the, like, carnival stuff. This hat's ridiculous. This hair is amazing, though. This is the most I want to ruffle around hair in the game. I want to stick my hands in this hair and, like, flip it everywhere. It's like a ruler. That's so weird. But I like it. Because she's, a stylist in a realistic sense of the word, I think. I think the design for this dress is that she, like, makes clothing. Unconventional designer. Yeah, so she has her measuring tape. The eye patch. Very, very, very good. This is not button eyes, right? I'm not actually crazy, right? Hang on, hang on. Okay, no, no, no. I've said before, I regret skipping button eyes with the depth of my soul. When it reruns, I'm pulling it. I'm spending 20 pulls to get button eyes. And this is button as well. So I had to double check that I'm not going crazy. Because I know we checked this when the banner came out to see if I wanted to pull for one. And I decided I was not going to pull for this lipstick. Even though I really like it. Because I just need to save money. I'm too poor. But this eye patch is really cool. I would love to get it. I wish I could. More big, kind of mushroomy armbands. Now this is just a chaotic mess, and that's the point. So, it's not useful in most situations for outfits, because if you're gonna put this on, you're gonna want to either cover most of it up with like some outerwear or something, or the whole outfit, you're just gonna go chaos. You're gonna just throw pieces together and go for like the most free-spirited design possible. So it's a little limiting in that sense. This is the stitched onto skin leggings, which I think are really cool. We just saw a girl with them recently, and I couldn't remember exactly what they were from. I think I figured out they were from this. But it is a little scary. I don't know. Let's read this and see if it says. It doesn't. I don't know if you're supposed to believe it's actual piercings. Because that is what the design is. It's laced piercings. Which I am scared to death of. Because if you, like, walk past a door in the wrong way, and you catch one of these ribbons, you can literally tear out a chunk of your leg. And you're never fixing it. And then everything you did getting all of this pierced is ruined because there's a chunk missing out of your leg here where you tore potentially even more than one of these, depending on how fast you went. It's just so scary. And it makes me uncomfortable to look at. But I think they're, because of that, super unique and really cool 4-star leggings. Like, it's probably one of the most unique 4-stars for leggings in the game. These are very fun shoes. A little clowny, but they have a lot of little different design flares, so they'll match a lot of different stuff. Spool? And I can't tell what the other one is, but maybe a button. It's hard to see past this. But, hey, Nikki's a stylist. I think you can make a lot of arguments for that going on a lot of sets. And then skywriting. Oh, I thought it didn't have it. I was just scrolled down. This is a cool one. A lot of girls pulled on this. This was everywhere. Everyone had this the day the patch dropped. There was a million snapshots of girls using this. Everyone loves this set. I really like the white from the glow up, but this is the one you see everyone use, the dark one. It is very good. So this hat is probably the reason everyone pulled, because it's very good. It's probably the best witch hat up to that point in the game. I think the one I'm using for my planting outfit's better, but that came later. These glasses are also pretty good. They're a little bigger than I like, but they are good. And the hair is just, it's a normal hair. It's not anything too fancy, but it's nice. Little bit of like messy back long hair, decent bangs. It's not anything to write home about, but it's just good. This underpiece is very interesting because it's like a school uniform. Like a British school overcoat thing. So you have like a school uniform underneath, which is just like a cute design. You could wear this by itself pretty easily as like town wear. The problem is this, you would not want to keep purple if you're not wearing the rest of the coat. You definitely want to dye that to something else. And then this, very nice, very, very wizardy, obviously, that is the theme. But this is very magical. Even just by itself looking at it. So without, like, the hat or anything. I don't know how you make this look like something other than a witch's thing, is my, like, concern. So even if you don't have a witch hat, and you wanted to use this as casual, like, event wear, I don't know how you'd do it. Those are kind of cool. Get, like, a little garter for your sock that doesn't even go up to your waist. Little strap over the top. I love it. That's all you need. Just some simple shoes. Just add more simple shoes to the mix. Just so that maybe you won't have to dye a shoe to get a purple flower or something. It's just a nice little... save you a little bit of trouble. Every glove gotta have the open spot. I understand the gloves do look really plain if it's just a glove. But... I don't know. I'm just not a big glove person, is the thing. So I don't feel like we need every outfit to have gloves. So because of that, we end up with this same pair of gloves 1,000 times. Because this is almost identical to that pair from earlier. And very just simple earrings. We have this neck thing, which I use all the time. This is the book, right? Decorates are... it is a bag, it's not a book. I think the texture is the same as that book from earlier, at least. There's like a journal that's, it looks like this, where it looks like it's leather bound and then has straps on it. But this one doesn't have straps, it's just a flip-up bag. I see. It doesn't open at the top, it's a flip. Okay, I understand now. It is cute, I do like that. I should use it more. I haven't used bags in a while, they mess up photos. You can't pose well with bags, and cutscenes, they cause problems, they disappear sometimes. This hair is, Space Channel 51, or whatever it's called. I don't remember the name of the game. It's the alien hair, is what I see when I see this. And there's the lipstick that I want, but I just can't justify paying 20 for it. Very, full, can't tell. Like, half-lidded coloring. You can see down here a little bit, it's white and then dark at the top. It's cool, it's just not exactly what I need. These are cool too. It's kind of like stitched face. But I don't know. I feel like it would be hard to use. It also looks like football paint. Like the lines you draw under your eyes. Kind of cute. The ribbon being this tiny is actually a little weird to me, because I think there is this same color ribbon but big, so when I'm looking at it, my brain thinks something's wrong. Ooh. It's not terrible, it's just... I don't want all the different lengths in one piece, please. Just let us put on multiple necklaces, and then this won't exist. But I understand it's just a problem with clipping. For the chains, they can't let us do that. This feels pretty flat. I don't think it looks bad. What I would say is I'd probably want something on my side. This is a skirt I want to carry a bag with. I need something at hip level to catch the eye, preferably on the right side here. Nikki's right, that is, obviously. Because this is too much. It's too much flat, very simply textured space, I think. Is this evolved makeup again? Is evolved makeup a thing? It must be, because it's just everything else but purple. I can't look at the evolution page. I can evolve Fairy Tale Swan. I'm not going to use some of these, though. I haven't decided yet what I'm using it on. I'll have to figure it out soon. Not right now. Back in here. Can you see in the background in this menu? I'm standing next to Allison right now. This is being recorded like on 3:25 right now. So it's the final day. I think it's like 20 hours until the update for 2.4. So if this menu changes in 2.4, I would be very sad. Are we in Revelry? We are. We are in Limited Time, Revelry, and... that was the end of the makeup. Yeah, I guess I've lived my entire life not knowing that makeup evolved on some outfits. Which is weird. Pair Pal Premium. 8! It does say 18! 5 in that. 8 in that. 3 in that. There's gonna be a million in this. I don't even know what section it's in. Okay, what in the world happened in Revelry season? 3 of them were free. So we have our rain outfit. Obviously very good. I'm using this right now in my fish raising stuff at my house. Yellow makes the most sense to me because it's raincoat. Raincoats are supposed to be yellow. This backpack is very cute. I do like it a lot. Waterproofing. It's got stuff inside of it. Kind of jellyfish-ish. I think it's supposed to be jellyfish. It's a cloud. Okay, I think it's jellyfish. Our little Momo earring. Our big rain boots. The bottom looks like weird marshmallows, which is like my main problem with it, but I think they're okay. And then the big thing. I think I dyed mine when I made my fishing outfit, and I think the dyeing on this is... there's a lot of pieces, but some of them are weird. I think, like, weird things are connected. I feel like there was something that happened with this that felt off to me. Hair's not bad. Oh, little braids in the front, actually. That's interesting. Yeah, not bad. I think in terms of hair like this, it's long, but in buns, I like this one more. And I think that's just because that thing we found out now that I don't like high ponies, and apparently high buns, too. Everything low is kind of how I like it. And I use a low pony for my hair most of the time. I only tie up my hair at work, but I keep it low. And we have our mismatched socks, which is cute. Oh, it's Apple. I talked about Apple earlier because we had the dress that was similar to it. I love Apple. Is Apple still... I haven't changed this in a million years. Apple is still here as my favorite set, along with my Timeless Melody legs. The shoes I said looks like seashells. We have my horns. We have a Rosa hair. We have the cherry earrings. Oh, we have the bag. Look, it's the bag I thought was a book a minute ago. That's a good coincidence. I like that. I do really love this dress, but I should put something a little more recent on. I don't know. I guess it's kind of iconic at this point. I do really like this outfit. Now we gotta get back. Here, Pair Pal, Apple, in. I do like that this looks like cat ears. This, I don't think I've ever used. It's probably useful for some stuff. It's just like a kind of strange idea. It's a belt that holds in what is like see-through paper texture to your hand. And this is a very big ribbon, and it's got like Minnie Mouse dots on it, which is kind of weird. But it can, like, as we saw in the other picture, it can kind of look like cat ears from the front, which is fun. We have my little Apple pin. This shoe, I do not like. I don't think I've ever used it, because I don't like this back piece, and having one of them, it is interesting, but it draws even more attention to it. It's a good idea. I think it's a good idea, and I'm glad I have it, because maybe one day I will use it, assuming I haven't already and I just forgot. But I hate the little bands above. Please, keep your shoe on with things in the front here. You don't need to go up and do this. If it's just not comfortable, just don't wear heels that are this low cut and wear stuff higher up. This is interesting. We have our little triangle here of open, and it's crossed, which is important. If this cross wasn't here, this would not look anywhere near as good. It adds so much that cuts the, like, open space. This is fun. The little, like, faded part here. And kind of like that skirt from earlier that I mentioned I had a lot of trouble using because it was the chess piece one. Not chess piece, sorry. Puzzle piece skirt. This has the see-through outer layer, which I don't know what it's called. I know it's a common thing. But it has a see-through outer layer. And the top matches it, I think. So I don't have the problem. I guess what I've learned then is maybe if I had a shirt that was just like purple puzzle pieces, maybe I would think it fit to go on the top of the other dress. But this one is nowhere near as long. It does start very high up, just under chest. The other one starts closer to waist, but I still think this is shorter. Probably. And it's got very, like, chubby body feel because it's so high up, which is cute. The wide open arms, cute. It kind of makes it feel almost open shoulder because this kind of lightens the straps, but you can still see they're there when you look. So it's a really good feel. It does have the attached neck thing, which can be a problem if you don't like it, but I think it's fine. I love, 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 love this piece. The fact it's a 3-star is crazy. This hair is pretty good. I've definitely used it for stuff before. Very, very good length. I love the length. I love the back. I think the front could use a little help. I do like it. I'd prefer the bangs just be a little different. I don't know if I'd want center parted. Maybe I just want cut bangs. Maybe. See-through socks. Get out of my face. I just don't like see-through socks. We have some amazing stuff here. We have a ribbon that's... yeah, there's no other colors for this. Ribbon, which is just fine. Hair, it's cute because it's very, very childish. It's very, flaking out. This front adds a lot with the little swirl. This is so cute. It's so childish. It's, super little girl coded. So you have to be careful when you're accessorizing to not put anything too mature, or it's going to clash pretty hard, I think. If you have really, really immature clothing like this, and you have really mature accessories and makeup, it creates like a weird feel where, it's kind of like... I've described outfits as pretending to be children, but not lying about being children before. It's such a complicated style that is really hard to pull off. If you can do it, you can. But it's hard. It's just... It's the type of thing I guess I would see... I'd expect to see this outfit as, like, a bake shop. A... like, family-owned, young, late teen, early 20s bake shop, server and maker is kind of the idea for this, where it's a very child and young person forward sales job. So you're interacting with and trying to be close to a lot of kids and relate to. And then you're young enough yourself that you still have, like, the playfulness for stuff like this that comes more naturally. An older woman can pull this off, but the way you do it is a lot different. I think with this, if you're young, you have short hair, you have tied up hair, and I think you actually can pull this off as an older woman, but you need to actually hit the doubling down with the more mature hair, not makeup. I think you go with, like, lighter, more immature makeup, but more mature hair on this set, and more subdued legs under this. And then I think maybe you can make it work as an older woman. I think it's possible. I think you can do it. It's, like I said, it's a complicated look to pull off when you're much older. See-through socks, maybe. If not, useful. Very, very simple shoes. They look almost untextured, which is very funny. Double ribbon here. This is a unique shoe. I think this bag is way too long here, and it's got the beads I don't like, but the bag itself I do like. It's cute. Just one big ribbon. Oh, we have the nurse. Little nurse hat. Technically not filled in, so you can't get sued by breaking the Geneva Convention. Can you get sued for breaking the Geneva Convention, or do they just put you in jail? I think you get sued. Maybe it's like a felony or something, I don't know. Heart in heart with a heart. A stethoscope. I don't think I've ever seen someone with this. Maybe I have, and I just don't remember. I didn't realize this was in the game. Looks like, kind of like antlers. Got almost horns going on here. That association's cute, but the hair itself I'm not a huge fan of in, like, reality, like seeing other angles, probably. So, we had the gloves. Let me take a sip of my drink. We had the gloves a while back. The had interesting decorations here. And then they had, like, a gemstoned heart that was the opposite direction on the hand. And they were gloves I said I didn't like, because I think the heart worked really badly on those. These, because the heart is the only thing you can look at, I think work really well. I think these are really, really, really nice gloves. I really like them. Obviously, cute. This didn't have another color, right? If it's a 3-star from the shop, would it be dyeable? Especially if it was added in the version before dyeing. I think this is the version before dyeing. 1.4. This is 1.4, isn't it? Yes, this is 1.4. I would want this to be darker. I'd want it to be like a goth nurse because of the open chest. If it's a white nurse outfit, I want it to be more modest. You could probably get away with some pinks instead of, like, blacks, reds, purples. But I definitely don't think white's the color for this. Interesting thing here, that you have this, like, one side textured like that. It's cool, but I'd want to see the back, because I'd be interested about that. Just pretty normal socks, but nice. Some, like, slip-in, almost like school shoes. What? Nikki, why are you pointing that towards your face? This is scary. I don't like this. I know it's, comically thick, so you can't actually, like, stab yourself, needle-type stab yourself. Obviously, like, a pencil that's unsharpened, if you just hit yourself with enough force, you can stab yourself with it. So it doesn't matter how dull you make something, you can still injure yourself badly, but, very obviously thick needle. It's still scary to have, and to be pointing towards, like, your face or neck is extra scary for the pose. I think they should have tried to restyle, the pose on that one. I can't even see it in her hand here. I assume she's holding it. Oh, and we have this, clown from the shop. This is a good one, too. This hair is very messy. The outfit itself just makes me think of Polka from Hololive. But, is the girl's name Pomni? I've never watched The Amazing Digital Circus, but I think this is the type of hat she wears, so I assume this is a clown hat. And we have, yeah, this little thing, the little jester ring that I don't know why they wear it. to, like, separate their head from everything else. I assume it's like a... I know it's like an old-fashioned thing. I think old paintings of jesters have this. This is a very cute top, though. And it is a top. The pants are separate. Very important. Because you could dye this to be normal colors. Assuming it is dyeable. And you'd have to deal with having your little buddy here. But, oh, it's also got the ribcage feel. Like that dress from before. I kind of feel like it's a... Even with the red. I feel like it's like your skin is peeled open and you can see the ribs. Which is a really interesting feel. I don't think you could keep that if you design the rest of the outfit. I think you'd lose it. But what I'm saying is you could design this to not be clown stuff by just dyeing everything in different colors, which is nice. And in terms of pants or skirt, maybe I'd put a puffed out short skirt under this. Maybe that would be the idea I go for. So it's like more layered, but still short. Got a little thing coming up here to attach here to hold it. Puffy shorts, very, 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 very similar to the generic ones we got from like the boutique or a random chest or whatever we looked at earlier. Just with like a little more color variety, but still not too useful. Interesting. I don't think they do poke up. Okay, it was hard to tell from this, but they do the poke up thing. That makes them a lot harder to use for anything other than very big joke outfits. But they are very good for that. The texture on these is really cool. But yeah, they got the little swirl up. This is another one that's weird. I don't know if you could easily dye these to not look like clown stuff. I still think you could really easily do it to this. These, I don't know if you could pull it off. It would be harder, because I think this would come through, even through dye, as a circus tent. Because that's kind of what it is on your arm. Design-wise, I think it's cool that they're separated into these segments, but hard to use. And you're the chess. You also reran recently. Maybe you're still in the store, and that's why you're here. Little crown is nice. I wish I had these. I do love chess. Little chess earrings. Pretty good. It stays thematic. It's just one thing. It's the beads the whole way around. Little crosses, which is still chess-themed. Oh my goodness, it's all chess. We got a little king here. This would be so annoying. It's so tall off your hand. It would hit everything and make your hand useless. Princess Leia? Hello? Not bad hair. It's just not my style. This is... I think Victorian themed, I think? I like how thick the upper arm part is. I wish the chest area was higher and puffier itself. Typically, with this style of clothing in my mind, I associate men with wearing, like, insanely baggy, full-bodied costumes, and the women to have very, very long, very, very wide skirts with a million layers. And I feel like that's what's missing. There's not enough layers on this. I feel like there should be more things. But the puffiness, I like. Oh! Very, like, strict socks. I feel like socks aren't normally that strict. Those are shoes. Wow. I don't think this is, like, actually shoe. I think they combine the sock and shoe into one item. So the texture of this is actually kind of soft, is my impression. But that's really interesting shoes. There's definitely stuff you can do with that. Having this be combined in a piece makes this way more interesting than the shoes just being by themselves. Very big heel, too. Very interesting piece. Honestly, I'll take this over the holes that have the gloves that have the hole in them. This is an improvement. Even if I'm not that interested in it. I do like that. I think this one looks more interesting. The colors here, there's better variety. This is all just like blue. This you can actually see the detail. It's cool. Oh, and then these. I never use them. I forget they exist. I remember once every couple months that they're real, and I'm like, when I'm taking a photo and I want to be angry, remember to put Angry Nikki on, and I forget. It would probably overwrite my accessories a lot of the time anyway, but exasperated, inquisitive, Angry Nikki. Question, sweat. Why is this angry and not anger? If this is sweat and this is question. Shouldn't this be questioning and sweating if this is angry? Am I going crazy? Momo does approve. I did have Momo wear his thumbs up, I think, for an event at some point. I think I did, at least. Oh, I forgot about Diamond Nikki. This was a crazy time for the game. They literally just put diamonds as a hat for Nikki and Momo, and they'll, like, buy it with real money. Which is such a funny thing to do. I respect it. The clown makeup. You still see this hanging around sometimes with girls. It's very cute. Ooh, that's good. It's so dark. It's a little tighter than I like. I've mentioned I prefer wider lipped makeup. I prefer it to be closer to actual mouth length. Even if it ends up looking a little wide. I think it's bigger outer. Oh, you see down here, it's like blue. Is blue highlight. Ooh, I thought they were swirls for a minute, but it's ringed. That's not bad, though. Or is it swirls? Hang on. No, I think it's ringed. It's just supposed to give the impression of swirls, because it's called Dizzying Gravity. Can't tell. Those are very silly. I think it's like an open cage, almost? And then Fields of Vernal Bloom. I don't know what that even means. Oh, it's you! I love this dress. I've used that for casual stuff for sure. Decent stuff. Hanging down by beads if you need it. I've used these. I love these. Very, very nice casual. This hat's okay. I'm not a huge fan of it. It's hard to make work, I think. This is just useful. This I've used a lot. These are kind of similar to the Winds of Purity one. Or Pure... whatever the 4-star you start with is. This Winds of Pure... I think the 1.0 Purification and the 2.0 Archery, the free ones... their names are, like, almost the same. It's like Winds of Purity and Pure Wind or something. It's a ridiculously close name. The 1.0 Purifying is this, but taller. They look good. And it feels like they'd be really useful, but I always have trouble matching these to outfits for some reason. I think it's something about, like, the material of the shoe. This dress is obviously very good. I love it. One of the things that I think is really interesting about it is the top looks really low cut. Considering how long the dress is, you'd expect it to be closer to the neck. From this picture, I don't think you actually feel it as much. And there's also, I think, a version that's like this tall, and I think it's even lower down. I think. This section up here feels really big in both of the dresses that are like this. And I don't know why they have them as low as they do, because this dress is so low to the ground, you figured you'd just lift it a little. But it's an interesting thing to take note of. The open arms are really cute in this, though, because the whole body is this, like, texture. You could either put really varying textured arms, or if you leave the arms plain, it's a lot of juxtaposition between them. I think it's just a very good piece. Nice hair, nice to have. Straight down the back is useful sometimes, as we saw in episode 200. I needed a piece of hair that did that. Somewhat see-through socks. You're giving me complex feelings. I'll give you a pass for now, because maybe the texture's cool, so you're useful. And a little wicker-ish bag. It's not as big as some of the other ones that are like full picnic baskets, but very nice. I do like it. Got a little tie up here that I don't know what it does. Maybe it like holds a lid in place, because you can't really close the top of this. And that was the only one in that section. World Tales. Oh, just the world's simplest shoes. Cha-cha spin. What is the context of this? Step to the rhythm. This must be the event reward for doing a world quest, and that's why it's World Tales. And exclusive treasure is probably the main quest reward. Yes, it's the mask that controls your mind and makes you look at tall Momo. Please stop making me look at tall Momo, Mr. Mask. Very silly. And the next one is a biggie. Look at that. So this is the second biggest of all the patches. And it is a doozy, because the Sea of Stars, multiplayer, a whole new island. What a time to be alive in 1.5. Craziness. So, I will take a break before I start working on this one, so I'll be back in a second to do this. I am here to cut in from the future. So, I initially am just recording through all this, and I didn't know when the stopping point is. So I'm recording this a bit later and inserting it in here. This is the end of part 1. So, I got about halfway through the Wishfield stuff here in terms of length. Not exactly items, because I jump all over the place in speed. But we're going to cut this here, and then episode 205, which is releasing at the same time as this episode, is going to be the actual continuation of this, where we finish up the rest of the Wishfield stuff, and then we'll be good to go. So, this ended up taking a lot longer than I thought. I thought I would be able to get through everything with Italand 2, but it's a shame. For now, I'm just going to kind of accept that I think I did pretty good with this, and sometime in the future we'll come back, and we'll... That's not where that's supposed to be. You're supposed to be lower down. I don't know how long you've been broken for, little flower. I'm just not going to pretend I'm going to pretend I didn't see that, is what I meant to say. So, come back for the next episode. And by come back, I mean it's already uploaded on my channel as you're watching this. But I'm going to go ahead and go. Bye.